welcome to everyone joining us for this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We are nearly halfway through one of the most prestigious events in the chess calendar, and the action is heating up today in day 4. The world's strongest grandmasters are back at the board today to fight it out for huge prizes here in Stavanger, Norway. One of the key matches of today will be between the tournament leader, Fabiano Caruana, and the reigning world champion, Gukesh. It is also the birthday of Gukesh. We would like to wish a very happy birthday to the youngest world champion of all times, and we are curious to see whether he can celebrate the occasion with yet another victory. From here in our studio in Stavanger, we will share with you all the excitement of top-level chess, as well as help you learn about this beautiful game. Whether you know how the pieces move or you're just about to pick it up, we are here to help you out, coach you, and give you tips and advice. I am your host, International Master Anna Rudolf, and let me introduce you to our wonderful panel of pundits. World-class commentator and coach, Grandmaster Christian Chirila.
Anna, great to see you.
Indian chess legend and 5-time world chess champion Viswanathan Anand.
Hi, Anna.
And Norway Chess organizer Benedict Vestreskog.
Hello.
Thank you so much for joining us today as a special guest, Benedict. Let me ask you first about what you are looking forward to most today.
Ooh, I think I like to follow all the games, but I think I'll follow the game of Anna and Vaishali in particular.
That is a great pick. We'll keep a close eye on that game for sure. Vishy, the same question to you. What are you looking forward to?
In the men's event, we have both the Indian players playing against Fabiano and Magnus. So that's something to look forward to. On the other side, both the leaders as well. Since we have co-leaders, we'll be having 2 things to follow, Anna and Humpy.
Definitely, we'll make sure to check in on all the leaders and co-leaders. Christian, same question to you. And how are you feeling today? Looking sharp.
Well, thank you very much. You too as well, Anna, and everybody on the panel. I have to say, all the games seem very exciting. But of course, in the women's section, Wenjun versus Koneru Humpy, that's going to be a big clash. And the battle between the wounded Magnus Carlsen, who lost 2 Armageddons in a row, versus the madman Erigaisi, that's definitely one to follow. But I do want to remind you about some of the highlights from yesterday and the big clash between Gukesh, the current world champion, and Hikaru Nakamura. He was coming off, Gukesh that is, off of 2 losses, but take a look at that final move. Under tremendous pressure, Hikaru blunders his pawn on a7 all the way next to the clock right there. And guess what? Gukesh, the world champion, pounced on the opportunity, took that pawn and forced resignation later on with that final move, queen to f5 check. And once it's played, Hikaru realizes it's all over and he resigns. There he has it. And Gukesh, so exciting for him on his birthday. Well, one day before his birthday, he gets his first victory here against none other than the leader of the tournament, Hikaru Nakamura. And take a look at the results. Fabiano with that decisive victory with the white piece against Arjun Erigaisi. Magnus Carlsen losing the Armageddon against Wei, and Gukesh defeating Hikaru Nakamura. And how are the standings looking, Anna, after round 3?
With the back-to-back win of Fabiano Caruana, he is in sole lead with 6 points, followed by world number 1 Magnus Carlsen, and there's a shared 3rd place between Arjun Erigaisi and Hikaru Nakamura. But this tournament is so exciting because of the format, the scoring system. Anyone can still win the event. Vishy, when it comes to Norway Chess Women, what would you highlight as the key game of yesterday?
Okay, so Koneru Humpy won her game, and this was one-way traffic all the way. She got a huge advantage at the opening, space, better pieces, everything, and here you'll see the final product of this. There'll be 2 white pawns wedged deep in black territory, and the game is about to finish. There you go. Those should normally be black pawns. So that's how it was. And with that, she becomes a co-leader.
Absolutely, and she only had decisive results so far. 1 loss and 2 victories. Take a look at that one. Classical victory gives you 3 points against Sarah Kadem. Lei Tingzhe lost the Armageddon against Anna Muzychuk. Anna Muzychuk defended incredibly with the black pieces, and Wenjun, the world champion, defeated Vaishali Ramesh Babu. How are the standings looking after round 3 in the women's section, Anna?
That is a joint shared first place for Humpy, Koneru and Anna Muzychuk. By Humpy won 2 classical games and lost 1. Anna Muzychuk hasn't lost a single match yet. She won 1 classical and 2 Armageddon matches. This is so thrilling to see how you can bounce back and forth depending on just 1 single game. And that is because of this exciting format here in Norway Chess. Christian, break it down to us.
Absolutely a trend-setting format here at Norway Chess, incentivizing this fighting spirit coming from all the players. It's a double round-robin tournament. That means everybody plays everybody. The time control is 120 minutes plus 10 seconds bonus, starting from move 41. That's not a lot of time that you get after move 41. And until then, you really have to speed things up. If the game is drawn, the Armageddon immediately follows. You get, as a scoring system, for a classical victory, 3 points, no points for a classical loss. In the Armageddon, if you win, you get that extra, very valuable half a point, 1.5 points for a victory, and 1 point only for a loss.
And there is so much at stake. 1,690,000 Norwegian crowns in each field. That is the same prize fund both for Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. 2 tournaments running parallelly and setting a groundbreaking example here in Stavanger. The ladies tournament has the exact same format and exact same prize fund. When it comes to the pairings of today, Benedict, you said you will be looking at every game, but if you had to highlight one, which one would you pick?
I think here from the men's section, since I already talked about the women's, I'll say I want to follow Hikaru and Viswanathan today. Just because I had such a nice breakfast with Viswanathan today, and he had a great win yesterday. So let's see if he has a lot of confidence today going in.
That's a great pick, and I would love to hear more about your breakfast with Wei Yi. If you can share any details later during our broadcast. It was indeed Wei Yi's first ever win against Magnus Carlsen. He is confident today, I believe, for sure. Vichy, Norway Chess Women with round 4. What are we going to be looking at most?
The 2 matchups I'll be following will be Koneru against Wenjun and Vaishali against Anna Muzychuk. So that both of those will be played for the lead.
And I'm just being told that we do have an interview with one of the leaders of Norway Chess, Humpy Koneru.
Humpy, you're playing today against reigning women's world champion, but you had quite an impressive score against her. Does it bring you more energy coming into today's round?
Definitely she's the strongest woman player ever had, being a 5 times world champion. So it was a pleasure playing with her, and I'll try to give my best.
Last year, both of your games came into Armageddon, but in this tournament so far, you had all the decisive game. Do you think something will change this year?
I think many more rounds, definitely. I can't escape playing Armageddon.
Best of luck to you, Humpy.
Thank you.
Wenjun, you're playing today against Humpy, and you played so far all the games finished in the Armageddon. How so far do you like Armageddon?
Yeah, I like Armageddon very much, but also, I should also focus and try hard in classical.
So does it change something to you in terms of preparation that the classical gives you 3 points?
Yes. I hope that I can, have a 3 points in the classical, not just Armageddon.
Okay, we hope for that too. Good luck to you.
Yeah, thank you.
And we see the players arriving at the venue. Fabiano Caruana looking sharp and looking ready. He has just passed by our studio as well.
It's windy out there.
It is very windy. Christian, when you see your boy, Fabi, as you were his former second, what do you see? Do you see that he's got it, he's ready?
Oh, for sure, absolutely. And I'm not surprised by the fact that he bounced back so swiftly after that loss in the first game. This is just simply Fabi. He's ambitious. He comes to every single game very well prepared. He puts in a lot of work, and as you can see, it's starting to pay off.
it is paying off indeed for the 5-time US chess champion. He is, well, he was, I need to say, in past tense, was world number 5 at the time of the start of the tournament. But on the live ratings, he already started climbing back to where he used to be. He used to be world number 2 right behind Magnus Carlsen, and he's getting closer and closer to that spot. He is going to be trying to win his Norway Chess tournament this year. He hasn't won it in a while, and I think he's getting some inspiration from Magnus Carlsen. He did tell us yesterday that Magnus started very poorly last year, and he ended up winning the tournament. So now Fabiano is trying to pull a Magnus and do the same this year. His opponent, though, is none other than birthday boy, reigning World Chess Champion Gukesh Domaraju. He's also arriving right now at this beautiful bank headquarters where the tournament is being played, going through the security check and through the red carpet to his board. Vishy, when it comes to birthdays, I guess we could count that he won against Hikaru already on his birthday if it was past midnight in India, and today he has another game to play on his birthday. What could we highlight about his career and playing on his birthday in general? How does he feel about it?
I know that when I play, I'm mainly concerned with the result. Frankly, it's going to be an awful birthday if you don't have a good result. I've had a few in my thing, so I hope that he plays well.
Definitely. This is, other than the birthday, of course, that we highlighted and updated the age. He turned 19 today. He is the youngest undisputed world chess champion. He won the title in December last year in Singapore. And he is also a 2-time Olympiad gold medal winner, as well as a 2-time winner of Tata Steel. His birthday, I guess, could be one of the main headlines of today, whether it's a sweet or a not so sweet birthday. We will need to see, depending on the game between Fabiano and Gukesh, the head-to-head. Christian, let's break it down what has happened so far.
They haven't met that many times, but as you can see already, Gukesh pulling ahead slightly. 2 victories for him, 1 loss and 6 draws in a very illustrious career. 19 years of age, just updated today versus 32 years of age. And of course, we're ranking number 3 versus number 5. They're so close with each other. This is just going to be an incredible matchup. They are both coming off of victories, very important victories with the white pieces, and I cannot wait to see what they're going to prepare for us today.
And maybe we'll get to hear about that. We did get to chat to Fabiano Caruana arriving at the playing venue.
Fabiano today playing against the reigning world champion and definitely have ambitions to challenge him long term. Does it make this match special for you?
Yeah, it's always a fun matchup. I mean, he's really ambitious. Even if he's not having the best tournament so far, he's a really ambitious player. And we've had a lot of experience against each other in the last few years, so a bit back and forth. But yeah, it's always a fun matchup.
So far, both of you had only decisive results. Usually it's where the draw comes. Do you agree with this such assumption?
Yeah, we haven't had any Armageddons yet. It could be the day for that, but I wouldn't call it too early.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Will there be an Armageddon, or will it be decisive in classical chess? We see the players arriving at the venue already. Many of them are seated, and I'm just so happy to see all the children that will be making the first moves today on these on the giants boards that they probably study the games of Magnus, Hikaru, Gukesh. They are probably trying to get their photographs, their signatures. It's such an important moment, I think, in a children's life when they get to meet their legends.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of tension for these young players as well, just waiting to make the first move for the world champion. I mean, what an opportunity, right? I wish I had that when I was growing up and watching all these amazing players. I remember Kasparov.
Oh, look, he's so deep in concentration, he hasn't noticed Fabi. Okay, now.
Oh, just...
okay, he just woke up. I mean,
Do you think he's meditating?
Focusing.
Is this something that's generally what we're seeing? We're seeing from a lot of Indian players, specifically Vidit as well.
And yes, sometimes it's nice just to close your eyes and tune out the world a bit.
Yeah.
Get lost in your thoughts, but of course, then you want to come back and concentrate again.
I remember Vidit once. Magnus came, tried to shake hands, and Vidit didn't even see him. Shook hands a minute later. And we're just a couple of minutes away, of course, as usual. Magnus is fashionably late. We are hearing a lot of noise surrounding our studio here, and we think that's probably Magnus.
That could very well be the world number one, who usually is the last one to make it to his board. And we are about to witness the first move on the birthday boy's board. Will it be the same that Gukesh chooses, or will he opt for a different opening move?
I think that's probably what he's going to go for. That was d4 right there. Let's see if he plays it.
He's touching the same piece, adjusting it, very focused.
Or perhaps we're not ready yet. Perhaps we're going to see it once
suspect,
again.
Because the boy took back the move himself, so maybe he'll have to make it again.
He was a bit impatient there.
Yes.
Maybe
I mean, how could you not? Imagine, this is the moment of your life. You're about to make a move for the world chess champion.
Absolutely.
Oh, he's...
Don't go anywhere, young man. Don't go anywhere. We need you. We still need you.
Benedict, can you tell us about all the children in the playing venue? Who are they?
These are kids that are all the way from Spain. They've been here to play the kids tournament that we hosted yesterday. School teams from all over Norway.
And I believe they won it, the Spanish team, winning
they
all
did,
their
yes.
games.
Yeah, they came in, they were confident, they wanted to win. There was no other option for them, and they managed.
They did, and now they are playing the first moves on the boards of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We do have kickoff here between the reigning world champion and birthday boy Gukesh with the white pieces against tournament leader Fabiano Caruana. Christian, let's break down the first moves and explain why these opening moves were chosen based on principles.
Absolutely. So we've seen from Gukesh in previous games with the white pieces e4. In fact, yesterday against Hikaru, this is what he chose. Now he chooses a completely different approach with d4. But once again, it's all about the fight for the center and the opening ideas of just getting your pieces out, developing your pieces. And this is exactly what both players are doing right now. d4, d5, the fight for the center has already begun, immediately followed by c4, challenging the center. This is called the Queen's Gambit. And now you can accept the Queen's Gambit by just simply taking the pawn on c4, or you can do what Fabiano did, e6, defend the pawn in the center like that, and not allow taking on c4 and the gambit. Knight to f3, knight to f6. Again, it's all about development in these early phases of the game. And at this point, this is somewhat of a surprise because we've seen g3 a lot in this tournament as well, which is the Catalan. g3 followed by bishop to g2 and try to occupy this diagonal. But what he's doing right now, Gukesh, immediately challenging the center once again by playing this move, knight to c3. And we've seen this from Fabiano. If I remember correctly, he played bishop to b4 in Romania just a few weeks back against Levon Aronian, or perhaps he even took on c4 at this point. I don't remember exactly, but right now he chose a completely different thing, and that is c6 to strengthen this pawn in the center. This is a very interesting approach because right now already you have a big threat, and that big threat is to take on c4. And then with this pawn on c6, you're ready to defend that pawn on c4 by connecting it with this pawn on the side, on the left side, pushing 2 squares forward. So this is what we're seeing right now. e3, defending with the bishop from afar, that pawn on c4 we were discussing. Yes?
Knight b7.
You're getting excited.
H3,
You're getting excited, Vishy. Okay.
Vishy, let's discuss the excitement and why this pawn push on the edge of the board. We usually tell all beginners to how important the center is, develop your pieces toward the center. What is this flank pawn push?
I think essentially it's a way of getting almost the same position, but by throwing in h3, you're ensuring that the theory changes just that little bit. In every position, you'll have to see, does the pawn matter on h3 or does it not? Can I follow my old prep or do I have to adapt it like this? So it makes black work a little bit harder if it's successful. Of course, black could use the chance to bring his knight forward or perhaps develop the bishop. So not necessarily a very strong move, but sort of an invitation to go off the beaten track.
Sorry, Christian,
No,
I just
ahead.
wanted to ask,
Go ahead,
if you
Anna.
were to teach someone who is just starting out in chess, would you recommend to follow these nuances from Grandmaster games? Or would you recommend something else instead of a pawn push on the flank? If you're teaching your son, for instance, Vishy.
Vishy.
Oh, me. If you're starting out in the game, I would say I wouldn't start out with this kind of move. Because you first have to understand what's happening in the old main lines, which is where a lot of our understanding developed. And then, only then are you prepared to understand the differences. So I think with youngsters, I would say learn the main lines first. That's where most of our current understanding is, and then you can get to the far-out stuff. You'll know when to break the rules once you know what the rules are.
And that's a very good point, Vishy. Very classical response by Fabiano after H3, just saying, you know, he thought for a little while, not a lot. So maybe he still knows exactly what to do or trying to remember what to do. He played bishop to d6, as you were prescribing, a very, very classical response. What you're trying to do, not only that you're developing this bishop and, of course, getting ready to hide the king and get it to safety on g8 by castling, short castling, but you're also looking towards the future. And the future is always about the fight for the center, because that's where everything is happening. The way to do that is potentially later on in the game, play this move e5 and try to break through in the center, immediately responded by bishop to d3. Gukesh seems to have developed this affinity towards these marginal pawn moves. He played h6 even in the World Championship, if I remember correctly, against Ding. Now we're seeing this h3. This is something cooked in his personal kitchen with perhaps his second, Gregor's Gajewski. What can you tell us? Do you have any influence on this, Vishy?
No, this is stuff they come up with on a daily basis because you have to keep on moving, hoping to keep your opponent off guard. But it's a sort of approach that's started to appear recently. A lot of people do it. As I mentioned, one of the things is to stay in familiar ground, while at the same time introducing enough of a difference that you have some scope for creative play. And now I myself am starting to go over my old lines and thinking, well, in each line, what difference does this pawn make, and so on. So I think that's part of the fun. And if you've had a head start, if Gukesh and Gajewski, they probably have checked this today, then they have a head start. They know where many of these things lead. They know maybe there's some hidden landmine, and they'll go with that.
Anna, what's your read on this opening phase, the body language of the players as well? What do you see right now?
I agree with you guys that it's all about these nuances in the preparations. This is top-level chess, so do not do it at home, do not copy them, but they are here to try to outsmart some of the strongest chess players in the world, and sometimes this is the way. They need to go very deep into their preparation, try to come up with something that might surprise the opponent. What also could surprise them is what will be tomorrow's activity, because I do want to tell our viewers that tomorrow, these incredibly strong chess players will be competing at something that is not chess. Benedict, I know we cannot reveal the theme, but can you tell the viewers about what Norway Chess games are? Because tomorrow there will be no round, but the participants will compete at something else, and that is just so exciting to me.
Yes, I know. It's going to be so exciting, and I'm so sorry I can't say anything. We have to keep it a big, big secret. But as you know, the tournament is very long. There's 10 rounds, so we do have a couple of days off during the tournament. And always during one of those days off, we do something called Norway Chess Games. And as you said, the players have to compete in something that's completely out of their comfort zone. And for tomorrow, I think we've nailed that. So I can't wait till you can show the audience that on Saturday.
We are so looking forward to that. And can you tell us about some of the previous years? We see a collection of photos from previous Norway Chess Games.
Yeah, we have done a lot of fun challenges. We have done, they had to be a farmer for one day. That was one year. You can see it in the middle there. They were actually milking cows by hand, and they were drinking the milk after. They were driving tractor. We have had a knitting competition where they had to actually design their own knit sweater using a computer program. And then after, we had some professional knitters actually knit the sweater for them, so they got the sweater at the end of the tournament. They have done fencing and bubble soccer, as you see there. It's been a lot of fun. We had cooking competitions a few times, which also Vishy has been part of.
Vishy, I do remember a year.
Oh, yeah.
There we have the photos where you were teammates with Dingley Ren. And poor Dingley Ren, he went on a bike ride that same day. He fell off of his bike and he broke his hip. No one knew at the time how serious his injury was because the guy showed up to the cooking competition. Vishy, what was that like that you were on a team with Ding and he was injured?
Well, he couldn't move. So in fact, he could not get up, and this was the level he could reach in the table. So he couldn't do anything beyond cutting the vegetables. And man, he cut them so accurate because the only thing he could do. I mean, we were given halibut and we were supposed to prepare it with hollandaise sauce and so on. So I'm doing all that. And he's slicing them but to perfect cubes and making, because, okay, it's the only thing he can do. I'm very proud of winning that competition, by the way. And I can tell you the secret is I did not have any illusions about my cooking skills. So when they told me, do this, I followed it to the T. No questions asked. The main advice was that they said was with hollandaise sauce, you have to keep on. You don't stop. You don't stop early, even just when it looks good. You go on doing it and then it gets better and better. So I patiently did that. I think many other players just stopped earlier and went on. And probably I can tease Levon and Maxime a little bit. Levon immediately went on about how he learned cooking from his great-grandmother, and he knew how to do it, and he had amazing Thai recipes and Cambodian recipes and what have you. And he went off. And Maxime, I think, just said, I'm French, I'm going to cook. But I followed the instructions, and still I made one blunder. I put the fish into the oven, and I pressed some button, and some light seemed to be on, and I left it. And about 5 minutes later, I realized it was not on. So then I had to press it, figure out what the button was, press it, and now I've lost 5 minutes. I came to the end. They stopped the clock at some point, and I pulled it out. But it is what it is. It's not the right temperature, but it is what it is. But my hollandaise sauce was apparently perfect. And so that won me the competition over Mr. Aronian and
I think also your fish was perfectly cooked because it wasn't overcooked.
Well, that may have been.
Because usually fish is hard to do, so you can overcook it easily.
And my wife was there for that competition.
Yes. You got lucky with the blunder, right?
And my wife was there, and so we have to learn down. So just like these cooking shows, you have to present it properly and bring it there. And they asked my wife if she'd like to sample it. Of course, the judges had to do it as well. And so my wife tried a little bit, and she said, oh, it's good.
She was
I think
surprised.
That sums it up.
Benedicta, I saw archery, I saw human soccer, fencing. I'm surprised you didn't have to pay any sort of insurance fees because somebody needs to get injured with all these activities. You guys got lucky.
But we tried to not do the most dangerous competitions. I think one year we had Anish running around the track just to warm up before we started, and he just ran so fast that he was so out of breath he couldn't really participate in the rest of the games.
But the tractor was brilliant. One year in that farm year, after we milked the cows and everything, they put us on a tractor.
Yeah.
And we had to drive this enormous tractor. And at some point, we realized these things are very powerful. I mean, you just lift that accelerator a little bit and it goes off.
Yeah.
So I took off and we were having fun, but then they gently reminded us it's not a racing competition. We should cool it.
Yeah, and the funny part too is that I don't think a lot of the players had too much driving experience in the first place. So
they might not have driving licenses either.
So their tractors were going completely left and right.
How do you come up with these ideas? But I know you cannot tell us and the viewers what will happen tomorrow. We'll show you on Saturday. So try to guess it. Try to guess it. On Saturday, we will show you what this year's Norway Chess Games will be about. But I'm just so curious in general, how do you come up with these ideas, and do you have any favorite memories from all these years of Norway Chess Games?
Yeah. I think we try to come up with something fun to do. I mean, it is their day off, so we don't want to take too much of their time because they are very busy what they're here for. But it's always good for, you know, the viewer, the audience, all the chess fans to get to know the players a little bit better. You know, what are they like off the board? And to see more of their personalities and some fun competition that's not too serious. And sometimes we plan competitions with some sponsor, or sometimes we do it without. Yeah.
And that's, I believe, from the after party, right? After the tournament.
Yes, here's one of the many fascinating, at least to me, things that's going on outside the playing hall. Here we have Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vaishali playing without a board.
And Hikaru is smiling.
Yeah.
He's trying to calculate everything in the background.
So to me, this is completely nuts. Like, how can they even do this? But they were playing so fast and no problem.
Yeah, and Wesley So is enjoying himself as well, in the bottom right corner. Yeah, it's incredible. We're having so many activities, right?
And so much fun. This event is more than a chess tournament. It's a chess family that enjoys moments together. On the board, they are fighters and they are opponents. But I think the atmosphere just goes to show that everyone here is just having a good time.
Yeah, that's one of our goals. We're really trying to, you know, make the players feel like we're taking care of them professionally. They're here to play, but then also we need to make sure that everyone's happy and can relax when they need to, and just be surrounded by friends, really. Yeah, this photo is from the Norway Chess office, just outside Stavanger. Normally, after the tournament's over, we take all the players to the office in the daytime just to relax, have some lunch, and you know what happens when these guys are relaxing, they play chess.
They continue to play chess, yes.
So that's always nice. And we dressed the players in some very nice knit sweaters that we have done some years. And this photo was taken before the World Championship. So this was kind of the last match before the championship, yeah.
Did they know that they're going to be meeting?
Yes. No, wait, did they?
Probably they did,
yes,
because
they did.
usually
Yes,
the candidates
yes,
is in April, this
yeah.
tournament,
Yeah,
Norway Chess is in May, so they probably knew already.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that was fun.
Friends of the board and main rivals on the board. That was before the World Chess Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Janja Pamjashi. Benedikt, how did you get involved with Norway Chess, and what is your role, if you can tell us more about it?
Yeah, my involvement, I mean, from the start was really random. I met the founder of the tournament. He had already had 2 tournaments, and they wanted to reach out to more people. They were trying to reach a wider audience. You know, we were really trying to get this on TV and to get chess as a new sport on television, which was not really a thing back then. The first tournament was in 2013. Now it's a little bit different, at least in Norway. But I didn't have a chess background. So I kind of came in with a fresh mind, like, how can we reach people like me that are not good chess players, that do not follow chess, but would be interested if I knew a little bit more. So that's how I began, and I actually started out as a board member, but they really needed help in this organization. It was very small. I started to work just a few months later. And it's been a lot of work since. It's been more like a lifestyle to me than a job.
And it's been for 13 years already that Norway Chess has been organized. Second year for Norway Chess Women. What a groundbreaking initiative to have the same prize fund for the women's tournament. It's not something that we see, not even at the Women's World Championship match, as the same prize fund as the World Championship match. So this is huge, that you're setting an example for the future of chess for gender equality.
Yes, we're really trying to do that. And I mean, we have such a big following with Norway Chess. So we already have a really, really good stage. The whole chess world is watching, and we've been wanting to invite the very best female players as well. But we didn't want to do it unless we could have equal prize fund. So after a few years working, trying to get some sponsors on board to fund the whole tournament, we managed to do so, and to have them play in the same venue as the Norway Chess players is really, really great, because we already have it on television. All the media is following, and I think a lot of people are starting to realize that they are playing very exciting games as well.
They are, and oftentimes it's even more fighting chess and even more Armageddon in Norway Chess Women. We are so happy to see that Norway Chess is setting this great example, and great example with the birthday cake as well. It's all in the details.
This was from a few years back, right?
Yeah, this was 2 years ago. That was Gukesh's first time playing in Norway Chess. We had ordered this really huge chocolate cake for him that we gave him after his game, with a nice photo of him on it, and yeah, wanted to wish him a very happy birthday.
And in fact, I do believe that he defeated Magnus Carlsen in Blitz on his birthday last time. So right now he has a good chance to defeat another very strong player, Fabiano. But Fabiano is not going to be a pushover in this one, and he's been having a pretty decent event so far as well. Now, in terms of the chess, right now, let's get back and kind of understand exactly where we stand. Because some things happen. And also, the psychology of this game is very important, because Gukesh was the first one to surprise with this idea of c3. But it does seem like Fabiano responded in somewhat of a very classic manner. And that was get the bishop out, once again, the fight for the center, and try to push that, try to pressure on that side and support this push with e5. Immediately responded by bishop to d3, the same thing. We try to go for the short castle, we try to develop our pieces, and d takes c4, finally a delayed capture of this pawn on c4. And even to go back a few moves, now the idea of delaying this pawn capture is that you want to force white to spend an extra tempo on recapturing that pawn on c4. So you have to wait for white to commit this bishop to either e2 or c4, and or d3, excuse me. And only after that, you can take, because right now, instead of one move to recapture, white had to spend 2 moves to recapture that pawn. Now, once again, the bishop is kicked back after this move b5. Question is, where are you going to put it? You have a couple of options, and in fact, both of them, and maybe even 3 options right now, are quite playable. Bishop to b3, bishop to d3, and bishop to e2. Vishy, would you mind joining and telling us what the differences of these 3 moves are? And why did he choose bishop to d3?
Bishop to d3 is the main line, which means that it's been the most popular historically speaking. Bishop b3 is, I would describe as offbeat. Mm-hmm. Bishop e2 isn't totally strange. It's got its points. One of the things that can happen is, for instance, if black castles,
hides the king to safety.
White can play e4.
Yes.
And if b4, I can play e5.
Lots of interesting details in this one, yes.
But let's go back. Typically, what the main difference is, if instead of a castling, after bishop e2, if I had played b4, your knight would lack the important e4 square, because it's not defended by the bishop.
Exactly.
So in this case, it's forced to go to a4.
a4, maybe even b1.
Even b1
cases,
and come a loop around,
Yeah, via d2 to c4. It's a very complex battle. It looks simplistic right now at the beginning of this game, but in fact, it's a very complex battle with a lot of moving parts, a lot of moving nuances. He did play the move bishop to d3, as Vishy just pointed out. This square e4 seems to be where he wants to go with the knight. And after b4, well, he doesn't want to listen to us.
He played knight e2.
It's
that is
probably
quite
a good
curious.
thing that he's not listening to us, right?
He's not tuned in, which is good, which is good. We make sure that they don't hear anything from anywhere outside
Now I
the
think
venue.
it's sort of slightly relevant that black has to play c5.
Yes.
But then white's advantage is...
And why
still
is it so important
hidden,
to play c5?
Okay, so had you castled,
I think it's good to mention that.
I will play e4,
Yes.
and you do not have time for c5 now, because I play e5 winning a piece.
Correct. That's a fork.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful
That's a
fork.
fork,
We've
exactly.
been discussing about these forks for quite a while, and a piece will be lost
Yes.
after this one.
So instead of c5, so castles, e4, e5.
That's the way. In order to
Yeah.
avoid the fork, you can, let's say, go bishop e7 and withdraw with your pieces, but that's not something that you want. You want to match the intensity in the center.
And here, I mean, the theory is that black has already played b4 and is playing e5. Now, these moves don't normally combine, because if you see, I have access to the lovely c4 square somewhere.
I like that.
Whereas, so if the pawn moves, you want to
Still
use
keep
the
this
time
pawn.
you're gaining to do something fast, and typically that's c5. But again, I don't know the value of h3 in all this, so that's kind of the X factor here.
That's the mystery, right?
Yes,
that's the mystery that
what role is h3 playing in all this?
we're probably going to find out later on in this game. And Gukesh did spend, once again, some time on this move, knight to e2. Perhaps he's somewhat out of his preparation as well. We will find that out soon. I do believe that with this pawn structure and what it could turn into, it seems we're going to have a very complex battle. A long, complex battle. You're going to have white trying to push in the center, black trying to do something on the left side as well and make use of his extra space on that side. It's going to be a very dynamic game. Anna, where do you want to go?
I would love to see the top game of Norway Chess women, because we do have the 5-time women's world champion facing tournament leader Humpy Koneru. I think that will be a key game today. And of course also Anna Muzichuk is the other leader of Norway Chess women. Let's go first to Ju Wenjun, Humpy Koneru. Ju, deep in thought. I'm curious who won the opening battle in this game, and if we can show the first couple of moves and teach our viewers what were the opening ideas in this game. What are these moves doing? For instance, king pawn push.
We're going to continue drilling down the same concepts in the opening phase, and that is, of course, again, battle for the center. Open up your minor pieces, and by minor pieces, I mean the bishop and the knight. The major pieces, what we call the major pieces, are the queen and the rooks, the pieces that are worth a lot. The queen 10 points, the rook 5 points each, and the bishop and the knight 3 points each. So e4, the fight for the center continues. e5, black is matching the intensity in the center like that, as we've seen so many times in this tournament. And if you are at home and you're looking at ways of starting the game and you're seeing somebody start with e4, you should probably do what you're seeing in this game as well. Knight to f3, attacking this pawn in the center. Knight c6, defending that pawn in the center. Bishop to c4, and again, this is called the Italian, the gioco piano, meaning slow game in Italian. If I did brush my Italian off, I'm talking about the gioco piano for my whole career, so yes. Vichy, what's the story of the gioco piano? You've played it so many times, you've talked about it, and you've talked about the transitions that the gioco piano kind of experienced from being considered a slow game to now being one of the most dynamic openings in the world.
Yes, so if we go back to move 2, about 150 years ago, bishop c4 was much more popular than bishop b5.
Okay.
But it was typically accompanied by gambits. So we can go bishop c4.
What is a gambit again?
A sacrifice of a pawn for some other factor.
Yes.
It can be material. It cannot be material. It can be space. It can be time. So space is you get some extra space, obviously, or you occupy the center. Time means you have the initiative. While your opponent was distracted by that gambit, you've pushed everything further, something like that. Now, when black plays knight f6, if you go d4,
and there is a fried liver attempt here. This
We need
is
to
one.
explain that name. Like, who came up with that?
I have no idea, Anna. I have
Vichy,
no
do
idea.
you know the story behind fried liver?
This.
if I knew whether it was intended as a compliment or not, I would be able to tell you the quality of the meal that the person was
good.
having while...
I like fried liver.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
it's a quality of the meal that the person was having while he thought it out. But it's not yet fried liver, I think.
Of
because
course.
if I go bishop c5 instead of d5,
Yes, it's not yet.
this is called the Traxler.
The Traxler.
Traxler.
Okay.
So there are names for everything in chess.
It's probably not a very good opening.
A lot of the prime real estate has been staked out.
Yes.
Now you get some obscure names available.
Do you have an opening name, Vishy?
Not universally acknowledged, I would say, is maybe the best way of putting it. No, I don't think we get... Even poor Kramnik, I think, has to settle for that it's the Berlin.
I know,
He
right?
can't, it doesn't come over to him.
He won a match
But,
against Kasparov, and the opening is not named after him. Yeah,
But
that's a pity.
recently, or what most of us have are our names appended to some of the names. So you can have the Karpov Nimzo or something like that, which is a sub-branch of a sub-branch kind of thing. But the big stuff is gone.
Absolutely. And
Okay.
the fried liver, just to get really quick into that, is coming after knight takes d5, and now you get one of those beautiful sacrifices.
Right.
Knight takes f7, you sacrifice this piece so that you force the king to go all the way to e6, and this is considered to be very, very good, very efficient for white after knight to c3, with a king so exposed in the center. Despite the fact that you sacrifice that piece, your attack is probably going to be quite successful in this one.
Benedict, I'm curious, hearing all these names, these opening names, some of them are really random, some of them are related to people or geographical locations. What is it like for you? Since you said you don't come from a chess background, are you already used to these kind of terms in terms of like chess vocabulary?
I mean, even though I don't really play that much chess, I've been in chess for so long now that I've heard most of these names, at least the ones that have been mentioned now. But it's not, I couldn't explain all of them. But yeah, you get used to hearing all these terms.
It's no longer like a different language when you hear chess players discussing a game.
And no.
That goes to show that you are very involved with the tournament and you learned a lot.
Yeah, you can learn.
Do you have a favorite opening that you have heard? Just from the name, or that it sounds cool?
No, I don't know if I have a favorite.
I will tell you, the French defense is my favorite opening. I'm trying to have a bit of a...
Not a good opening.
No, it is.
Not a good opening.
Yesterday, Lini
favorites.
played the French defense against Vichy.
Yeah,
They played
I
a
saw
blindfold
that, I
game.
saw.
So, yeah, we have a bit of a campaign here for the French defense.
Also, the names help recall.
Yeah.
I mean, would you remember the Wilkes Barre Gambit, or would you remember the fried liver? I think the fried liver is going to be slightly easier, so that's also prime branding.
It's all about the branding.
It's all about branding, yes.
Absolutely. So,
Anyway, we were actually talking
back to
about...
the Italian, yes. The joke of the
Anyway,
hour.
so after bishop c5, if you can play bishop c5 in response,
Yes.
b4 is called the Evans Gambit.
The sacrifice.
Yes. And here again, we see the classic thing of giving a pawn for time. I capture on b4. You play c3.
You attack this bishop.
Yeah, the
everything
bishop
with
has to move
tempo.
somewhere. And now I already put it on a5, and now I have bonus. I have queen b3, which was not possible without the pawn sacrifice.
And what is this? What did you
Yes.
call this again?
Queen b3 doesn't have a name. Oh, you mean the battery? Yes.
battery.
it's a
Of
Better,
course.
Vichy. We were trying to teach
Oh, I was
every
thinking of an
day,
opening name for Queen
every
B3, and I thought
day.
it was too specific.
It's
No,
not
you're
a
right.
power bank, it's not to charge your phone, it's a military battery, the queen and bishop together targeting the same
There's
spot.
another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be the queen in front and then the bishop, or the bishop first and then the queen, but together they are an amazing team.
Yeah, or you play d4, in which case you've managed a central advance much faster, and so on.
Yes.
So you've gained something
Yes.
for that pawn. That's the idea of a gambit.
We don't see those very often nowadays, mostly because of the emergence of the engines, and the engines are saying your gambit is not really sound. But in previous times, these were played quite a lot.
Anyway, so after that phase,
Yes.
the theory moved to the Rai Lopez, which is, if you want to show bishop b5 on move
Spanish,
3, yeah, the
yes,
Spanish,
absolutely.
the Rai Lopez. This would be the Rai Lopez.
Absolutely.
And then this dominated chess for a while. But at some point, too much theory developed here. So people started to go back and look again at other alternatives. So they went back to bishop c4. And after a few frenetic years of seeing overdosing on bishop c4, suddenly people went back to bishop b5 again. and back and forth and back and forth. That's how it goes.
Yes.
It's not different from clothing fashion or music fashion. It's very similar, the pattern. So that's how chess theory chunders along.
Absolutely. And just to catch up with the game, knight to f6, once again, let's see how the players continued and played the opening phase. Castle, hiding the king, going there to safety. Knight to a4, okay. Knight on the rim is dim. Generally, you're not supposed to put the knight there, but this has a clear idea, and that is to capture this bishop on c5. Now, if this pawn would be moved 1 point forward on a6, then this bishop would have an extra space to hide from the attack of the knight. So this whole move, knight to a4, would be absolutely a ridiculous move. But in this case, it looks great.
Because black chose to play h6 instead of a6.
Exactly. Actually,
in fact, she could have played a6, and then knight a4 would never happen.
Absolutely, because then the bishop tucks in on a7 all the way there, and it's an obsolete move. Knight to a4, and now we're getting a few moves, maneuvering moves, and we get to this point, rook to e1. Now, what I'm seeing as plans for both sides is to strike in the center at the right moment. White is going to try to strike in the center via c3 and maybe d4, maybe even d4 first. And what this rook is doing, it looks funny because you're looking at your own pawn. But what it does, it gets ready to play this move d4, and this rook is going to be defending the pawn on e4 from the attack of this knight. So that's why you see all these preparatory moves, rook to e1, a3. It all sets up for an attack, a strike in the center.
I think an interesting move at this point could be c5.
c5 to stop.
Exactly, to discourage d4.
Exactly.
Because here the normal compensation, which is when you play c5, the d5 square gets slightly weak.
Mm-hmm.
Here that's not a thing, because the knight has been exchanged for a bishop.
There's no knight.
So there's no knight to take advantage of that. So c5 would be a nice move, I think, for black. But anyway.
These are some very complicated ideas right now. The players are trying to recall what they looked at in the morning, their opening preparation, and trying to systemize their thinking for this position. Anna, where should we go?
I think my choice will be a very obvious one. We are in Norway, and this tournament, I think, is hugely related to the local boy, a superstar, rock star of Norway and of the world. Well, number one, Magnus Carlsen. Benedict, before we start analyzing Magnus's game, can you tell us about how much of an impact Magnus has had in Norway and when it comes to the popularity of chess and how it's connected to Norway Chess being organized?
Yeah, I mean, he has had such a huge impact on chess in Norway, of course. There's no doubt about that. I mean, Norway, there's always been chess players and chess clubs all over this country for many, many, many years. But really after, or maybe a little bit before even Magnus became the world champion, things started to change. And of course, with having chess on TV, it really rose in popularity big time. And now people are really, really following chess, Magnus' main tournaments, and really, yeah, even people that do not even know the rules of chess, they watch him playing on TV. So it's really fantastic. And for Norway Chess, I mean, we had our first tournament before he became the world champion. It was in 2013, so it was earlier in the year before he became the champion. But really, Norway Chess would not have happened if it wasn't for Magnus. We can be honest and say that. And now people are also getting to know the other players, of course. They are getting familiar with many of these top players. So now he's not the only one people are following. But of course, he is a star. He's been a star the whole time. Yeah.
He's a star, and he is going to try to bounce back from not the very best of start. He was the king of Armageddon last year, and he won Norway Chess very convincingly. He has won it 6 times already, but this year he started a little bit shaky. Christian, let's break us down for our viewers as well what has happened in the opening. And what is that rook doing on b1? What is going on?
That is a very good question, Anna. And we are much earlier in the opening phase than the previous game that we've just seen. Only 7 moves have been played so far. So the players are really taking their time with their first initial moves because they want to make sure they know exactly what they're doing. Let's try to decipher what they're doing right now. c4, c5. So this is something that I don't think we've seen so far at Norway Chess. I don't remember anybody starting with this move c4. We only see d4, maybe e4, maybe some knight to f3 as well. I haven't seen c4 at this tournament yet. Now, again, what you want to do is maybe open up this queen, but not really. What you really want to do is control the center, one of the squares in the center. c4, c5. This is called the English. g3, g6. We're going to set up this battery, this not really battery, this bishop on the long diagonal, and that bishop is going to be a tremendous piece later on in the game. And Black is trying to match that with his own bishop on g7. Bishop to g2, bishop to g7. This is what we call the fianchetto. Do you know where that comes from, Vishy?
No, surprise. Well, I was waiting for you to say fianchetto, and then I was thinking, what does that mean?
I know.
We all know what it means.
I know.
But what does it mean?
What does it really mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, you
Where
and me
does it
just
come
know it's a
from?
long
Why?
diagonal, but why is it called a fianchetto? And I have no idea what it means.
I think we need our production team
Yeah.
on
And
this
we need
one
our
to tell
viewers
us.
come to our rescue.
Or, if our viewers can help us, that would be great.
You see, we're learning new things as well, Vishy. Fianchetto, tell us what it is. Bishop g7, let's see. Knight to c3 again. The knight goes towards the center, also blocks this diagonal and the activity of the bishop on g7.
At the moment, it's a perfect mirror. Until the moment Magnus moved his rook, it was a perfect mirror position. Everyone just playing the exact same. And a lot of times, that's how chess games begin on any level. You would think that only beginners copy the opponent's move, but no, you see like the top chess grandmasters having this mirror position.
And I think this is something that you should definitely not do for too long in a game of chess. Don't try to mirror your opponent's move for too many moves. You can do that maybe safely for the first 3 to 5 moves. After that, it becomes a little bit of a situation, especially if your opponent is starting to attack your pieces. You cannot attack his pieces back because then you're going to lose your pieces first, and that's going to be damaging to your position and your chances. So try to pay attention, perhaps maybe do that for the first few moves, but not longer after. Rook to b1. This was the mysterious move that you were mentioning, Anna, and it has a clear idea in mind. The idea is that what you want to do is, in fact, start an attack on this flank, on the left side of the board. And the way you will need a lot of power to do that. And the way to do that, you're using your rook, you're going to use your pawn as well, and you're going to try to support the expansion of your queen side, your left side, by playing this move b4. And as we will see in just a few minutes, actually in just a few moves, once you're ready to do that, guess what? Black, Erigaisi, decided to not allow that with this move a5. b4 was ready to be played. Erigaisi said, nope, not right now.
And Arjun is ready to do that, even though now White has a square on b5.
That's a beautiful square right there.
Yes, but Black says, I want to stop b4 so badly, I don't care about knight b5. That's...
And look, it makes a lot of sense because if you do go castle and you do allow me to go with this move b4, I'm starting to push your pieces backwards. And that is something that you really want to avoid, especially at the beginning of the game. Try to avoid that, and you're probably going to play a safe game and a good game of chess. And that's why we've seen this move, a5, by Erigaisi. d3, once again, we're just seeing the early developments of the pieces, lengthening the diagonal of the bishop with this move, and of course, controlling the center. e6, very early on, they're playing a slow game. What's happening in this one?
Okay, the thing about e6 is Black wants to play d5.
Yes.
That's pretty clear.
Yes.
But what e6 also does is to stop the Black light squared bishop, the one on c8, from coming out. Because now there's a pawn blocking it.
Yep.
So I would at least consider e4 here.
That's...
Because I'm stopping d5, and I'm going to bring my knight to e2, and it'll help me control the d4 square. I've seen some games where Magnus has played the structure, this idea. I think e4 is a reasonable plan.
Yes.
Of course, there are other reasonable moves, knight f3 as well, but then you have to always think, how am I going to prove an advantage?
My understanding and my guess right now, I guess, is that he's still considering and he still hasn't played this move e4 because he's perhaps expecting a pawn sacrifice with d5. And he's trying to calculate the consequences of this move. You will get the pawn if you want to, but I'm sure black is going to be ready to recapture it very soon after. Nice activity for his knights, and I'm not 100% sure how you're going to stop that as white. Maybe this is something that he's
No, in fact,
looking
he has
at.
not done it. He's gone knight f3.
He played knight f3, okay.
After a long thing, this was the first time that Magnus spent quite a good amount of time, I think
Yes.
almost 10 minutes on this decision.
Yes, absolutely. It was a big decision because, as Vichy painted out, e4 is a very tempting move. Really taking control of the center, delaying a little bit your development, but it makes a lot of sense in this construction to go e4 and stop this idea of d5. But Magnus decided against it. He played knight f3. Benedicte, you've seen Magnus throughout the years so many times. How do you feel his shape is in this tournament right now?
I mean, he had even before coming in here, he was in such good shape. But right now, I'm not sure if it's the same. But yeah, he's been in such good shape that I think he can probably manage to do good this time as well.
And he's still just in second place. Like, he's not losing any steam. He lost a couple of Armageddons, but he's still gaining points.
Absolutely.
Whenever he loses, though, it seems like he gets angrier. He gets angrier, and he really wants to come back and bounce back and defeat whoever he's playing next. He's not losing any steam, any confidence. Is that your feeling as well?
It is. I don't really know everything that goes behind the scenes, but he seems, to keep his confidence up.
What is it like for Norway Chess that Magnus likes this event so much that it literally is the only classical tournament he plays? He hasn't played in an individual classical tournament since last Norway Chess.
Yeah, that's a huge honor for us that he's so motivated to come back every year and play this tournament. But as we've seen every year, even though he often wins, he does well and so on, it's also a challenge for him. He still meets the very best players. He doesn't always win, like we see. And he needs to maintain his classical games as well. He needs to play that sometimes.
Definitely, and since you mentioned that he meets the strongest opponents here, I heard that at the moment of invitation, Wei was world number 6, so you literally have invited world number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for a 6-player field. That is huge that you invited them and they accepted, all of them.
Yes, we're very lucky. We even have players asking to participate, and sometimes we have to, of course, decline because we only have room for 6 players. But we are very fortunate. It seems like the players really like the format. They heard great things about just being here, and the whole package, I think, is something that a lot of players want to return to.
It's a very special tournament indeed, and it's not only their event that is being played. Also, we have seen so many children. Christian, have back Norway Chess and the school tournaments.
Absolutely. We see so many cool initiatives. Yesterday, Norway Chess, together with their sponsor, Okia, hosted a children's chess tournament held in, Benedicte helped me with this one. What's the name of the park?
Bjerkstadparken.
Yeah, I will never be able to say that. And brought together 32 teams from 30 schools to play on oversized, eco-friendly chessboard sponsored by Fundación RMD. The tournament focused on teamwork, learning, and the joy of the game beyond just competition. Stangeland School won the Norwegian elementary final and earned a trip to Spain to compete in a similar tournament this autumn. So we're seeing a lot of collaborations. Skejane won the middle school division and will play a simultaneous chess match with Wenjun, the world champion Wenjun, before the Norway Chess prize ceremony on Saturday, June 7th. So some really cool initiatives that we're seeing. And Benedicte, how did you come up with this idea?
I mean, we try to do a lot of things. We have the world's greatest players here, and it really opens the the stage for other people to come visit, to not only watch the players, the super tournament, but also partake in the open tournament that we do. We have an open tournament with actually quite good players, grandmasters and so on, and an amateur level as well. And like we just saw the kids tournament, that was an idea that we have developed together with our partner RMD, the Spanish company. We've done that for a few years now, and it's really fantastic to see that so many people, kids and really all generations, come to Stavanger to play chess and also watch the world's best players.
Absolutely, and I'm sure it's very motivating as well for these young kids to come in, play with Ju and June. I mean, that's just an incredible opportunity. Make the first moves for these tremendous players. It's incredible, and again, it motivates the next generation of players and kids picking up chess. Maybe not to be professional chess players necessarily, but still, it helps you in so many ways in life, learning chess.
And I believe we do have an interview with the winner of the school tournament.
At Norway Chess, we have a lot of side activities. We do have Norway games, we have also Norway Open, and we do have tournament for kids. And here we have the participants all the way from Spain. And in fact, they are the winners of the tournament. And I have some questions to them, so I'm gonna go ahead and ask to them this question. So who do you think gonna win this tournament? And who's your favorite chess player?
My favorite chess player is Magnus Carlsen.
Okay, what about you?
My name is
Who's your favorite chess player?
Gukesh.
Gukesh. Wow, what about you?
Erigaisi.
Ergaisi. Wow, we have all the answers.
My favorite chess player is Hikaru Nakamura.
Wow, so far we have all the participants, different favorite players. Okay, what about you?
My favorite player is Gukesh.
Gukesh, what about you?
Gukesh also.
Okay, so far Gukesh is winning, I think, here. And what about you?
My favorite player is Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus Carlsen. Okay, we have a tie here between a lot of players, as we can see, and well, they are the winners of the kids tournament here, Laura, and you are the guest of the Norway Chess for many years already. Can you please tell us a little bit what is all this tournament and also the cooperation?
Yes, of course. Well, I work in an enterprise in Spain called RMD, and we do a tournament for kids, a very special tournament called Pequeños Gigantes in different cities in Spain, and we play with teams as one of them, and in the recycle chessboards, very special ones. And well, we knew Norway Chess, and we completely fell in love with each other. So we start creating collaborations. It's the second edition here, and we hope that we will have lots more because, well, the winner of Spain, like them, Dominicas, with the Vetusta Chess Club in Spain, are here this year. But well, they are the winners, but the second ones, the winners for Norway of this tournament, will come to Spain in November to play the international final. So we do an exchange that is very, very good, and we encourage everyone to participate and come to Spain next year.
Oh, that is actually fantastic. I know more information about the tournament. Actually, these guys played on the giant chess board. It's not a usual chess board. They played actually the biggest chess board here in Stavanger. You guys can also visit and check it out. It is in the park, and it is possible to play the game anytime you want. So yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, hope you guys enjoy here in Norway. And yeah, see you again next year, hopefully.
Thank you.
I'm always just smiling away while listening to all these children, and they are the winners. with 6 out of 6 of the school tournament here at Norway Chess. We do have a result as headline news, by the way, coming in while they were giving an interview. Our first result of the day comes from the game between Vaishali and Anand Muzichuk. It's a draw, so there will be an Armageddon coming soon, and we do have an interview with Anna.
Yeah, Anna, it's a very quick draw today. Is it nice to get some time to also recuperate?
Well, we are in the same situation, but draw with black is a normal result.
How do you feel before the Armageddon?
Stressful, but it's always the same.
Good luck.
Thank you.
In 15 minutes, we will have the first Armageddon of the day. I'm so looking forward to it because draw here at Norway Chess means even more chess. I love this format. And one game that we do want to go to, at least I would love to go to now, I think, is Wei's game against the tournament leader, well, former tournament leader, sorry, now second place, Hikaru Nakamura. Benedict, you said you shared breakfast with Wei. Any information you can share with us?
It wasn't really that interesting, I think. We were just talking about everything. Yeah. So.
And he was in good spirits, confident after beating Magnus Carlsen yesterday for the first time in his career.
Yeah, what I really like about Viswanathan is that he seems so relaxed all the time. Like, no matter if he won or lost or whatever the situation, he just seems so cool. He's really kept together and very nice guy.
Yeah.
But so is Nakamura, so.
How does he do it? There are players who are very expressive and you can see everything on their face and body language, while Wei is the opposite. You cannot tell from his body language or facial expressions if he's winning or losing. It's the same face. He should play poker as well, probably. When it comes to China's #1 player, Wei, he was already a prodigy. He was the youngest grandmaster to reach 2,700, which is a huge rating. And then he pursued academics as well. He graduated at the university. It's I think he's one of the few grandmasters, top-level grandmasters, who has a degree from a university. And now he's back at the board facing Hikaru Nakamura. I keep referring to Hikaru as the leader, but then I realized, no, Hikaru lost yesterday, and it's the change of the guard. First place, second place, third place. Everything can shift in just one round. Christian, let's break it down to the moves and what's happening on the board.
And that's the thing with this tournament. Shifts can happen so swiftly. Fabiano, you would have expected after his first round loss with the white pieces that after 3 rounds he's going to be leading? Absolutely not. But back-to-back victories in classical, giving you 3 points each. Now he's leading. And of course, Magnus, it feels like he lost the last 2 games. But in fact, he hasn't. He lost the Armageddon, so he lost only a potential extra points between those 2 games. So not that much. It's a very interesting and trend-setting, I would say, scoring system and format. Now, to try to understand from the beginning, let's say, and I'm going to go through this one quite quickly because we've seen this type of situations quite a lot, even in this broadcast so far. G3, this is what we were discussing, and we're going to call it the Catalan. This is called the Catalan. Bishop to G7, the same ideas of tackling the center, and the gambit accepted after d takes e4, knight to e5, immediately looking at this pawn, try to recapture it back as soon as possible. c5, striking the center. What I'm seeing right now, that the current state of affairs is knight to e3, knight to d7. We're entering the endgame after the trade of the queens. So right now things are looking a little bit more equal, a bit more balanced. Getting this rook off this diagonal, this is what you really want. Start pushing on this side and get your pieces out. This is the main problem piece for black in this position, and you want to improve it as fast as possible. The way to do that is, once again, to play b5 or b6 maybe at a later time, and then get the bishop, exchange it for what I would say is probably the best piece for white. That is this bishop on this beautiful diagonal, the fianchetto bishop on g2. We still don't know exactly what fianchetto means, but it is called the fianchetto. Knight to a5, looking, in fact, to stop this idea of b6 or b5, because now a very beautiful knight would land on c6, and this would be problems for the rook and for black's position, of course. Wei did not fall for that. Knight to e5, controlling this square c6, so you see exactly what's shaping up to be an idea of opening things up like this. Knight c4, and this is what we have on in this position. It looks very equal to me. Anna, what's your take on this one?
I think it is looking very balanced, and honestly, we don't mind it here. It's a thing about chess, you know, that there's 3 possible results: win, draw, or loss. But draws here in Stavanger are almost celebrated, because then we get to see even more chess with the Armageddon, faster time control, and someone will end up winning the match. I love this format. I think this is something that a lot of tournaments could adapt, and maybe the rest of the cool features, like the confessional. Who will be the first today in the confessional? I need to see someone in the confessional. I think today they're taking it slow. They're still getting just settled at the boards, and that means we will also take it slow and take a bit of a break. Thank you so much for joining us, Benedict, and we hope to have you back, because there's so much more to talk about when it comes to Norway chess.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
We'll be back after a few minutes with day 4 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. The first Armageddon of the day is on the way with the white pieces, Vaishali Rameshbabu against tournament leader Anna Muzichuk. White starts with more time, but has to win. In case of a draw, Black wins the game. Let's take a look at the starting moves and if it's the same that they played in classical chess earlier today.
Let's see what we have. Anna, d4, d5 again, c4, e6. It doesn't seem, and I actually did not have too much time to look at their game and the way it started in classical, but this is what we have right now. It's a Catalan, c5, attacking the pawn on d4, and to catch up because things are moving quite quickly. Knight e5, knight a3, a bunch of exchanges, and now queen to b3, and finally, Anna is taking her first thing of the game. Vishy, what's your expertise?
Well, the theory here
line?
would be queen c7.
Queen c7, okay.
But bishop f4, knight h5, but that's too complicated for Armageddon. So I suspect she'll find some quite
She played queen c7.
Oh, she did? Okay, wow.
She did.
Because this
queen
is going to
c7.
be fun. If bishop f4, knight h5, there's all the discoveries with the knight, and that's just the appetizers.
Discovery attacks.
So you get a lot of stuff.
Knight to, obviously this is not the move that we're probably going to see, but this is a discovery attack that we're mentioning. You are attacking the rook as well. The problem for white in this position is that black can actually take this attacking bishop with knight takes f4, and you're pretty much forced to recapture, which is not something that you want. But Vishy, you mentioned it, after bishop f4, things are exploding in this position. And let's not forget, in the Armageddon, black has drawing odds, and Anna is coming into this one with some experience from yesterday as well. She defeated Lei Tingé in a very competitive match. She was worse out of the opening, but she defended very, very well.
Very tenacious, yeah.
A very tenacious defense. And right now, it is Vaishali who is taking her first major thing, about a minute and a half on this one. What will she do? Will she go for bishop to f4? To my estimation, I think bishop f4 screams to be played, especially in an Armageddon right now. You don't want to go knight c6.
There are one or two really complex lines you could try and test your opponent there.
Yes.
So it's,
especially if you know them.
She's taken on c6, and she'll go bishop f4 now, in which case black should go queen d8.
Yes, very precise. And it's needed. This move, queen d8, in fact, it's needed. You don't want to go, yes, played. Yeah. She knows. She knows exactly what she's doing.
So this is a gambit. Black has an extra pawn, but white is claiming that her more developed pieces, or actually more advanced pieces, are going to put a lot of pressure on black.
You really would love to get a knight on c6.
Yeah.
That's
in fact, she's going to play knight e5 now.
Probably knight e5, yes. You called it, yeah. She's going for it.
Now knight d7.
Knight d7 is a difficult move to make, right? So knight d7 obviously blocks the check. This is one way in which you can block the check. The other way, you would love to be able to castle. Unfortunately, you cannot castle whenever you are in a check. So the only two options are knight to d7, cover up this check, or simply go king to f8, shift the king to the f8 square. But after you go king f8, this rook is going to be under some duress, at least for a little while.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to castle after that. We will explain castle maybe later on in this competition. Right now, we really need to be quick with the analysis because things are moving fast. Anna, what do you see?
I see that our production team is even faster than the players. The castling rule is already on the screen as well, how to castle and what castling means. Black has lost now the opportunity to castle because once the king has moved, you can never ever castle in this game anymore. So yes, I do think that white has quite a compensation for the lack of the pawn, and I feel like this is a good opening choice when you are in a must-win situation because it's dynamic, it's complex, you have the extra time, and to be on the attacking side with more time, I think it's a good approach to an Armageddon. What do you think, Vishy, about her opening choice, Vaishali?
Yes, but you need a lot of precision. Apparently, rook fd1 is inaccurate. In fact, you should be hammering down the c file. You play rook ac1, and then you break with b4, and you try to enter with the rook, while the black king is still blocking her own rook from joining.
That's the only
and
advantage
that's the
that White
disadvantage.
has.
Yeah, that's the thing. So, but now if White were to play Rook A C1, I would play G5, winning a piece.
Oh,
because
that's a nice
it's a fork. It's a unusual fork, but nonetheless, the two pieces are going to be attacked, and one of them will have to be lost.
You're using this pawn as a distraction for the bishop. The bishop defends, somewhat overloaded defense, defending this knight on e5. You're forced to move it. Unfortunately, you would love to drop it back and keep contact with the knight on e5, but that's not possible. You have to take and you lose the piece. We do have some moves, and that's exactly why she retreated with the knight.
But now she's much worse. I can play knight to d7.
You're losing everything. You're losing all of your trumps
because now
in
I
the
can
position.
play, and then I will play e5, and I get this super center.
Oof.
On top of that, the knight can go to b6 sometimes and kick the queen.
And then continue
and I can play
advancing the super center.
f6, and so there are so many nice ideas.
I
Has
think
she played
Anna
knight
has
d7?
pushed on the side of the board. I believe
Oh,
that was a
she's now
flank
trying to
pawn
do
push.
g5, but this I don't like so much because I can play b4 here.
She's trying not only to attack this bishop, but also to once again get rid of her big problem, the rook on h8, by
Let's
getting
see
the
if
king out.
b4 works. I think Anna's idea is to play g5.
Yes.
And I see the problem. If I go bishop e5, you play g4 anyway.
You continue. You cannot move because then that loses the bishop on e5. You have to take on f6, but this is such a beautiful position.
Yes, so this perhaps works. Maybe
I think she
rook a c1
calculated
has
it.
to be done.
I think she
Just rook
calculated
a c1,
it.
nothing else.
What I know is that it's not looking good. And for Vaishali right now, she's losing her time advantage as well. Only 1 minute ahead on the clock. She started off with 3 minutes, and the position is not very inspiring either. She did play a move. She played the rook ac1.
Yes.
We're expecting g5 right now with the same idea. G5,
And it's
G4.
being played. Anna has just pushed the pawn. The time advantage, as you mentioned, is already much lower than at the start, and it's looking great for the tournament leader Anna Muzichuk, position-wise and time-wise as well.
Absolutely.
But not totally a lost cause. I can play bishop e5 now, g4. I take on f6. You take, and I play knight e1.
I see what you're trying to do.
And my idea is to put the knight on d3. So make some move like king g7.
Probably a good move.
Knight d3, rook c8.
We're not going to get this, Vichy. I
Yeah.
don't want to,
Oh, has she
throw
done
you off.
something
She
else?
played bishop c7.
That's a question mark.
I don't even see the point. And it doesn't queen d7 just force the exchange?
Yes, it... Okay, king
Okay,
g7
she's just
is...
developed. Yeah, it's fine.
It's a
I mean,
very
if you didn't
good
play
move.
bishop e5 last move, are you going to do it now?
The best move right now, we do have access to the engine, is bishop to e5 back. Bishop c7 didn't make any sense to me.
No.
Why did she put that bishop all the way
Maybe
deep
she
into
felt her
black's
knight
position?
can follow to e5, but I don't know. She obviously missed something.
Yeah, because once the knight lands there, you're using this bishop as a defense. I'm just simply going to attack that bishop.
Yes, then it's gone, yeah.
You lose that knight. It's bad.
Probably
It's
the other
bad.
rook, but essentially, yes.
Vaishali seems to be losing control in this one, and once again, b4. She needs to do something. She needs to do something. She is taking the bull by its horns right now. She's saying, you know what? If I fall down, at least I'm going to fall down swinging. And after this move, b4, g4. Wow.
Exactly what would have happened a few moves earlier, except your black's king is out and the rook is
And
out.
the rook is out.
So you've got a much worse version.
It's a much improved version for
In fact, it's just
black.
lost now because I'm going to play c4. And it's game over.
Yeah.
And Anna has managed to finish
And that's it.
development, bring out her rook, as you mentioned, and the pawns are marching. That is a passed pawn. That c-pawn wants to be a queen.
Exactly. Let's see what she played. Knight to e1. We're expecting c4. No.
Oh, she took on b4, which is also clinical because Anna is just eliminating all the pawns.
And you're also losing.
Once you take on b4, I take on a2, and there's no pawns left to do anything with.
Yes.
So
And she has draw odds. A reminder that Anna doesn't even need to win this game with a draw. It's the same result for her in Armageddon, draw or winning with black. She gets the point.
And if you don't take that pawn on c4, this rook lands on c3, c4. As long as this pawn survives, this is such a bad position. a5.
now I'll play a5.
Let's protect it.
And she has done so.
Knight f4.
Apparently, you do have to watch out for knight h5 check, but that's about the only game in town.
Now both players are on the same time approximately. White has started with extra 3 minutes. It's already gone.
Queen
for
f5
Vaishali.
seems reasonable.
Queen f5 seems very good. Also,
And that's what she played.
she's playing a good game
Very,
right now.
very accurate chess by the tournament leader, Anna Muzichuk.
Plant that rook on c3. This is the most beautiful rook that I've seen from the
I think
beginning
she'll
of
play
this
it.
tournament.
She'll play it.
Play rook c3.
And after the rook trade, there would be a huge passport.
She
She
played
attacks
rook
the
d8.
queen, which also seems very tempting.
But now you have to be a bit careful if I go queen. She went queen b7. I think bishop g5 is possible. Yes.
Wait a minute. Rook to c5. Look at that.
Oh, tricky. If the
Look
rook is
at that.
captured, can we show it on the board?
Oh, but
real
I have
quick?
e5 anyway,
If
right?
it's
That's the
captured,
point.
you
Yes.
lose your
Oh, that's a
queen.
fork.
That is
This is a family fork.
Family fork.
Everybody is on. I can take 4 pieces. So. But perhaps e5 was surviving, so it wasn't quite the blow.
But it's a psychological blow, right? Because you expect this game to pretty much be over anytime soon. Right now, you have to start things anew, because I will go knight d3, and at least I have a threat in the position. At least I'm looking at this pawn on e5. I didn't have a threat previously. That's
true.
And she
that's
does
what she
so,
does.
retreating, attacking the central pawn of black. Vaishali is somewhat back in the game.
I'm calling it. She's still winning, objectively, but from a practical perspective, I can see some pitfalls right now potentially for black.
And now she can take because it's overload.
Knight takes e5 would be a nice little move right now.
And the psychological effect of these moves in this time control. I mean, the pawn you just defended just vanishes from the board. That's got to be bad news.
Precisely. It's all about psychology right now, especially with the instincts kicking in with this low time control right now. 2 minutes 30 seconds for Vaishali, 2 minutes 18 for Anna Muzichuk, and things are heating up. Let's see what she chooses. Will she go for knight takes e5? She needs to preserve her lead.
Oh,
on the
I've
clock.
got a nice trick for black.
Yes.
If knight takes e5, I take it.
Wow.
You take it, I take it. You take on a8, I take on e2.
Oh, I see what you're doing. I cannot.
And if you take on d4, I'm just going to play bishop e3.
And make a draw. You can take on e3.
I mean, just look at the eval bar.
Yeah.
But we'll call it a draw.
Yes, yes. The thing is, once again, you can just simply play queen e2, queen e1, and make a draw. You win the match.
Correct.
Still thinking, Vaishali, in a deep think, she understands knight takes e5 is not the solution right now, perhaps. But what else? This bishop on g5 right now controlling this entry square via the c file. Such an important piece. Keep the tension, but the question is, how do you do it as white? Anna, do you see a way?
It's so hard, and the time management, White has started with 3 extra minutes, and now she is on a minute and a half. Vaishali, there is no increment until the players hit move 40.
Should I just charge forward with e4 and e3, perhaps?
I think so. I think so. What do we do, Anna, if Vichy charges forward? How do we
I
do
mean,
it?
I'm terrified. If she charges forward, I resign. What can I do?
She played the rook
What can I
a8.
do?
She's looking for the trades right now. She's looking for
rook
the
takes
trades.
c8, she's simply playing queen c8. You can't possibly trade down.
Rook to d7, and we're expecting a rook swing via the second rank. Get back on the offensive.
I think rook c2 might be
playing so,
curtains.
yep. The
It looks
rook
like
is
curtains,
on the
yeah.
second rank. This is such a beautiful move in chess when your rook gets to the opponent's second rank or 7th rank, depending on from which side of the board you're looking at it. Both white and black has achieved it, but now it is black who is threatening to capture all the pawns on that rank and push that central pawn that Christian is marking. This is going to be curtains for Vaishali unless she finds some last trick or resource, and Anna
Should I
makes a
take on
mistake.
e2 or on a2? Just everything is going.
The thing is, you have so many options right now. That's the problem.
But black is threatening, white is threatening rook takes d4, if that means very much. So there is that one option.
And she captures the pawn. You cannot capture the rook because then you hang your queen.
Queen takes f5. That's her trick. That's the miracle that she hopes for.
But I think it was a mistake to take on a2. If you take on e2, you're hammering down, and I think that was important to do.
You're getting closer to that f2 pawn. Rook to e6. I like the way she plays it. She keeps it very compact.
Okay, still rook takes e2 is over.
Absolutely. Even though bishop f4, knight to f4, excuse me, after rook e2.
Attacking both rooks. And
No,
the
I have e
discovered
takes
attack.
f4. Let's show that. I have
that's
e
a
takes
very
f4.
nice
It's
hand.
not a mate, by the way, because of queen f1, but I'm
Yes.
saying that
You can take.
I can take.
You do take.
Then I get a check.
Sacrificing the queen.
Oh,
And if you go king g2, it's f3. Okay, that's even not.
but it's nice.
Yeah, it was a
Almost
nice track. But
checkmate.
anyway, let's get back to the.
A move has not been played yet. 40 seconds right now for Anna. She needs to play a move. Queen to f6, allowing knight takes e5. Wait a minute. What is this?
That's a double question mark, but Vaishali doesn't take the pawn. She attacks the rook instead.
She's going for the mate, Anna. She wants to go to d7 and maybe go queen b8, queen f8. Try to go from behind.
She goes to the central square with the knight, attacking the queen and the bishop, and now she's attacking the queen
Oh,
again.
now she's going to play e4 next.
That's a good move,
And knight
by the way.
f5, yeah.
That's a good move. Really good move.
But wait, rook takes e5 or d1 is hanging? Okay.
Clutch move by Anna. Because e4, as you were painting out, a beautiful picture. Queen takes f2 would be checkmate.
Yeah.
If you play e4. You cannot, you dream about getting knight to f5. Unfortunately, you're not getting there. Whoa, queen c3.
Knight f5. Oh, it doesn't matter
Offering
because
a
e1
rook
is hanging.
trade.
Yeah.
But now knight f5 is coming.
Yeah.
e4. Rook to d3, good move as well.
Rook e6. I mean, what else?
Both of them are down to 18 seconds.
Oh, this is down to the wire right now.
Anyone can still win this game.
She's winning right now.
Vaishali has turned the
Queen takes
tables
f7.
completely.
It's a mate on the board.
Checkmate on the board.
Wow. What a turn of events. Anna, what just happened here?
I'm still trying to catch my breath. That's what's happening. Oh my goodness. What a game this was, and the finish, the twists and turns, and both players down to their final seconds. We need to go through the last couple of moves, Christian, because everything turned around.
Did you see that cheeky smile from Vaishali? Even she cannot believe what just happened.
Sure.
She was completely lost.
But
out
she
of the
kept
opening.
fighting. And in Armageddon, anything can happen. There's so little time. She kept fighting. If we show just the last few moves
Sure.
to summarize what happened in that game before we move back to Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, the classical games.
Let's show where everything changed. Queen to f6, she's still better. Not winning anymore, but still better. After knight to c5, still better. Rook to e7, perhaps not the best. And this is when things have started to turn against her.
Disintegrate, yeah.
Yes, yes. Just because you get this knight ready to jump to f5, as we've seen in the game. Knight to e4, queen to f5, you're still better. Queen to c2, great move. But unfortunately, it just simply wasn't enough. What you have to do is, in fact, rook to e6. And I will take this knight on d6 at the right moment.
Yeah.
You still don't have the idea of e4, and I have ideas of just simply pushing the b pawn. That would finish the game.
Sure.
She played queen c3, king to f1. And I have to say, after this trade, once you don't have the pressure on the second rank, it feels like it's not that easy anymore with the knight coming to f5. And in time trouble, with only a few seconds left on your clock, it's easier to play for white.
And the knight is such a tricky piece. This game proved that in time trouble, if you have a knight on the board, you still have hope, because there is so many tricks and attacks that the opponent might fall for.
But you also have to spot exactly the moment when you have to strike. And it was at this moment, after queen to a2, you have to attack and target the pawn on f7, which she did, but not from d7. She had that option as well, from b7, because you're also looking at this check.
E4 square, right?
Queen to e4. So this was a very precise move. And of course, queen takes e2 just finishes the game after queen to f7. But things were going already in Vaishali's way. Big blow for Anna Muzychuk's chances, because she really had a good opportunity to get another extra half a point.
She did, and this is the first ever game that Anna Muzychuk loses. She has been the tournament leader with a classical win and 2 Armageddon wins. Today, Vaishali wins in Armageddon, and we do have an interview with Vaishali right after the Armageddon game.
So Vaishali, you have just won Armageddon game against Anna Muzychuk. It was quite a turnaround. Your feelings?
Yeah, it's my first win of the tournament. Yeah, it's good to win a game finally, and I'm not very happy with the classical game, how it went. It was not at all planned. You have to check that.
Yeah, playing a quick draw normally brings you more energy, but then you're coming into Armageddon, which bring more stress. How was it for you?
Yeah, it's the same. I'm used to playing this Armageddon, and it's the same for her. So
Yeah, and okay, first round you lost, then you managed to stabilize with some draws. Okay, you lost Armageddon, but still you played some solid draws earlier. Do you think now it's going to change this moment because tomorrow is the rest day?
Yeah, I hope it changes.
Thank you so much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Wishy, how are you feeling about our first Armageddon of the day? And what we have witnessed Vaishali turning the tables fully against the against the joint leader, Anna Muzichuk, but she no longer will be the leader of the tournament. Anna.
Yes, well, it to some degree depends on Humpy's game, but that was dramatic. I'd given up, I'd written Vaishali off, but then Anna suddenly, and you see, she was playing incredibly well. And suddenly she went off, she skidded off the path. So just nothing.
Quite a heartbreak for Anna, and she has a rest day tomorrow to recover from the Armageddon loss. So sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing. I think the players are looking forward to the rest day, and also Norway Chess games tomorrow with maybe farming, knitting, football. Who knows what will be the theme tomorrow? What we do know is that we have the first confession of the day, and it's by none other than world number 1, Magnus Carlsen.
So I feel like I've kind of gotten what I wished for from the opening. I would generally suspect that I'm a little bit better. And most of all, the position is very, very playable. What I'm worried about is the fact that I feel like I'm just burning time and I'm being a bit indecisive. So yeah, that's kind of the only thing that's worrying me right now, that I cannot really find my speed in that sense. But apart from that, it's all quite good.
Magnus Carlsen happy with his position, but worried about his time management. He is down on the clock. That's quite the big difference between his time management and Arjun Erigai's. Christian, let's break down the last couple of moves and what's going on right now.
Well, before we get into the analysis and the game analysis specifically, I do want to talk about that statement, and I want to ask Vishy, what do you make of that? He's feeling good about his position, about his play, but he's not feeling good about his time management. What's that experience and that feeling like?
Sometimes, even though you see the right ideas, you see some information which contradicts that. And it takes you a while to snap out of it and realize that it was a mirage. So sometimes you waste time indecisively, unable to decide between two continuations. I suspect in the end, he saw the reason why he should play what he always intended to play, but he squandered a little bit of time, and he feels that, not that it's not working, but it's not decisive and clear, cutting through all the choices. That's my read.
What's that a product of? Is that being fatigued, being tired, maybe not being in shape? He's still got a good position. So I don't think we can talk about Magnus not being in shape. Maybe lacking some confidence because he lost the last couple of Armageddons. What could it be?
I doubt we should read too much into all that. I mean, after all, it is just Armageddon. He's playing reasonably. I mean, of course, he should have done more with the black pieces against Hikaru. I mean, in the classical game, he got an edge and so on. But beyond that, I don't think he's too disappointed. Perhaps there is no need for an explanation. I mean, sometimes you think a bit slower, but maybe he is a bit frustrated, and that's what this reflects, rather than anything that really merits concern.
That makes a lot of sense. A bit of frustration right now feeling from the former world champion, Magnus Carlsen. It's very difficult sometimes to say former world champion, but he is the former world champion. Rook to b8 or the rook swing on h5. Instinctively, where do you go?
Not to h5.
Not to h5.
I would go to b8.
I like that. I like that. And that's correct. Rook to b8 is by far the best move. I was going to ask you whether you think, as such a dynamic player, Erigaisi could be considering rook to h5 and trying to go for some sort of a blowout on the king side.
You know, I don't like the move, but I can't say it's a dreadful move either. But it could well be that some move like, that's bar as well, but maybe something like f3 or something, just to take squares away from the knight. No, that is not a good move.
I think
So,
e4, it says.
E4.
With the
then
same
I thought
idea.
E5, or maybe you then go bishop b6 then. Yeah, that should keep the advantage. Yeah.
And the rook is completely out of play on h5. You're not going, unless you deliver the checkmate, which is not going to happen in this case, then the rook is just completely out of play.
Sure.
So he's probably going to be thinking for a very short amount of time, but soon going to realize that rook to b8 is probably the only move in the position. And we do expect rook to b8. Now, after rook to b8, what's the assessment? Why did Magnus say that he feels he has a better position? He feels he got what he wanted. What did he mean by that?
That he has possibilities to play b4, he has possibilities to play queen a4. Both seem like reasonable plans. Exactly now, I suspect against both moves, black will just play bishop b7. Because it's time to at least offer that exchange. But he may have waded through this and figured that he has a small edge.
So what we're seeing right now is a potential loss of a pawn for black, but you don't really mind that because what you're getting in return is, well, you're trading the light square bishop, which is extremely strong for white. It covers the king, but at the same time, what you're going to be able to do later on in the game, it looks dangerous. You're fighting against a couple of passed pawns. Allow me to go b4 next move, and that's probably not going to be a great situation for you. But what you can do is stop me from doing that with a move such as rook to b3, which gets ready to triple down on the b file. And the pressure is just simply going to be too much. You will be losing that pawn on b2, which means that most likely we're going to end up in a situation where we have a balanced pawn structure. Sure, you have this passed pawn, but that passed pawn, I'm probably going to be able to stop in its tracks by itself, unless the b2 pawn you will be able to somehow defend, which is not the case in this iteration. So it does seem like rook to b8, queen to a4, b4. These are the type of ideas that we're seeing from the players right now. Magnus feeling good about his position and staying somewhat close to Arjun in the clock as well. 1 hour and 15 minutes for Arjun, thinking just played rook to b8, and now the ball is once again in Magnus's court.
It is in Magnus's court. We're going to let him think or maybe go to the confessional. No, he's back at the board. He's going to figure it out. And we are being joined by another special guest of the day, Anastasia Karlovich, the producer of our show. It's so good to be able to introduce members of our team, all the production that's working on the broadcast here that's now shown in 18 countries at the same time. Like, how crazy is that, Nastya, that this production is producing the world's sports channels chess broadcast in 18 places?
First of all, I'm just so happy to be here, and it feels so interesting, you know, to be behind the scene and now to be sitting with all of you guys. It's just unbelievable feeling. So I just really wanted to experience it for some time. And of course, I'm just really happy this year to be one of the members of a very, very professional team, which are doing broadcasts for a few years already. So, I mean, it's amazing to be on the other side and try to make chess popular, more popular, because chess is a fun game. We all have to play this game and we all have to share this knowledge with people around the world. This is what I feel about it. And of course, it's not my first time in Norway Chess. I was here as an interviewer before, and it's always such a great atmosphere here, right?
It is a beautiful atmosphere, and it's so important, the message that you sent to everyone out there in the world. I do want to ask you a little bit of behind the scenes, because we do have a production bus. But what does that mean, that there's an entire bus producing this show?
Yeah, it's absolutely great, and I have my colleagues there, and it's amazing. We have the leader of the group, Espen, who, I mean, he's so multitasking. He is like grandmaster of, production. He can do 20 things at the same time, and push so many buttons, like chess pieces, like moving chess pieces on the board. And I'm like really having so much fun there. They're all very enthusiastic about the show and about chess. They're learning a lot of things from you also. also every day. And I mean, it's amazing, just amazing to be part of the whole process. So many people are involved, and I mean, so many professionals are involved. And of course, guys, you're doing a great job. I'm just enjoying, I'm just having lots of fun, same as you. Of course, it's great to have players, top players, of course, in this event, and many people around, fans. Absolutely amazing atmosphere here. And we've prepared a couple of collages for today. Just one from the past. Maybe we can check on the screen.
I'm curious, which ones have you chosen? Because you have done so many cool things in your life, and you have been involved in so many important projects around the world.
Yeah, just wanted actually to bring attention to something funny, because these are collages from the World Championship matches, and you can see no other the person who is also here. Anand is here with us. It's from 2 World Championship matches. One was in Moscow in 2012 against Boris Gelfand, and another one was against Magnus Carlsen in Chennai. I think I'm so lucky person to be in the chess world at the period when we have so great champions. Anand, now then it was Magnus Carlsen. Now we have new generation. Gukesh is on the throne right now. It's absolutely amazing that I'm part of the chess world, and actually I would like to say to everybody that we are actually one family, and if you start playing chess, if you start getting involved, you become a part of the huge community, of a big family. You will never feel lonely. Wherever you would go, you will always find friends with whom you can play chess and share this great hobby.
Such a beautiful message, Nastya. And we also have some pictures from Kenya. Can you tell us about this project in Africa?
Yes, now with actually the chief arbiter of this tournament, Anastasia Sorokina, she is also a chairwoman of Women's Commission, of FIDE Women's Commission, and she was the founder of this project for refugees in Kenya, and we're running it together. And you can see you don't even need to go to Kenya sometimes. You can do it through Zoom call, and normally I appear on the screen on Saturdays. And every year we have like 300 new girls who learn how to play chess. So we normally have these lessons in 3 schools in Kenya, in Kakuma refugee camp, and it's really exciting project, which of course the main idea of this project to bring chess to the communities and to help people to find actually something. I mean, as I said before, to have fun, playing chess, and this is the main message I'm trying to send to these girls who are in very difficult situations right now. And I also think, Anna, that it's so great that sometimes when we play chess, we can literally forget about anything else which is happening with us and what is happening around the world. And even if we're in very difficult circumstances, chess is the game which will completely occupy your mind.
That's so true, Nastya, and it is so beautiful to see all the initiatives out there that you have been involved in, and all the amazing organizations and girls and women out there who are playing chess and learning this game that we are so fond of. You are so right that it is a big family. It is a very welcoming and friendly community. Who wants to interrupt us, I think, is Magnus Carlsen. Is that correct that he went back to the confessional booth? Am I right? I think he is there. He has just visited the booth again for the 2nd time today.
So I think the game has proceeded more or less logically. Since the last time I was here, I could tell that on the last move he was actually considering rook to h5, which I thought was not necessarily crazy, but rook b8, of course, was the logical reply. So if I'd gone b4 there, just trying to push, create a passed pawn, I think he exchanges a few times, bishop b7, and I just have too little there to work with. So queen a4 is very logical. And now there are a few options for him. First of all, queen c7, I think is not very good. Because of rook fc1, bishop d7, queen d1, and he has some tactical trouble. For instance, if he moves the queen away, queen d8, there's bishop a7, and I win the pawn on d6. And he can also go queen d8 in the position we have now, but then at the very least I can go b4, a b4, maybe then rook takes b4, and compare it to the line earlier with the immediate b4, then he doesn't get to exchange bishops that easily, and I've gained some time. So I think the critical option here is e5, and bishop e3 is the only move. And then he can play bishop f5, attacking the rook on b1. And now, my first instinct was that the exchange sacrifice, like queen takes a5, should be really promising, but I couldn't really make it work. Like he takes my rook and then queen e6. For instance, bishop g5, trying to establish light squared control, runs into e4 and he gets activity. And I was looking at that for a while and I couldn't really make it work. So my current plan is to just move the rook, like rook bc1 after bishop f5. I think he captures on b2, I capture on a5. And I believe I'm not running a lot of risk there, but I probably don't have that much of an advantage either. But we'll see. I think I'm certainly pushing at the very least.
Christian, thank you so much for following along. Of course, the players are in the confessional booth without the board. They are just rattling out all these moves blindfold, and we have access to the board here at the studio, and Christian has been following along so that we can show what Magnus has been talking about. Vishy, how would you summarize what he has mentioned, and how is he feeling about his chances?
I don't think he evaluates the position very favorably, which is accurate because it's a small edge. But when Magnus says, "I have something to work with," I think that he's in a good mood. He's usually very happy with something to work with because he thinks that's, well, I can sit down and now improve my position slowly. This patient improvement of his position is one of his big skills, of course. He did mention queen takes a5 here.
Yes, and this is what I wanted to sort of touch upon, because queen takes a5, he understood instinctively that perhaps the exchange sacrifice will work. He just didn't make it work in his calculation prior to this move, bishop to f5. If it would appeared on the board, I'm sure at this point he would have stopped, he would have thought about the position, and he would have found the best move, which is knight d5. And it all comes down to this light square initiative and light square dominance that white has. You will capture this pawn on a5. And even if you don't, this b pawn by itself, supported by the two bishops and the queen and the rook behind it, it could be decisive. And the bishop on d5 is such a powerful.
So I think what would worry him here is e4.
Yes.
And then the question is, you should go b4 or b3? Okay, just b4.
Let's go b4, yes.
a4, and if queen e5, you just go...
Maybe just rook
bishop
d1.
c6, or rook d1.
Rook d1 or queen
But then rook d1, I have queen b2.
We do have a move on the
good.
board, so let's catch up with what Magnus has played and if we are going to enter the same position or not.
I think bishop b7 was very good by Erigaisi. And this is what we have right now. But a pawn is a pawn. Vishy, what is this? Is he giving up a pawn for nothing? Well, what's his idea?
One thing is he has the central break. He can play e5, bishop e3, d5. That's one possibility. I mean, bishop g5 has to be evaluated, but that's one idea. So even though white has two connected pass pawns here, if black can push in the center, they can establish a big presence there.
Yes.
That's huge.
Yes.
So, but I suspect bishop g5 is quite reasonable for white here. So if we step back, there's one more idea, which is to, after queen takes a5, the idea we saw earlier, you can go queen b3.
Just block the pawns.
Block the pawn for now, and then just see how that works.
It's such a strange position because initially you look at it and you think, hey, these two passed pawns. I mean, I'm on extra pawn, I have two passed pawns. Let me just exchange the queens, maybe go something like queen a4, and then at least one of them will start going around. And even if you spend too much time trying to capture this pawn on b2, in the meantime, I will just push it and get close to promotion.
Sure.
So that could be problematic. I use that as a decoy. I use my extra pawn as a decoy. So does Arjun think he has enough compensation right now? Is that
the other thing Arjun could do? Is he could capture with the rook on d7.
He hasn't. No, he took with a queen.
Oh, he did already. Okay, okay,
yes,
yeah.
Yes.
Then he could have gone rook b3 like in our original line.
Yes.
But very important, queen b7 no longer comes with check. So that would have been a very important factor. Whereas in the other line, because we took on g2 and the white king went to g2.
So here, if you do take on a5 first, and this is not what Magnus did.
Yeah, then here rook b3 and can be followed by queen b7 check.
Extra
and here,
tempo.
so Magnus accurately captured on b7 first.
It's so deep, actually, you know.
These are some interesting
nuances and the move
yes.
order, and whether you capture or capture the pawn or whether you trade the bishops. It seems that Magnus Carlsen is heavily considering capturing that pawn. What other moves can he be analyzing here, if not the pawn capture?
I think he's taking that pawn. I do think he's taking that pawn. He's just making sure that the initiative that Vichy was just mentioning at the beginning with e5 and d5, get that pressure in the center. He's trying to look for ways to alleviate that pressure in the center somehow. So he's trying to calculate other moves I don't see, outside of b4 perhaps, but it just feels that b4 is a bit too slow.
No, I see no reason whatsoever not to take the pawn.
Take the pawn?
I think take the pawn, yeah.
Take the pawn, we're probably, knowing Arjun, I don't think he's going to make a soft move. I don't think he's going to go rook fc8, rook fd8. I think he's going to go for it with e5.
In a sense, he has
to. He's about to reach for a piece. I think from this body language, then the pawn is captured.
Yep. As expected, Magnus bites the bullet and takes on a5. He's a pawn up right now, and the onus is on Arjun to prove his compensation and prove that he has enough to stop the avalanche of pawns.
So let's try
on
queen
queenside.
a5, e5, and d5. I think this has to be done now, e5 and d5.
Yes.
Threatening a fork. We have shown this pattern already, but it's so important. You might lose a piece if you don't realize that the pawn is about to be pushed.
That's a big fork right there. And it's not only a fork, but I'm also just pushing your pieces back, right? And it's very difficult to actually find spots for your bishop and the knight. You mentioned bishop g5, Vichy. I think this was the critical line.
Yes, and then my problem was with d4.
Yes.
I can capture on f6.
Bishop. Before we go into that line, we do have Magnus in
the confessional.
Let's see and hear what he has to say.
I forgot to mention bishop b7 earlier, which is, of course, a logical choice. One reason I forgot was that I didn't think it would work. The line that I play, queen takes a5, and then, for instance, e5 looks like the logical option, and then bishop e3, d5, bishop g5, d4, bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, knight to d5, bishop d8, queen c5. I don't lose the knight, and let's say rook c8, queen d6, rook e8. At the very least, I have knight to b4, and then queen d5 next, and he has drawing chances for sure, but it looks like I'm definitely calling the shots there as well. So maybe he's seen something, maybe I'm in for a surprise, could very well be. Maybe he thought it was his best chance, like he's not a lot worse here, but yeah. Conclusion sort of still stands that it's pleasant for white.
Magnus Carlsen has analyzed it all for us, so he has done our job. Thank you so much to our fifth commentator there at the playing hall, Magnus Carlsen. Nastya, when you hear these confessions, first of all, what do you think about the confessional as a feature, and how cool is it that we get to hear the players as they are playing the game in the midst of the action?
I'm absolutely amazed with this confessional booth because we can really hear them talking during the game. And as you said, Anna, he answered all the questions. And for me, I mean, it's just amazing how he can evaluate positions so quickly. At the end, he said, I feel I'm slightly better with white pieces. And we could see the bar, which was showing just a little bit of advantage. Yes, for him, it's, I don't know how, maybe he has some kind of a bar in his head. It's hard to understand all this so quickly. So I really feel that it's a great opportunity for us to, and also for the audience, to know what the players are thinking about.
I think it's one of my favorite features here. And of course, the format with the Armageddon, that there are no draws. In case of a draw, we get to see even more chess. It's a very exciting tournament for a reason. And we did say at the start of the show that we are celebrating the birthday of reigning world champion Gukesh today, but I need to tell our viewers that we're also celebrating your birthday, Nastya. How did you keep this a secret?
Thank you, Anna, so much. Thank you for congratulations.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you. That's why we decided to come quickly here. You know, it's a great feeling, same as for Gukesh to play chess, for me to work during the chess tournament. And you know, it was a funny story that when he won the candidates tournament last year, also in the women's candidates tournament, Tan Jung-gi, former world champion, also won the tournament. And she also has birthday birthday today, the 29th of May. So people were speculating, so who will be the next to win the candidates tournament? And, I have birthday the same day as the world champions. And I'm like, yes, it's going to be me. Maybe in senior world championship, who knows? Maybe in a few years later. Yes, so anyway, thank you so much, guys, for having me here. It was a pleasure, really, to stay with you and feel this atmosphere. How is it in the studio? So it's time to run back to my bus and stay with my colleagues, with my team.
Thank you for joining us, Nastya, and happy birthday again. I think you will win world titles and not in a senior category. You're a very strong player.
Thank you.
In terms of the position, if we just take a quick look at what happened, the pawn has been pushed indeed. This is what Magnus Carlsen analyzed. So we know the whole line, basically. He told everyone about it in the confessional booth already. It could very well be the case that we're going to see those moves on the board, Christian.
Absolutely. E5, bishop to E3, D5 is exactly what you were mentioning as well, Vichy. And I think you were just about to give us the exact same line.
But with one slight improvement or
to go for.
Deviation. I wanted to go knight d5, bishop d8.
Yes.
And here I thought queen b4 was an important thing that I had spotted.
Ooh, I like that one.
So with a little
the idea
pin.
being that that's a pin.
That's a pin as well, because there's a higher value piece, as we mentioned. On b8,
Somehow that queen is pinned, yes. So after queen to b4, it does seem like perhaps you have to go queen to a8.
But then queen c4 is reasonable as well.
I'm seeing what the engine is saying.
Or maybe queen d6.
And queen b4 is a very good move.
Yeah.
In fact, you're probably just not close to winning, but it's going to be very difficult for black to make use of his central pawns.
Yes.
And we do have some moves. Let's see if this is exactly where we are heading. I'm
E5
guessing
and
it's
bishop
the
e3,
same.
yes. E5, bishop e3 is on the board. Arjun has not continued with d5 yet, but if you've said A, you probably have to say B as well. You have to go d5.
So I felt that d5, bishop g5, and now the only way to do it is rook f d8. But I wasn't very happy with this.
It's the best move.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
It is the best move.
The problem for me is after rook f d1, it's clear that I can play d4 because you no longer have the d5 square. But I wasn't sure if white could play e4 instead of this.
And it is happening. Arjun has just pushed the pawn. We might just well enter the line that Magnus Carlsen has been talking about in the confessional booth. If he continues with the bishop move, he needs to step out of this fork. We have shown already that the pawn push of Arjun is threatening to win a piece.
That's a nasty fork right there. With d4, you really have to get out of that. You don't want to stay passive with the move bishop to d2, bishop backwards. You want to go forward and attack this knight. Not only that, but what you want to do is soften up the light squares. In order to do that, you have to capture that knight on f6 so that you can land yourself a knight in the center, such as knight to d5. We've seen that in so many lines. And in fact, if Arjun has to play rook f d8, which might be the case, that's just simply a concession. Like you basically at this point say that I realize that I probably don't have enough compensation for your extra pawn. So you've won at least the middle game battle for the moment.
Yeah.
And Magnus, I'm sure, is very happy with the outcome of the last few moves. Let's see. We're still waiting to see what... Oh, Arjun did go for d5, and now we're waiting whether bishop to g5.
The problem is there was really no alternative to d5, so
No.
you have to try and squeeze some compensation out of this.
And why are we saying that is because if you allow me to go rook to d1 and plant a knight on d5, that's it.
I shut
That's
it down, yeah.
The game is over after that. You need to make use of these central pawns.
After the pawn push that we have now on the board, are there any other candidate moves for Magnus? Bishop to g5 seems like the most natural, but is there anything else, Vichy, that you think he's considering?
I could
he has
find
just
one.
played it, so
I couldn't
I guess
find
he
one. I mean,
confirms
bishop
that's the best.
c5, but that's kind of weak.
Yes, bishop c5 just simply didn't seem like... You're allowing me to attack that piece once again. Maybe rook fc8, rook fd8. It just doesn't seem like this is the right square for the bishop. And you're also allowing the knight to stay on the board, which is not a good idea because black's one of the only ways in which you can create something is via this opening of the diagonal. And if the knight lives, maybe I can transfer it to g5, and then I'm starting to have some big checkmating attacks. So just threaten to take that knight on f6 with bishop g5. I think this one is looking good for Magnus.
It is looking good. He does get an exclamation mark for playing the most accurate move in the position, and we shall see whether Arjun will push the central pawn. Is there any alternative to that? The pawn will be hanging in the center.
Yes, just like Vichy said, d4 is the main move that Arjun is considering right now. He might be realizing that after d4, bishop takes f6, he just simply doesn't seem to have enough compensation. And if he does realize that, then he's going to stick with this move, rook f to d8. But rook f d8 is also somewhat, from a psychological perspective, a difficult move to make because you're pinning yourself. You're basically saying that the bishop on g5, while sure, it was attacking knight on f6, but it wasn't creating any additional pressure. Now the knight on f6 is also pinned. So this is very unpleasant. I have the option of taking on f6, or I have the option of just keeping the pin alive. From a practical perspective, it's already a very difficult position for Arjun. We just see pass by the camera, that was Fabiano Caruana strolling around. His game is quite interesting as well. Do we have any other interesting games developing, Anna?
Yes, absolutely. There's so much going on. I would love to go back now to the game of the tournament leader of Norway Chess Women, Humpy Koneru, who is facing the five-time Women's World Champion, Wenjun. This is a tense game, and since Anna's game has already finished and she lost in Armageddon, this is Humpy's chance to take the sole lead if she wins in classical chess or in Armageddon today. How is the position looking when it comes down to this final move, queen to the left side, offering a queen trade, but the bar looking good for white?
It certainly does. It certainly does, and I think it's all about the pawn structure. We can see that white perhaps could be considered to have a weak pawn on d4 because it doesn't have any friends next to it on c3 or e3. But what that allows white is to put a lot of pressure without the presence of a pawn on the c file, a lot of pressure on c7, so that might be problematic for black. Not only that, but this knight on e5 is such a powerful piece. And on the other side of the coin, the knight on e4, it is a beautiful piece, but I can immediately kick it out with a move f3 whenever I want. Whenever I want. I can leave it there for the moment, I can go f3 whenever I'm ready to do that, and that's going to be coming with a lot of damage because you have to retreat with the knight, which opens up the e file as well. So it does seem like the trumps are in white's camp right now. How do you see it, Vichy?
The question is what I'm going to do with that bishop, because the one thing black is going for it. Black is undermining the only piece protecting that bishop, is threatening to trade queens, and that was the last piece that's protecting that bishop. So now it would lose the bishop, right?
Yes.
So for me, I was starting to think where that bishop should go or which move it should make. There are a couple of candidates. One is knight d3.
That defends the bishop.
Defends the bishop and threatens to play f3 next.
Also opens up, actually, let's just show that in case you make a soft move, rook b8. This is obviously a very bad move. But after f3, you're forced to move the knight. And guess what? You have another knight on that file. How do you call this? Is this a skewer? How do you call this?
Actually, it's also a pin.
It is a pin.
I think a skewer is when there's a rook attacking one piece on one side and one piece on one side. That would be a skewer, right?
Isn't it almost like an X-ray attack in a way, because the knight will be hanging because you're moving the other knight away? It's a combination of patterns. I think that's why we cannot really pinpoint the name, because you combine different tactical patterns.
It might very well be the case, and perhaps we can have our production team tell us what the skewer
or
is.
Even a pin, because
we know what the pin is. We've been discussing about the pin for so many days, but we actually don't remember exactly how a skewer looks like. It could be just a pin. The knight is pinned.
But you can see analogies with food and the table. Really, a skewer, a fork.
Yes.
People were thinking of food while playing chess.
That is true. That is true. And it's quite interesting because you're not even losing that piece.
But you lose the pawn on c7.
But you lose a very important pawn on c7. And this is over. You have an extra pawn, and you have everything in the position as well.
Correct.
So somewhat of a difficult moment for Koneru, but she did find this very important move, queen to c8. undermining.
So the thing is, if I go knight d3, I think you're going to run up the board with c5. But I feel that that's pretty unpleasant for black anyway. Maybe
C5.
bishop e3 or something.
Bishop to e3, yes. Or maybe even bishop to e5.
Yes, I was slightly concerned about knight c6 there, but...
Taking.
Yeah, taking, of course, yeah.
I think
If you go knight c6
we should
first.
show white
No,
take first.
I meant after taking.
Of course,
but yes,
of course.
This is mate.
We do have a mate. This is a nice way to... This is a nice pattern, I guess, and it happens quite often in chess. But of course, you would take and then go knight to c6. And white's still better, but it does seem like black has its chances as well.
Yeah. I think most mates which are supported, which are done with two pieces are batteries as well, but let's not labor the point.
Yes, yes. Okay, queen to c8. Wenjun is thinking it's a very, very tense battle between these two titans of Norway chess women.
Wenjun is the defending champion of Norway Chess Women. Last year was the first time that a parallel women's tournament was held and she won it. She's also the reigning women's world champion, so the favorite of the tournament, but she hasn't started that well. I think this game is key in terms of Wenjun's performance here this year. You do need to start winning games at some point. If you want to win the tournament, then her opponent is the leader of the tournament. This could be the change of guards at the top of the standings in Norway Chess Women if she manages to win in classical chess today.
If she wins this one, she takes the lead right there and then, because she will be in the co-lead position with Anna Muzichuk, but Anna just scored 1 point. And she lost that Armageddon, so she will be on 7 points. Wenjun would join her at the top with 7 points if she gets the full 3 points, so it's a big one. And this is what we like to see, this type of changes in the lead, so abrupt changes. You might be thinking that Ju had a slow start, but guess what? She wins what classical game? She's back at the top.
And that's thanks to this exciting format here at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We will cover this game and the rest of the battle from day 4 after a short break.
Vaishali, welcome to Norway Chess. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here. We finally arrived and excited for the tournament.
How do you handle being compared to your brother most of the times and being called sister of Prague?
I think by now I'm used to it, and okay, it doesn't make much difference. Like at this point, I'm not thinking about those things so much. I think it got affected a bit in the childhood, like many years ago. I was not like earlier. Of course, I played chess first, and it used to be like Vaishali's brother, of course, and then he became very stronger. And I think when it changed, like I was finding it difficult to adapt and things, but. I think slowly I understood, and okay, of course he's very strong now, and yeah, now those things are not affecting me so much. Like I'm just enjoying playing chess. Like those the things outside, like it's not affecting me. So.
Right. He's not here this year for this edition. Will he somehow support you or help you with the prep? What will be the...
Yeah, I'll be happy to take his help, of course, and he has his other tournament. He'll be playing in Armenia in a few days. So I think for first few games, I'll take his help. Then he'll have his games to focus on.
You and Prague are the strongest Grandmaster siblings in the chess world. Are you guys playing a lot at home?
We don't really play at home, but we discuss a lot about the game, about the tournaments happening around the world, about all the things. Yeah, very rarely we play like on some online games for fun, but otherwise it's more about discussing. And yeah, this year he has a very packed schedule, like he's been playing back-to-back events, and yeah, we haven't spent that much time at home like this year. But of course, we discuss a lot about the game.
What has been the most defining moment for your chess career? The most important moment?
I think winning the Grand Swiss in 23 and qualifying for the candidates and made my GM norm getting closer to the Grandmaster title. I think that is definitely the most important moment of my career.
And what's your goal now at this point to achieve?
Yeah, I want to improve my game. I crossed 2500 briefly for a few months, and then again it dropped. I think I have to improve my game a lot to get my rating up. That's my focus.
What part of your game, or let's say chess achievement, are you the most proud of you?
Sometimes I'm aggressive, like on the board. Sometimes I can come up with some creative ideas. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But sometimes the computer doesn't really approve. But I'm very happy with the way I think sometimes.
Yeah. Work on your mental health before the very strong tournament like Norway Chess, let's say, or the long tournament to keep yourself in the shape.
Probably I have not spent much time working on it. I think that's probably very crucial that I start after this tournament or something. It's very important, I feel. And I've not done specifically, but of course I have a very good support around me who help, being my parents or my brother or my trainers. They always support and help me to get out of any of the mental trouble.
Is there any sport or yoga or any activities that you like to strengthen your health?
I love to play badminton. Although I'm not good at it, but I enjoy playing. And I love to play table tennis as well. And like other sports.
How important it is for you personally and for the next generation to have the tournaments where the prize fund is equal?
Yeah, this is a great event, great addition. I also played the last year and my second edition, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me again this year. This is very important, as you mentioned, with the equal prize fund, to play alongside the top players. We can observe how they're playing, and I think there will be more tournaments as Norway Chess. I hope there'll be more tournament for women's, such tournaments. I just hope there'll be more tournaments like this.
What is your goal here, if you have any goal to achieve? Because you played the first edition, now it's the second edition. You know how it goes with the Armageddon twist?
Yeah.
What's your goal this edition?
Yeah, last year I started off well. I was leading after the first half of the event, but in the second half I lost a couple of games, and the format is in a way you can always get back. Come back, give a strong comeback in the tournament, and you can still catch up the leader. And from the first, I think I finished fourth last year, and I hope to improve my play this year and. To play some good games.
You might be a chess player, never had a chance to play Armageddon in your whole life, but now you are very certain you're going to play. Did you prepare in any way?
Until last year, Norway, I've never played Armageddon anywhere. And last year, it was a good experience for me to play Armageddon. And this time, I could not make any special preparation. I played a Women Grand Prix 1 week back, so didn't have much time to prepare especially. But of course, I've been working on chess I've been working on chess, so I hope those work will help me play.
Right. And the final question is, if someone wants to start to play chess and become a chess player from zero, what should be the path? How would you advise?
It's very difficult to say. I think everyone has their own way to play, learn and play chess. And I think for anyone beginning to play chess, it's important they spend a lot of time on the board. I think these days, any kid starting to play chess, they spend a lot online. I think first it's important to spend prepare, or whether it's solving, it's very important they put pieces on the board and solve, to get that board view. It's very important, I think, in the beginning stage.
To touch the pieces and understand.
And feel the board and pieces, and I think it will really help in the long run.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. While we went for a bit of a snack break, Mr. Hikaru Nakamura visited the confessional booth. So let's listen to the world number 2's thoughts on his today's game.
So, I made it once today, at least. First things first, unlike the other days when I've come here, when I thought perhaps I should be called just like the player's box or something other than confessional booth, today I probably do have something to confess, which is that I'm not playing very well. I don't know exactly what I miscalculated, but I just completely miscalculated in this middle game. I thought it was just going to be a dead draw once Wei Yi surprised me in the opening. I just missed bishop takes f2 in every line, which is about the most basic of a beginner tactic that you can miss. I spent a lot of time playing this knight a3 move, but I think at long last, even though I'm down on the clock, I've finally stabilized to where I shouldn't be in any danger with the two bishops. So I'm going to go rook b2, king f2, bring the other rook to b1, and with the two bishops, I shouldn't have any issues, I don't think. So I feel like I've finally survived the worst of it, which is, I mean, not what I was hoping for, to put it mildly, in this game with the white pieces, but at least I think I'm out of the danger zone. So that's as far as my game goes. The other games are actually showing a lot of the differential, I think, in the sort of the play style and how we approach the game. If you look at the Gukesh game versus Fabiano, Gukesh sacrificed a pawn to get the bishop pair. This is a very sort of Leela, Stockfish, Alpha Zero, a new sort of computer thing where you give up material to get like bishop pairs, play for the initiative. So it's quite interesting what Gukesh did. I don't know if it's theory or not. I didn't look at the game super closely, but it shows sort of a stylistic shift. And then also you have Arjun against Magnus, where Arjun's trying to play very aggressively, create the mess on the board. I don't know if it actually works for him, but it's showing that the younger players, the Indians, are very aggressive, and they're here to play. So it's quite neat to see the shift in the evaluations and how they understand the game. So both those games are exciting. My game hopefully will peter out to a draw, but it's nothing that I'm very happy about. So hopefully that's it for today, but we'll see.
Hikaru Nakamura confessing that he is not playing too well today. Let's take a look at his position and why is he so critical about his performance of today. Christian.
Well, he is critical somehow because obviously he did not get an advantage out of the opening, but right now he's doing exactly what he needs to do, and that is to pull the brakes. Pull the brakes. He understands that he wants to equalize the position, and this is something that we should always, as chess players, be aware of. What is the goal that I'm fighting for? Am I fighting for an advantage? Am I fighting for equality? And whenever you start with the white pieces, generally you don't want out of the opening to fight for equality. You want to have the advantage, but right now Hikaru understands that he probably has a worse position, worse endgame, and what he's doing right now is the right thing, as you can see. We get an exclamation mark for this last one. It feels, or at least to his eyes, it feels like he's somewhat out of danger. Vishu, do you think he's out of danger? Do you think that's accurate?
No. I'm having difficulty equalizing after knight d7.
Ooh, okay.
Because the obvious threat is knight e5.
Now we're starting to see these maneuvers.
Yeah. But the secondary threat is knight c5. So if you make some move, king f2.
Let's say go f4.
Okay, then knight c5.
To control the e5 square, right? I'm not looking to have a knight land on c4.
And now knight a4, if it comes, so...
If I do a very bad move, such as king to f2...
Then knight a4 wins.
Finishes the game.
Because the d2 bishop is being lost.
Yes. Overloaded rook. You don't have the c2 square to continue defending this pawn on d2 because the rook captures it. You lost. So king f2, there's so much pressure already at this point.
But just make a random move, rook g1.
Sure.
Well, maybe that's not even the worst random move. Whatever. So then I go knight a4.
Yes.
Rook b4.
Rook b4, yes.
Well, you have to go rook b4. But I think now rook c2 is good, but maybe even stronger is knight c3.
Yes.
Both are very strong at any rate.
You have a lot of options, it seems like.
So there's a problem here that once the knight comes to either e5 and goes to c4 or goes c5 to a4, both are serious threats. And I was trying to figure out if he's... Look, white is not much worse, but he has not equalized, is my opinion.
Benedicta made a very good point when she was here in the studio, and she mentioned chatting with Wei during the breakfast, and she said he's really cool, calm, and collected, and that's exactly what he's doing right now. Yesterday, after a very painful defeat with the white pieces against Fabi, he pulled himself, defended a very unfortunate position out of the opening with black against Magnus. That's never easy. And he defeated him in the Armageddon. And right now he has a better position in double black, but it does seem like he has the better chances to maybe create some separation in this position. Knight to d7. Initially, it looks like white is close to equality. It does seem like it's going to be a long road ahead for Hikaru. And I'm checking the clock as well. 38 minutes for Hikaru, 59 for Wei Yi. So there's some pressure piling up on the clock. Also, this is only move 21, still many, many moves to go before the time control.
I do agree with you, Christian, that Wei Yi is in a good position here and enjoying this position. He's rocking back and forth on his chair, extra time, pleasant position.
Yeah.
Coming from that win against Magnus Carlsen, the first ever win in his career against Magnus. And today he wants to take down the world number 2 as well. I mean, what kind of a streak that would be? You beat Magnus and then you go for Hikaru. That's what he's trying to do today.
Mm-hmm. And he's going to derail even more the Hikaru train, which was really piling up some steam in the first few days of this tournament, but then got derailed a little bit by Gukesh yesterday, and that could continue the trend if Wei manages to defeat him with the black pieces. Still a long way from that, even a long way from an advantage for black, but it is black, it is Wei who is putting on the pressure right now.
I'm very curious to see how this will go with China's number 1 potentially having good chances against 2 of the top players in the field, Magnus Carlsen and today Hikaru Nakamura, and how this changes the predictions for the tournament. We are joined by game theory expert Dr. Mehmet Marseven today. Again, thank you so much for joining us, Mehmet. I'm thrilled to see what the Norway Chess bar is saying about all these positions and who is likely to win the tournament after the first 3 days.
Thank you for inviting me. It's really a pleasure and honor to be here. So, looking at this game, actually, I we joined here. I just checked the situation, and I'm glad to say that the Norway Chess human bar agrees with what Christian and Anand just discussed. It gives decent winning chances to Wei Yi, with still quite high chances to draw the game for Hikaru. But
let's talk about this new bar. Tell us what the new bar is, because we're not talking about the bar that you see on the screen right now. This is a secret bar. Absolutely. What is this secret bar all about?
Absolutely. So let me just tell you a little bit about the background of this. Norway Chess Human Bar is a project that started when the founder of Norway Chess, Kjell Matland, told me about it. His vision about developing a human bar 3 years ago here in Stavanger, and I was impressed by this vision because that was something that hasn't been done before, and finally we have made it possible. Since the Ding Gukesh World Championship match, we've been testing this bar, and it's been giving quite impressive results, I have to say. And during this tournament, we've been still testing it and seeing how it performs during live action, and basically in this Norway Chess human bar, basically we want to incorporate more human elements into chess. For example, the objective bar that you see over the board in the screen there, it says it's close to a draw, close to equality, but from the human perspective, as Christian mentioned, the time difference can be very important. Hikaru Nakamura has 38 minutes to Wei Yi's 56 minutes. And the playability of the position matters. How difficult is it to play for black? How easy is it to play as white in this position? And it takes into account these type of scenarios. It also takes into account the players and their relative strengths. In this case, Hikaru Nakamura versus Wei Yi. So having all of these elements into one bar, we can say a little bit more than what the objective evaluation says here, which is close to a draw, slight black advantage. The human bar says black has very good chances to win this game, but it's more likely a draw. So white still has chances to, save the game.
And do we have any stats regarding who is the favorite going into today's round, perhaps? Or have you done some of that research before this round?
Absolutely. So
was it still Magnus? I guess my question is, was it still Magnus in the Open?
In the Open, it's still Magnus, and it didn't change much. It decreased a little bit. And what changed is obviously after Caruana's win, he jumped ahead to the second place.
So Caruana is 1 point ahead, but still 10 points percentage-wise to win the tournament.
Exactly. And that's interesting. Last year, Carlsen had lost to Pragnananda in one of the rounds, and it was still giving Carlsen 40% chance, even though he was quite behind in the rankings. And then he managed to catch up. One of the reasons is that we still a lot of games to go.
Yeah.
And Magnus still has the highest chance of winning this tournament, followed by Caruana, and Nakamura's chances has decreased. More interesting results are in the women's section, if you would like to look at the predictions in the women's section, because we have 3 players, Koneru, Muzichuk, and Wenjun. They have very similar winning probabilities, with Koneru leading the pack, basically. With 28% probability, Koneru will win this tournament according to the game theory corner model, followed by Anna Muzichuk and Wenjun around 25%.
Very interesting statistics right now. Koneru and Muzichuk going into this one 2 points ahead of Wenjun, yet Wenjun is still staying so close in the prognosis of this tournament. Anna, what do you make of these numbers?
I'm just fascinated by how the human factor is taken into account, and previous Armageddon games included, because of course we know that here in Norway Chess it matters whether you win in classical chess or in Armageddon, and how do you perform in Armageddon, which is usually not part of other chess tournaments' format. I think another great question for today for you, Mehmet, is that we are celebrating a birthday. It's the birthday of the reigning World Chess Champion, Gukesh Damaraju. Happy birthday to Gukesh. Some chess players really love to play chess on their birthdays, and they do well on their birthdays. And other chess players are heard prefer to not participate if they can avoid playing on a birthday, because they might think that by superstition it's not lucky for them. So what are the statistics when it comes to birthdays? Do we have any information on that?
Yes, we do. So we have some statistics. I hope we can show them. Great. So let's start from Gukesh. It's his birthday today. Actually, I remember we celebrated here in Norway his 17th birthday, if I remember well. That's when Norway Chess Blitz happened here. And he won a game against Magnus Carlsen in the Blitz section of the tournament as he celebrated his birthday. And I mean, he didn't do super well in the Blitz section, but he did very well actually in the classical section in this tournament. So we would, given that we know the outcome of the classical section, we would say that he was quite happy with the results after his birthday. Now, because today he's playing against Fabiano Caruana, we checked what some of Caruana's games in his birthday. So here, Caruana played 2 games. Both of them are draws. So they're not
against somewhat lower-rated grandmasters. Very strong opponents, but Fabiano was the favorite in those games, I believe.
Exactly. So not a super good result, not a super bad result, but I believe he did celebrate his birthday. Maybe after a loss, that would be a little bit difficult. Magnus Carlsen played a lot of games in his birthday. Some of you may remember here. For example, the World Championship tiebreak against Sergei Karyakin was played on his birthday, and he won it comfortably, basically 3-1. So that obviously made him quite happy.
What a way to celebrate your birthday, defending your world champion's crown.
Absolutely. So he played some games against Wesley So. Gukesh is thinking here. He played some games against Wesley So and some rapid games as well. but he lost in the tiebreaks. Magnus Carlsen lost the tiebreaks to Wesley So in a, I believe, online tournament. And that's pretty much, and I believe, if I remember well, he played one game against Jan Nepomniachtchi as well. That was game 4 in their World Championship match. Again, another World Championship match. And it was draw. It was a draw. As some of you may remember, all games were drawn until the game 6. The famous game 6, the longest game, I believe, in World Championship history, when Magnus Carlsen managed to grind out an endgame win in this game.
Against Jan Nepomniachtchi, the World Championship match. So many interesting statistics there, also about birthdays. I think Gukesh is feeling great about his birthday, and in a way, I think if we consider time zones, in a way he won his game against Hikaru basically on his birthday. It could have been around midnight in India. Vishy was. I saw already some posts about how he is celebrating
It's quite possible.
his birthday.
If he finished his game after 8:30, then it was.
Yeah. So he already won a game on
He may
his
in fact have won it
birthday.
only on his birthday.
Yeah, it is.
Which means it was after. If it was after 8:30 p.m. here,
Yes,
it happened on his birthday.
that's true. So he could win 2 games on his birthday. What a way to celebrate. And thanks to the time zones, he can do it twice now. Gukesh started the tournament very poorly. He lost both of his first games in classical chess, and he was on 0 points. But yesterday, he managed to bounce back with a huge win against Hikaru Nakamura, starting his birthday on a high note, and maybe he's continuing on a high note. How is this position looking? Christian, let's break it down to what's going on the board.
I'm not convinced that he's going to continue this streak of victories on his birthday, because right now, in the last few moves specifically, we've heard Hikaru mention that this game is very interesting. It's a clash of styles somewhat, the new generation thinking like an engine. And Fabiano counteracting that by taking the pawn, allowing white to get the 2 bishops, and this is the battle that we're seeing. But it does seem like the compensation has evaporated for white. So after Queen to e6, I think the last few moves, just quickly, we're going to go through them. He was right to sacrifice, and at this point, look at the bar, it's still somewhere in the middle, maybe even better for white. But as you will see, a5, a3, and this is the move that I think he missed. Opening up the action of the bishop, attacking the bishop on c4 as well. It's a backwards move, giving up, potentially, back the pawn on b4. But you don't want to allow bishop takes f3, this disruption of the pawn structure. So that's why he retreated. But now everything comes with tempo. Bishop d5, you're forced to move the queen on a4, and queen to e6 is a tremendous move in this one. Gukesh is on the ropes right now, and it's the type of position that can be calculated. And Fabiano is one of the best calculators in the world of chess right now. So I'm seeing this one as a potential difficult position for the world champion Gukesh.
Difficult position. I think we gotta cheer him up. We have prepared a special segment to celebrate the birthday of the youngest world chess champion of all times. Happy birthday to Gukesh Dommaraju. I believe he is only 3 years old in the very first picture in the top left corner. What a cute boy. And the last one is in Norway Chess, the photo that Benedict showed us earlier from 2023, and the photograph on in the bottom right, you are right, Christian, with the photograph of Gukesh on a big chocolate cake, top
There's
right.
a lot of cakes
in
this photo.
I don't know which one is the tastiest. They all look so good, but I feel like what I also want to highlight, other than the cute photographs, is that the top right photo was his last year's birthday, and by that time he was already the challenger for the World Championship, and that was the first time he celebrated his birthday with a crowd. It was already a big support for him going into the World Championship match against Ding Liren.
There's Guki, that's his name, and obviously the kings by his side as well. And he went later on and became a king in Singapore. That's
this
his 18th.
was indeed his 18th birthday.
My guess is that
year.
is his mother. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That is his mother.
And this is from a few years before. Maybe not last year, maybe not 2 years ago, but a few years ago, Gukesh with his French team celebrating Beautiful singing there, and I believe soon we will also spot his compatriot Pragnananda in the crowd celebrating Gukesh's birthday.
Is that Khan?
Getting some ice
Kanishak?
cream as well.
Yes.
Here we have the greatest female player of all time, Judith Polgar, celebrating the birthday of Gukesh with a post on Gukesh's birthday. And also, I think we have some special clip from the children participating here in the school tournament, wishing the happiest of birthday to Gukesh.
We are starting the round and we have so many chess fans already piled up here at the entrance. And here we have one guy in a t-shirt of Gukesh. I believe he's a fan of Gukesh. Hello, who do you support here at this tournament?
Yes,
Who are you supporting?
Gukesh.
I see that. I see a beautiful shirt you have. Today's his birthday. Do you want to wish him a happy birthday here?
Yes.
Look at the camera.
Yes.
Cameras. Can you say happy birthday?
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to Gukesh, right?
Can I ask you a question? I see you have a chess bag. A lot of chess around.
Why not, please?
Yes. Can you please tell us a little bit about you, how you know about this place, at the tournament as well? And we see that you are supporting Gukesh, so yeah.
100%. No, this little guy, 7-year-old, he somehow developed a lot of chess enthusiasm, and that's why we are here. We live in Denmark. We have traveled all the way from Copenhagen to Stavanger just to see these big shots of chess. And he's personally a big fan of Gukesh, and you won't get such opportunity to meet Gukesh. So he said, I want to go. And he celebrated his birthday last week. So this is his birthday present, that he's coming here and meeting Gukesh. Yeah.
Oh my God, it's an amazing story. And you're such a nice parent to do that. Do you think he will continue to play chess professionally?
That's his plan right now, but we will leave it to the God. Let's see how it turns out to be. He's already playing few tournaments in Denmark. He's doing well, and I hope his interest continues, thanks to the inspiration of all these big shots. No? Yeah.
Absolutely. I think we should ask his name to remember him in the future. Can you tell us what is your name?
Ekaleven.
All right, we're gonna remember this name.
In India, it's a very famous character name. It's Ekalavya, and then it goes as Ekalavan. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Fantastic. All the best. Hope you enjoy today.
What a birthday present for the young boy to come all the way from Denmark to see the one and only Gukesh Dommeraju fighting here in Norway. It can mean so much to a child to see a legend, an icon, someone they look up at, and to see them in person, be inspired by them, be motivated by them. And that was indeed the story of Gukesh himself when he was in Chennai for the World Championship match between none other than Viswanathan Anand and Magnus Carlsen. Gukesh was in the crowd, and he said once Magnus took the title from India, he was really motivated to win it back to his country. And so he did. In 2024, December, in Singapore, Gukesh Dommeraju became the youngest undisputed world champion of all times. What a story, and what a way we can see how the early years of a child are crucial. We all know that. But how meeting someone in person and seeing them can change your life. Vishi, I got to throw it to you because it was you who inspired this young boy to then become world champion.
Yes, I met him actually several times around that period. And, I knew that he was a very, very strong player. And so he turned out to be.
Why did you feel like he's so strong? Was it his playing style? Was it his pure strength, his rating, his elo, whatever you want to call it? But when you make this type of assumptions and this type of understandings, you take other elements into the account as well, like calmness, for example, resilience under stress, things of that nature, the intangibles. Did you feel any of those coming from Gukesh?
Later on, I came to see those aspects, but when I'm talking as him as a 12-year-old and a 14-year-old, I looked at his games and they seemed to me very, very mature for that age. Very high level for that age. And then you automatically think, well, there's a lot of potential there that he can build on. But later on, I came to realize that he can be incredibly calm. He copes very well with defeats. As well as you can. As well as you can. Yes. And that kind of, these are extra qualities you need, and he had them in spades.
Absolutely, and right now, under a bit of stress coming from Fabiano, we see a potential repetition, started off by this last move after queen to e6. We left it off after this one. Knight to g5, immediately saying, look, I'm going to attack your queen. Not only that, your queen is defending one of your most important pieces in the position, the knight on d6. If I get to it, maybe I can take it. But queen to f5 is such a well-calculated move by Fabiano, because you take on g5, no time for white to take on b8 to capture that exchange, because you just simply get checkmated. And let's just show that on the board. Queen takes g2, once again supported by the bishop on d5. And then Gukesh said, you know what? Let's make a draw. You want to go back to e6 to defend this knight on d6? I'm going to go back to g5, and we're going to shake hands later on after a repetition. The problem for Gukesh is Fabiano has options right now. Queen e6 is not the only one. He's a pawn up, and he can just simply jump with the knight.
He can go with the knight to e4.
In the center, which he did. He just played it as I was mentioning it. No draw.
I think bishop e3 will have to be played.
Immediately.
And now, so why did Gukesh basically give Fabiano 2 moves for free? He gave him 2 moves for free, but they're not the moves that Fabi might have wanted to play. I think that knight on d6 was possibly heading to f5. So even though white has lost 2 tempi, ostensibly, the important thing here is that his pieces have been slightly scrambled. What Fabi would like really now to play knight f5 somewhere. That'll be devastating. But how do you disentangle these pieces? That's going to be the question for Fabi now.
I think, once again, you made a very good prediction, because queen e6 is the best move in the position, going back right now, with probably the same idea that you just mentioned at some point to try to get this knight on f5.
Well, that makes sense.
You also have bishop b3.
Because I cannot prepare bishop c5 now.
Exactly. Yes.
So, that's, by the way, you mentioned bishop b3. There's a cute trick here.
Yes.
So if bishop b3...
So let's say I make a random move.
Yeah,
right?
rook f1. If bishop b3, then I have queen c6.
I made the wrong... I somewhat made the wrong move.
So, you're actually, that's the point. So the thing is, how do you stop queen c6? And then you see the idea that if I put the bishop back on d5 and the queen on a4.
But I wanted to show another one. Maybe
okay. Well, I wanted
you
to
probably saw
c3.
it. Yes,
yeah.
yes. So let's say if I go h4, the idea being that you get here. And now I have this beautiful little move.
Oh, even one move later. I wanted to play into the previous move. And then play bishop b3. Oh, but then knight g5 is coming. So that's what it's trying to do. Okay, got it. But anyway, that was one of the themes.
We're nerding out with these beautiful ideas, because knight c3 is a very nice concept. And you wanted it with rook to e1, involving rook to e1. Let's say here.
Yeah, but I made a little mistake.
C3.
I wanted to play knight c3. Now if take bishop b3.
Where's the queen going?
But there's an intermezzo now.
Knight g5.
Yeah, so that I had forgotten.
But let's say you don't have knight g5.
If you don't have knight g5, it's very pretty.
It is. That's a nice way to trap that queen.
This is such a messy position with so many patterns. I would love to hear your thoughts on it, Mehmet. And do you have any insights on what the Norway Chess Bar thinks on this game?
I did check the Norway Chess Bar just a couple of moves ago, and it did say Caruana has good chances, good practical chances in this position, as well as a slight, objective advantage, as the Stockfish Bar tells us. Stockfish is the strongest, basically, artificial intelligence machine. I think in this position, it would give slightly more practical chances to Fabiano. That's what it seems. And especially, what can I say here is that the bar did give Gukesh slightly more chances to win than Hikaru Nakamura. So comparing with this game and the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Arjun Eriga, you see Arjun has more chances to win than Fabiano, at least a couple of moves ago.
Interesting that the bar thinks that in that game the human factor is more of probably a prevailing factor than in this game, and why is that the case? Here, I think perhaps it's also for the time management, that the time situation is closer. What are the other factors that could impact this?
I had forgotten to mention that, exactly. It's about the time difference between the players as well, because Hikaru was at least quite behind in the clock. However, here, you know, Fabiano does have slight advantage, but as you know, a world champion and a grandmaster here discussed, there's a very complicated position. To my eye, you know, I would not be able to tell all these, definitely all these nuances in this position.
And actually, Fabi is dropping below on the clock right now. He has 32 minutes against 40. He was a little bit ahead at one point. Right now, he's going below Gukesh's clock. So Gukesh, perhaps position-wise, he's not doing that well. Still fighting to find equality and fight to find the compensation. But on the clock, he's doing quite well, and that definitely will play in his favor.
I'm very curious to see some of the other games as well. If we go to Bird's Eye View,
just before we go there.
I've just been informed that Magnus Carlsen. We do need to go to Magnus Carlsen after Bishop E6. That we analyze. There's so much going on. Let's talk about this moment, Christian, and then switch to Carlsen's game.
We just wanted to. We were playing around, myself and Vichy, with this move, Bishop to E6, and the fact that the queen gets trapped on F5, which is a very funny way to lose the queen. The bishops are doing a tremendous job, so be careful. We were seeing the white queen get trapped. Now the black queen can get trapped as well.
There was just about to be a move played, but
He's gone back to queen E6,
heating up on every board. I think we do need to zoom in on the world number one. Magnus Carlsen playing with the white pieces against Arjun Erigaisi, and catch up on the latest moves. Christian.
Absolutely. Where did we left it? I think we left it somewhere around here after Bishop to G5, D4, and a lot of things have happened. Trade on F6, this is something that we were discussing, and Bishop to G5, a very good move, very precise move by black. Bishop to D8 is the move that Magnus mentioned in his analysis, but it would have been a pretty bad decision after Queen to B4, the move that Vichy spotted very well, and it was offering white a very definitive advantage. Bishop to G5, Knight to B4, Bishop to D2, attacking and pinning that knight on B4. You do drop the E5 pawn, but at the same time, I'm trying to simplify the position as much as possible. We see a bunch of trades. We see white still with a pawn extra. And how would we assess this one? Does he have enough to claim advantage?
I want to ask Mehmet first. I'm really curious. The extra pawn, we see that the computer likes it. It's somewhat of an advantage, but it doesn't say it's a winning advantage. How does it matter for the human factor, Mehmet?
Well, to my eye, it does seem like an advantage, but maybe I am biased because I've just checked the Norway Chess human bar, and it does give quite a good chance, practical chances to white. It basically says that there's a two-result game from this point onwards, meaning that either Carlsen will win or it's going to be a draw. Draw is more likely, but still there are significant chances for white to win.
What are the percentages exactly right now? Do you have the percentages, and could you check that? Because it does seem like Arjun somewhat got closer by exchanging the bishop for the knight, got closer to equality, but still far ahead Magnus should be right now, because you cannot touch the pawn on b2. You might be thinking, hey, why can't I take that pawn off the board? You're losing in two ways right now. Rook takes b2 is the easiest way. Queen takes b2, and just rook to d8. And now we see, how would you call this one? It's
overload. The rook is defending the 8th rank and the queen.
The 8th rank and the queen, you can only defend one. you're forced to defend the 8th rank. And then the queen drops backwards move. Of course, Arjun sees this, Magnus sees this. We're not going to see.
Do we have a second for another one?
Yes.
So rook
of
v2,
course.
rook d8 check.
Yes.
Rook takes d8, queen takes d8 check, king g7, and we have another fork, queen d4 check.
That's the best one. That's the best one.
We like forks on this show.
We do like forks, and I do think that the fork that we have right now, it looks exactly as the fork that we usually see.
Actually, is this a skewer?
No.
It's a fork.
I would call it a fork. I don't know.
This one looks like a skewer,
Let's
but
see.
well, who knows?
We're getting it right there. There it is. That's the fork. It looks exactly like this one, just the queen instead of the bishop.
So it is still a fork, yeah.
It's a fork. Double attack, fork, but I would call it a fork just because it goes in both directions. Yeah, Anna, do you want to add anything else on top of that?
I'm just having a great time with all these tactical patterns. And of course, this is not the move that Arjun will play. We just want to also, of course, use the broadcast to help you get better at chess. You have some of the best coaches here at the studio, Christian and Vichy, teaching you chess. And we want to make sure that you can beat your friends and colleagues at chess. And even if you're just picking up chess, we are here to teach you even the most essential knowledge and how to move the pieces. Most important in chess that you gotta aim for the opponent's king. Checkmate is the goal of the game, and the black king needs some space. That's why Christian is pointing at that pawn, because without pushing that pawn, the black king is constantly in danger of back rank checkmates.
This is the problem that I'm seeing, and as you mentioned, h5 is obviously a very good move, but the most natural, at least to my eyes, is to try to get rid of this queen on f6. I really don't like that queen next to my king like that. But rook e6 is a very bad move, apparently. After rook to d8, we exchange, and then I'll give you a check first. You have to go back. You don't want to pin yourself with rook to f6. This would be absolutely disastrous for black. You want to go back, but then I just simply go b4, and it's going to be very difficult to stop me. b5, b6, this is starting to look really bad for Arjun.
How bad is it looking? I'm sorry for interrupting you, but Mehmet, I would love to know the numbers if you had a chance to look at it, and then we're going to analyze it with Vichy. So let's compare the numbers and Vichy's analysis. I want to know everything.
What are the numbers?
Okay, so let me say it gives white here 35% of winning chances.
35% winning chances.
Exactly, and 65% drawing chances in this position.
That's good winning chances. I have to say, I was expecting a bit lower, but this, again, is the secret Norway chess bar.
Secret sauce.
The secret sauce. Vichy, what's your
I just wanted to point out that before white can play b4, and white has a very important theme, which is the rook is behind the pass pawn.
Yes.
Therefore, in a sense, this pass pawn functions like a battery. The battery we mentioned earlier, the battering ram. The rook is able to help it push through. Whereas if the rook was in front, it's constantly tripping over it. So here, I tried to disrupt this by playing.
And this is what you mean if black does want to go for that endgame, this would be a terrible endgame for black because you have the rook behind. If the rooks would be reversed, that would be a draw. But with the rooks like that, it's just a win for white. And quite a simple one, in fact.
Yes. So
you're saying quite a simple one, but I want to make sure that our viewers understand why is it simple. What's the way to win this? If the black rook never moves away from my pawn, how do I kick it out?
You bring your king up.
Let's show it. Can we draw?
Absolutely, absolutely. This is the way you do it. You push the pawn forward, then you get the king all the way to c5, and the rook is passive. We do have, by the way, Magnus, who's in the confessional, and we might be hearing from him in just a second. He's definitely feeling this position. Vichy, what you wanted to point something out as well.
So if you go back a bit earlier.
Yes, let's start from the beginning.
Yeah, so here I wanted to play rook b to e8.
You're threatening a
I'm
checkmate.
threatening a checkmate.
I have to be careful.
Yes, so what you have to do is now to play rook d8. And now it's no longer checkmate, because if you give rook e1 check, rook takes e1, your mate is impossible because I'm pinning your rook.
You're pinning my rook.
Correct.
Yes.
And then essentially we get back to the endgame we just discussed, which is the pawn on b4, a queen on d4.
Yes.
So continuously white is playing with that theme. I thought maybe the best chance was queen b6, but why don't we wait for what Magnus is saying?
What's your take on this one in terms of assessment, in terms of chances of victory for Magnus? Yours, Vishy, from your perspective, without the magical bar, how would you paint this one?
White has got the dream position, which is that nothing can stop b4, and the presence of queens doesn't ease black's burden. So rook d8 check is desirable for me, and I'm tempted to play queen e7 actually. And I'll say why I like this, because if you take, you can go b4, but then what I can do is to double on the b file, and then it's that much harder to push that pawn, because your rooks can't do that very easily.
Let's say I try to go behind this pawn and try to utilize my king to defend this pawn and then maybe free up one of my rooks.
That is the correct winning plan, but it's quite hard to make progress, and also queen e7 was an act of desperation, because I didn't see any other plausible way to play.
Let's hear from Magnus before we continue with the analysis.
I think this is quite a critical moment. I think he only has one move that gives like a very clear draw, and that is queen to e7. These rook endgames with, like, let's say one rook was exchanged, then I would have a probably winning position, at least very good winning chances. But with two rooks, it's usually very, very hard to bring the king into play. So I'm quite sure that that is a draw, even though like it's still a very pleasant position, which I can try and push for a win. Otherwise, if I get to exchange one rook instead, then all potential like queen endings are usually winning for white, and also rook endings are very, very dangerous. So I think that's kind of what he has to go for. And yeah, the more time he spends, the more I'm hoping that he will do something else, of course.
Critical moment in the
So queen
game.
e7 is the way to go, yeah.
As in fact, what both of you gentlemen have analyzed, Magnus Carlsen highlights how important this queen to e7 move is to prevent the option of Magnus of trading one pair of rooks. He's saying if he gets to trade a rook with that rook check on the back rank, he will have really good chances, while if the queens are off of the board and it's a rook endgame with two rooks for each player, it is good drawing chances. Arjun has been already thinking for over 10 minutes. Vishy, are there any other moves you think he's considering?
I will tell you the problem with queen b6, because I get the same advantages, which is if he captures, then I can double my rooks on the b file. The problem with the queen b6 is that white actually has a good move. He can play rook d6. And now I have gotten outplayed here. And that's how I came to queen e7. I wanted to do queen b6, and seeing the impossibility, I went to b7, e7 instead. So no, I don't see anything else. White's also threatening to double on the d file. So black has no time as well. So black is better cash in this one moment and play queen e7. That's the only game in town.
That's so interesting. Queen to e7, both yourself and Magnus think is the only way for black to continue. It does seem like h5 might be another way, and I'm sort of trying to understand why the computer enjoys this move h5 a lot. My guess is that at some point you might be using that pawn, sacrifice it for the exchange. You give away the h-pawn, and then maybe at some point you take the b pawn.
For me, there's an even more important factor, and I'll tell you what it is. If you go rook d8 check,
yes,
rook d8, queen d8 check, and I'll go to h7. Now, if you play b4, queen e4 is very awkward, because I'm disturbing that rook from that super square. So you don't want that. But if you don't go b4 and you play queen d4, for instance,
it's so important to get this h7 square.
What I don't want is you to have queen d4 with check.
With a
so
check.
That's why. Now I can play rook e4 and rook b4 and establish a battering ram, which...
This is genius. This is genius if you can manage it, if you can manage to spot this. Now it's impossible. It's impossible to make progress.
Yes, you can play b3, but what's your next move? And in the meantime, I can play the h4 that you mentioned. There's a alpha 0 h3 square beckoning.
Yes.
And we have managed to muddy the waters enough.
Absolutely, and you can see it from the bar as well.
Yeah.
It's right in the middle. It does seem like this one is the way to maybe keep the game balanced. h5, if he doesn't find it, Magnus did not find it, we did not find it without, of course, the help of the engine, but h5 is such a crafty move. Maybe he will find it, maybe not. He's already spending 13 minutes. That's somewhat unnatural for Erigaisi. He's a fast
but
player.
after 13 minutes, he has queen e7 or h5. That's decent odds, I think,
Yes.
that one of the two will be played. Let's see.
Let's see. 16
I mean,
minutes.
Magnus went further than me. I thought that Black would struggle to draw, but Magnus said these things don't work out usually. And I would defer to him on this position. So let's say that
he's pretty good. He's a fairly decent authority on that in that
Critical
regards.
moment for Arjun Erigaisi, and we will let him think it out. Hopefully he will choose either the queen move or the pawn push. Those two seem to be the only ways in which he can try to fight for equality against Magnus Carlsen. I would like to go to the bird's eye view to see the full action here at day 4 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We only have one game that has concluded earlier, Vaishali against Anand Muzichuk, with a win for Vaishali in Armageddon. And I would love to check in with Lei Tingjie and Sarah Kadem, because the king of Sarah is making me really nervous. King safety is everything in chess. That is the goal of the game, that you checkmate the opponent's king. And I'm getting very, very frightened about the situation on the right side of the board for Black. What has happened in the game, Christian? Let's maybe evaluate the current situation instead of going through all the moves.
Absolutely, I think you're very much spot on, Anna. It's all about the king safety. The material balance is there. Nobody is ahead in terms of that. But after bishop to d4, you start seeing huge problems with the black king. You have to hide. You cannot cover it up. You have a few ways to cover it up, but none of them are good. If you go knight to f6, you lose on the spot. I just simply take on g5. You don't have the defender, the knight on h7 defending that. Not only that, but you have to move the king away and you lose the knight as well. You will get checkmated also on top of that, just as a bonus. So after bishop to d4, this crafty check, if you go f6, it might look, you're one move away, in fact, from creating somewhat of a fortress, but you don't get that move. Rook to e7 immediately lands on the board. You don't have rook f7 to cover up. You have to go king g8. You get checkmated next move.
Can we show it? It's so pretty.
Absolutely.
The queen and the rook together, checkmating the king. You cannot capture the queen because it's protected by the rook and the king has nowhere to go. It is checkmate.
So after bishop to d4, you have to go back. You're forced to go back. And now I have so many options. Vishy, what do you think?
I mean, I think I was trying to force this through, and I thought rook e5 is a nice way to go.
It's a very good move.
Yeah.
It's a very good move. The only way to defend against rook takes g5, this is the sacrifice that we're trying to see on the board. We do have bishop d4,
And
king
it's
to
happening.
g8.
King goes back to the back rank, and will Lei Tingjie play the rook move that Vishy has suggested? Christian, can we make a random move for black and show the idea between the rook lift?
Absolutely. So if you just go queen to d6, let's say looking at this rook on e5, now I will sacrifice my rook, and I will not capture it back. But in fact, I'm going to use the fact that the knight has opened up the path for my queen to go to h8, right in the corner, right next to the king, supported by the bishop on d4. And that's a mate on the board, finishing the game. So after rook to e5, you have a very limited set of options. In fact, you have one option, and that is to go queen to g6. But this endgame is sad. It's a sad endgame. I can go bishop to c5. The thing is, if you try to stay on the d file after rook e7, there's no way to match the rook on the 7th rank. I'm going to start collecting. I'm going to set up this beautiful rook to g7. It's looking absolutely amazing for Lei Tingjie. I think she has a great chance of potentially inflicting another painful defeat for Sarah Kadem, who has been struggling so far.
I need to draw our attention back to the game we were analyzing earlier, because Arjun Erigaisi didn't play the move he was meant to find. He had two options to try to keep the position balanced and not let Magnus Carlsen trade a pair of rooks. What we see on the board is that Magnus is getting what he wanted. Let's rewind and see what he played.
He played rook e6.
Rook to e6, and that's the move that we were saying is not the right one.
It's a bad move.
It is a bad move. It's a mistake. He spent a lot of time, nearly 15 minutes on this move, and he made a mistake.
I did say that this is the most natural move, at least to my eyes, untrained eyes. But rook to e6, you just want to get rid of that queen on f6. It's a very unpleasant queen to have around, circling around your king with so many options along the way and on the board. So after rook to d8, which Magnus did spot, and this was the plan that he was gunning for all along, the exchange of the rooks. King to g7, check first, king to g8, and now all he has to do is continue pushing the pawn. You're just simply going to be too passive at this point, and he did it before he's on the board, just made his move, and Erigaisi is in trouble right now.
Vishy, how would you break it down? He spent about 15 minutes in that critical moment where he had two options of keeping the balance. I know we have the board and we have you and Christian analyzing, and we have Mehmet with game theory, so we have a lot of information. He doesn't. But what do you think is the reason that he missed the way he had to continue? He made a mistake.
Actually, exactly the point you made. We are benefiting from a lot of information, and also the knowledge that our moves are not critical. He has to get it right the first time. And this is very typical of a game of chess. He has spent the whole game solving difficult problems, and you get tired. Finally, there's a problem which breaks you. I wouldn't quite go that far. I think probably queen b5 is still... You can try, but, oh dear. Rook e8 maybe.
Maybe rook c5, h4 at some... It seems like...
Rook c5, I have queen rook e1 check, but you're right. No,
oh,
h4,
right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I can play h5, and it is what it is. Yeah.
Let's show that, in fact, because this would be the way he saves the position.
Correct.
Queen to f1, and after king to h3. My king is going on somewhat of a walk. Queen to h1, of course, you have to go to f4, not to g4. And then with the king all the way out, it's not going to be easy to make any progress. So don't do that. But Magnus will play h4 at the right moment.
Yes.
Make
After
some
queen
space
b5,
for
we'll just play h4, and that's it.
Yes. Not h3, h4. Make space for the king. And then go for rook c1, rook c5, ideas of that nature.
Maybe even tuck in the king on h2 first before starting. And
Mehmet, I'm really curious if you had a chance to look at an updated assessment of the Norway chess bar, because it was giving chances to Magnus, but has that increased now with the trade of the rooks?
I think it definitely increased, so I'm just running to see what it's going to say. So it was, I believe, 35. It was giving white 35% winning chances before the rook e6, and now let's see how much it will give. It's probably, maybe we can hear first from the world champion Viswanathan Anand what he thinks about the winning chances, and then maybe we can compare whether, our bar is reasonable.
Look, I'm not really going to argue with the bar, but White's chances have improved a lot in the last few moves. So if it was 35 then, 35%, it seems to me at least 45 now.
I will go even higher. I know I wasn't asked, but I will say 70%.
I'm going to go with 60%.
Okay.
I want to win. I want to win this prediction time.
I think this bar went all the way up. Let's see. Drum roll. Mehmet, what do we have?
Okay, let me just double check whether I'm looking at the right one. Well, Christian, you're right. I could not guess this. I mean, It says 75% to white.
What?
Wow.
Even more than 75% winning
Yeah.
chances from Magnus Carlsen after that one single mistake of Arjun Erigaisi.
75%. And that's the magical bar. That's the magical bar. Yeah, it's going to be tough. This is all I can tell you right now. I would not want to have this position against anybody, especially against Magnus Carlsen.
Definitely not against Magnus Carlsen. The player that also is having a tough time could be the birthday boy, 19-year-old Gukesh. I wanted to say 18-year-old, but today he turned 19. The reigning world chess champion defending this position against tournament leader Fabiano Caruana. Let's catch up with the latest moves in this game.
Absolutely. We left it off somewhere around here after bishop to e3, and we were discussing ways to get this knight back into play. You might be wondering, why am I saying back? The knight on e4 is a beautiful piece, but it will be even better if you can land on f5. And that's what Fabi is trying to do. Queen to e6, bringing the queen back. With the knight on e4, you control this attack with knight to g5. So it's an improved version of what we've seen before. Queen c2, rook to c8, queen to a4. He's saying, hey, do you want to make a draw? Well, Fabi says maybe not. Maybe not. h6. This is what we have right now. 21 minutes for Fabiano against 26 minutes with 11 moves to go before the time control. But this is a very difficult position, I have to say. Pawn up for Fabiano, the bishop pair for white for Gukesh, but I don't see the compensation. I simply don't see the compensation, and I have to say I'm a big fan of this last move, h6. Making space for the king, you don't have to worry about any sort of checkmating threats on the back rank. Also, and maybe more importantly, keeping an eye on that g5 square. Vishy, what's your take on this position?
Black looks solidly better. I was hoping for bishop c4, but then black solves the problem exactly with knight d6. Because what I want to do is if you play bishop takes d5 now, I want to capture with the knight. And as long as my knight was on e4, I could not do that because it would be undefended. But now everything is flowing my way. And I'm trying to think of an alternative to bishop c4, perhaps knight d2. But it does look like a...
It looks bad.
It looks bad.
It looks like you just simply don't have enough. Like, you might be able to exchange some pieces, but that's the best you can hope for.
Yeah.
Unpleasant position. Gukesh really under pressure coming from Fabiano. Will Fabiano manage to win 3 games in a row in classical chess and go to 9 points, or will Gukesh manage to survive on his birthday? Anna, should we go on a quick break before we find out?
I think that is what we are prescribed. The Gukesh has moved the bishop to c4, offering a bishop trade, but we will leave it with a cliffhanger and analyze it after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is day 4, the birthday of the reigning World Chess Champion, Gukesh Dommeraju. He has so many fans here in the playing venue, as well as across the globe. All of you watching, tuning into the event, please let us know one way or the other, who is your favorite player? Who are you rooting for? We have left Gukesh's game with a cliffhanger, so we will definitely go back there. But first, this is the moment between Lei Tingjie and Sarah Kadam that could already lead to resignation. Are we close to that? It's a very unpleasant endgame, probably not resignation time, but very tough position for Sarah to defend.
Not resignation time, but it's not very far from that. It is a very difficult position, and just because you will go rook to b8, most likely, just look at the quality of the pieces. Let's start with that. The rook versus the rook. The rook on f5, sure, it's a beautiful piece, somewhat active defense, the knight on f8, but you don't have any attacking prospects. The rook on c8, pinning down the knight, getting ready to attack the pawn on b7. And it's mostly about the difference between the bishop on d4, absolutely beautiful piece in the center of the board, controlling the board, cutting the board in half, and the knight on f8, which doesn't really do much. It's a liability at this point. So I would go rook to f8, pretty much tell you, okay, why don't you go back to f7 like that? And right now I have a bunch of options. I can trade off my my good bishop for your bad knight, but this is also going to give me an extra pawn on b7. Not only that, but I'm getting another one with rook to b6, rook takes a6, rook c6. It's a great position for Lei Tingjie. Sarah is struggling right now, and unfortunately, I just don't see a practical way for her to create any chances. If I want to take the slow route in this position, I can just simply go g3, king g2, king h3, king g4 to improve my position. I have all the cards in the world right now.
All the cards for Lei. She pushes her h-pawn, and she is definitely having a good time when it comes to better position, more time on the clock, great winning chances. Very tough position for Sarah. We will now go to Magnus Carlsen's game again, because there is so much going on. Things are heating up on every single board. The world number 1 has the white pieces against world number 4, Arjun Erigaisi. What are the most recent moves? Because earlier what we have witnessed is that Arjun made a mistake when he allowed Magnus to trade a pair of rooks. Magnus Carlsen went to the confessional booth earlier and he analyzed how Arjun had to offer a queen trade and prevent the rook trade on the back rank.
In fact, he's completely lost right now.
Completely lost? Is that it? Completely lost?
He made a few inaccurate moves, and now he's completely lost. Busted. Game over. If Magnus finds the next move, h5 was his move, b5, push the pawn. You cannot afford to allow white to get the pawn to b6, so you have to block that with the rook coming to b6. But after this one, this is what Magnus has dreamt of. Exchanging the rooks, getting into a queen ending with an extra pawn that you're just simply going to be impossible for black to stop. Rook to e1, I'm threatening checkmate. If you go queen to b8, try to defend the 8th rank. I give you a check. We exchange.
No, I think this
rooks.
won't work, because I'll have queen e1 check, queen e4 check.
And then I go king f1, perhaps. You still have to calculate a little bit, but I think I'm bringing my king all the way up.
What White's king needs to do is to escape from a perpetual check. A perpetual check is what we discussed yesterday, being when you are constantly in checks and it results in a draw. Of course, Magnus Carlsen wants to win. He cannot allow that his king is in constant checks. He needs a way out and escape from the checks.
And it could be somewhat of a practical decision that he needs to make, which I think he just did. Rook to e1 is on the board.
Can we show that checkmate that he is threatening with? I know that Arjun already made the move, but just real quick to show the checkmate on the back rank.
If you do touch that pawn and if you do restore the material balance, well, it would be short-lived, because after rook b5, rook e8, king h7 only move, guess what? I can put either the queen or the rook on h8, checkmate, on the board.
Therefore, Arjun cannot allow this. He goes back to the back rank with the queen to defend against the rook check. But this is the position that we were analyzing, and potentially what will happen is this rook sacrifice, giving the check regardless of the square being protected, because that will deflect the black queen from the protection of the black rook. You trade rooks in a very tricky and beautiful way.
It's somewhat of a decision, but at this point, I don't think you have a lot of options left.
Yeah.
You have to go rook 8, and he goes for it.
It's on the board. Magnus Carlsen with the rook sacrifice. It's a temporary sacrifice. He will win the rook back next move.
Queen takes b6. He's going to get that rook back. We're going to see some checks. We're going to see quite a few checks, in fact. Queen to e1 has to be played. So basically, if you lose one more tempo, let's say you go queen to e5, all I have to do is get my queen to c6, protect this diagonal. That's going to allow me to hide my king on g2 without having to worry about any checks. Push my pawn. I support it all the way to b7. Give you a check. b8. Get 2 queens on the board. 2 versus 1. That's going to be difficult to defend, especially when it comes to queens. So this one is looking really good. Queen to e1. This is what we expect, and a bunch of checks to follow. Vish, your practical, immediate reaction. How do you see this journey of the king? Where is it going to escape the checks?
It's interesting, but Magnus saw this all with great clarity. His point seems to be that my king is going to break through to the 7th rank. So there is no real way I can, I don't have the barrier. If I go queen c4 check, you'll go king e3. And then I lack this barrier on the 4th rank. So sooner or later, your king is going to go up the board to d6 or c7.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, funnily enough, it's going to be safer there from your checks. So my initial reaction was, oh no, that he spoiled it, but he couldn't because of this queen e4 check. Well, in fact, we discussed it before he played it. So, but
at some point you run out of checks.
Yeah, you run out of checks, and
if you do continue to check, which seems like the case, queen d8 pins the queen to the king. You cannot afford to take on b5. You don't have enough time. And then after the queen trade, the b pawn is going to be decisive. It was from the beginning of this middle game. It had the trademark of a Magnus Carlsen type of victory. Small, steady, incremental gains. And finally, some mistakes happened from Arjun under the pressure of the clock as well as the position. And this one is looking like, well, Arjun might be suffering a second loss in a row.
But let me try one more thing. Queen e4 check now.
We're probably going to see it on the board. King
King
to g2.
f1, and then I want to play h4.
It's happening indeed. The check.
King f1, and I want to play
center
h4.
of
So
the
I'm
board.
threatening h3 now, and then I'll have a very strong pass pawn.
Ooh, I see.
So I
will
believe
take
you
that.
will have to take it. Now I gained some checking squares on f4 and all that.
Even though Vichy.
So
can I just go queen c6?
You return like that, okay.
Yes. And then I hide the king on g2. That might be the problem.
So maybe I have to go queen...
In fact, the bar is telling me that that's not the problem.
Oh.
This might be the only way to save it.
Okay, king h3, queen f1 check, okay.
This might be the only way.
Was it king e2 then?
Can't block because you give up your
Not
pass
king g2,
pawn.
but king e2.
Yes. Yes. So h4, queen to c6, queen to b1, and now I go towards the center. King to e2. But maybe this is the way. This is the way to try for something.
Black's got no pieces left, only the queen. So this is what you got to do. The only drawing mechanism is a perpetual, nothing else.
Yes. Anna.
I'm just so curious whether he will go for the pawn push as his last potential resource to try to get that perpetual check. A reminder, perpetual check leads to a draw. It means you cannot escape from the checks. It's constant checks, and therefore the players need to agree in sharing the point. That's not what Magnus wants. He wants the full point. He wants to win. And in fact, if he wins, that's 3 points in classical chess here in Norway Chess, and he could leapfrog a lot of the players. So this is a crucial moment. After 2 Armageddon losses for the world #1, Magnus Carlsen, he could bounce back at the top of the standings if he wins this game. Very close to it. This seems to be exactly a Magnus-esque. How do you even pronounce that? A very Magnus-like endgame.
Magnus-esque, yes. I don't know. That's a tough one to pronounce. But what it is just a trademark victory, a vintage Magnus victory. Again, slow and steady, and it's just absolutely incredible how he does it. Only 2 minutes and 50 seconds left for Arjun.
He has just, or actually he is about to reach move 40. Once he completes this move, he will start receiving a 10-second increment per move. Not a lot of time, but better than zero. Up until now, the players have had no increment at all.
And it's one of those simple positions, right? And by simple, I mean you don't have a lot of things to calculate. You have very clear plans for both sides. Black is trying to give the perpetual check. White is trying to push the king up and then create that separation with the passed pawn. Queen c6, get the queen on the best square in the position for white and push the pawn down to promotion. That's the plan, while hiding the king. These are the things that Magnus will need to juggle in the next few moves, but it does seem like he has a clear, straight path towards victory.
Arjun is about to make a move, and it is the check with the queen. He's not pushing the pawn. We're saying that the king will start moving toward the left side of the board and try to escape from the constant checks.
Very quickly played, of course, by Magnus. He didn't really have a lot of options.
In fact, he could not even repeat. Because if you had gone back to g2 to gain time or something, let's imagine, then queen d5 check, and now it's a permanent
Now we
draw.
get the perpetual.
Now there's a d1, d5 battery.
Yes, yes, that is the perpetual.
Or a barrier, and you can't get past that. So he has to take his king.
That is a very good point, and perhaps this is something that obviously some people would have fallen into, but not Magnus. Of course, Magnus immediately sped towards the queen side with king to e1.
Arjun continues with the checks, queen to c3 check, and Magnus's king is going up the board. It will start marching as much as it can so that it can escape from the checks. Magnus needs to use his queen and his pawn at some point as a shield to escape from the checks.
All I have to do, and we've sort of painted this picture already, get the king next to the queen so that the queen can protect the king. This is something that Magnus is trying to do. On the flip side of the coin, what Black is trying to do is find a way to not allow that to happen, which is impossible in this position. Magnus, a clear, straight path to victory. I believe Arjun understands that, and he doesn't even have too much time to come to that realization and accept the fact that he's losing. He needs to make his moves quickly. He only has 1 minute left.
He gives a check on the second rank, and Magnus Carlsen is considering where to go with the king. I believe he's just double-checking that he's running into nothing tricky by going up, continuing that march of the king toward the other side of the board. Another check.
We're going to see the king go up very quickly. Magnus is not interested in spending too much time. He wants to finish this game quickly. And if he wins this one, as you mentioned, Anna, he will be leapfrogging Fabiano, who's in the lead right now with 6 points. He will be at 8 points. You see, that's why I failed college algebra 3 times. 5 plus 3, 8 points, and Fabiano will need to win his game to potentially leapfrog back Magnus in the lead with 10 points. Let's see if that happens. He does have.
But is Fabi winning? He seemed to be close to
He's
winning.
close.
So we should also check that board at some point.
He's close. He's close. Maybe we could be going to that one.
I think we could stay with Magnus and Arjun because this could be close to a handshake. I feel like if Arjun runs out of checks, there will be not that much to play for. Do you think he will find a way?
Sorry?
Oh, the bar kept jumping here and there, and we also jumped with the board. But Magnus Carlsen is about to continue that king march, go up the board, and start to use, at some point, his queen to shield the king from the checks.
King to e4, just about to be coming on the board right now. Yes, he goes for it. It's one of those very soul-crushing ways of losing because you know it's coming and there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing to hope for. If you would have more pieces on the board, then maybe you can hope for a blunder by your opponent. But right now, there's nothing that Magnus can run into. He's just going to push the king down the board. There's nothing but checks for you to do. And once I get to c7, c8, along those lines, it is just game over.
And that is indeed what is happening. The king is almost there. It is almost finding the shelter it needs from the checks. There's still a couple of more checks that black can give. But once the king reaches the squares that Christian was pointing at, and we are going to highlight it again, where it needs to go, it's a long journey. The king is the slowest of pieces. It started out on the opposite side of the board. If we draw the whole path of the king, it's pretty impressive, actually. It's a very long and very patient journey. You gotta have a lot of patience in endgames. Endgames are the last phase of the game with very few pieces left on the board. But once you have the patience, and you know where you're heading, Magnus Carlsen knows where he's heading, and he's getting that full point. If he continues this way, unfortunately, as you mentioned, Christian, there is no way that Arjun can find any counter chances. The only thing would be if Magnus suddenly forgets about his pawn, but he has 27 minutes.
And that's the move. That's the move that somewhat might give you a chance. Let's say, I will just show you how you could be getting a chance. For example, after h4, I'll give you a check. You continue with the same thing, and then you're saying, hey, I'm going to block you with my queen like in the previous variation. That would be bad, really bad, because now my queen is not pinned to the king anymore, and that's why he played king g7. That's why he got off that 8th rank, that back rank. Of course, Magnus has other options. The simple one would be to just simply go queen to c6.
Seems like a
Even
very
h4
efficient way.
h4, absolutely a move as well.
Yeah.
And I will not have to block with my queen. I can go all the way to a7 and then block with my queen and then push the pawn. At some point, there's nothing you can do. I will push my pawn all the way to promotion.
But actually,
why h4, Vichy? Why? What attracted you to this
simply
way
to
of
pass the move
finishing
back.
things?
I'll tell you the problem. If you go king d6 here,
instead of h4,
yeah, queen e6 check, king c7, queen e7 check, king.
Let's go king c8.
Then I go queen e8 check. You have to go to b7.
I'll continue. Yes.
Now, what do I go? Queen. Well, then you have king a6 conveniently.
I do. Yes.
And if queen c8, you have queen b7.
Does this spoil it?
No, that spoils it, yeah? Because of...
Seems like I still have a way to go.
Yeah.
Seems like I still have a way to go somehow.
Okay.
It's such a funny way of winning it, but it exists. Like at some point, you're just running out of checks. Like let's say you go here, now I hide once again on a7. It's painful and it's long, but it gets the job done. And then you push b7.
Mm-hmm.
This is where we are. Magnus is making sure that he calculates everything precisely.
Is he going to go for the pawn push or the queen move? I find the queen move also very attractive to get out of the way of the passed
queen c6
pawn.
might be just very strong.
Queen c6, yeah, we could be saying queen to c6. Should we check the Fabiano game? These seem to be the two big ones.
We could take a look at this beautiful bird's eye view with the colorful boards here
Fabi's
representing
advantage is
day
not
4.
that devastating.
Has
as it used to be.
disappeared.
Yeah.
Fabi's advantage has somewhat, not disappeared completely, but it's small.
It's not the bone-crushing advantage it was earlier.
No, it's not. No, it's not. What happened here, Anna?
I am very curious what happened because last time we checked the position of the birthday boy, the world champion Gukesh with the white pieces against Fabiano, we were saying how Fabiano has really good winning chances. And I'm puzzled. What is it that Fabiano misplayed? What was the inaccuracy?
Very difficult to say. Very difficult to say, Anna. He still has the extra pawn. It does seem like he still has the advantage. The question is, how are you going to continue making progress in the position? And it does seem without the A pawns. The B4 pawn is going to be perpetually weak. And what I need to do as white is just focus on that. Focus on potentially capturing that with a knight on c2, which does seem to be the ideal square for that knight. I can also look at maybe dropping that knight on e3 and completely blocking the advancement
He's
of
gone queen c4,
your
which also
pawn.
looks pretty decent.
Queen to c4 as well, yes. Look, advantage Fabi, still advantage Fabi. It's an extra pawn, but it's not as bad as it was a few moves ago. And what I'm really keeping a very close eye on is the time situation. 7 minutes 50 for Fabiano. These type of positions, you start going down to your last minute, it's a problem. With only 10 seconds coming up, because they are at move 39, they're going to make move 40 very quickly. But only 10 seconds, it might become a problem.
It could very well become a problem, and this position is still very complex.
And in a queen ending, you can bash 10 silly moves out and get back a minute and something. In this position, you're very far from that.
This is not a queen endgame.
Yeah.
There's no easy moves.
Yeah, in this position, you're very far from that.
So, that is the
for instance,
comparison.
Gukesh can already look at knight f5, maybe.
Aha.
That's quite a big difference between the game of Magnus Carlsen that Vishy was referring to in
Did you
a
just bash this
simple
move out,
queen
maybe?
endgame. You can gain time with the
Because knight
increment.
f5 looks decent, right?
Knight f5 definitely looks decent. Anna, what do you think of this knight f5 move?
I love it. The knights are, I think, extremely strong in a situation like that, so close to the king. And once you have the queen on the long diagonal as well, you can never move the black knight away because of the checkmate pattern on g7.
Knight g3.
Knight g3, let's continue with that. Rook to c2. You still cannot take that pawn on e4 is the problem. But if you manage to get something like this, that could be interesting.
I think we do need to hurry back to Magnus Carlsen's games because this could be the final moment in the game of the world number 1 Magnus Carlsen against world number 4 Arjun Erigaisi. Magnus Carlsen very close
I'm glad
to the
Magnus
win.
played h4.
He played your move, Vishy.
played my
Listen
move.
to you.
He played your move. h4, queen to d3, passing the move. And just improving, I guess, the pawn structure is... yeah,
I
this
think
one is
now,
looking great.
would you play queen c5 or queen c6?
I was thinking queen c5. I was hoping that I'm not blundering anything, which I don't think I am, but just because I want to keep a contact with the pawn on f2. I don't know why, because I can give you that pawn at any moment.
Yeah, once my pawn reaches b7, it doesn't matter how many of my kingside pawns fall. But you can always delay it one more move, so there's no harm in doing this.
Yeah. This is looking good, Anna.
Very much so, and the time situation only highlights how tough it is for Arjun to play this game. 15 seconds left for Arjun. Magnus Carlsen steps away from in front of the pass pawn. Now it's ready to be pushed, get a second queen and convert this into a full victory. It will mean 3 points for Magnus, and he will be leading the tournament once he wins this game. A check by Arjun. The king will step close to the white queen, protecting
Played with 1
it.
second.
1 second?
1 second on the
He
clock.
had 1 second when he made that move.
1 second on the clock.
Another queen check is coming
And
on the 6th
this
rank.
is horrible because there's just 0 checks left.
0 checks.
He's
When I get the king to
resigning, in
c7,
fact.
he is resigning.
He resigns, and the players are exchanging a few words about what happened earlier. And the critical moment that Magnus Carlsen pointed out in the confessional booth, he did say that Arjun had to offer a queen trade and not allow the trade of the rooks on the back rank. Arjun missed it, and from that moment on, Magnus Carlsen didn't let Arjun out of his grasp. This is it. Magnus Carlsen is now back in the lead, and we do have action in Norway Chess Women as well. We got a run to the game of Humpy Koneru, who is the tournament leader.
And she might be surviving. In fact, sorry, not surviving. She's in somewhat better position, perhaps. She's a pawn up. But she will probably lose that extra pawn.
Wenjun had a very pleasant position earlier when we left the game with our analysis, and now it really seems a lot more simplified. And with the extra pawn, I'm wondering how that happened. I don't even think we have the time to check it.
We don't. We don't, just because we're getting so close to the time trouble situation and we have so many games to follow. But I have to point out that 3-0 looks so sweet next to your name, right? Whenever you know you got 3 points, 3 full points, now you go all the way to 8 points. Leapfrogging Fabiano in the lead, taking the lead for the first time, Magnus Carlsen right now at Norway Chess.
There's a crowd gathering already.
You know why. You know why. You know exactly
carpet.
why.
waiting for Magnus Carlsen to leave the playing venue and gives signatures, photographs, and also attend some of the studios, potentially also visiting us. I don't know, I hope so, maybe so. But what we do know is that Wenjun might not be winning this game anymore. She did have a good chance in this game, but the position is petering out and the pieces are disappearing from the board. Now the pawn is hanging as well on f3.
It's going to come down to some trades right now. So one way in which the game could end very soon. You do have to be careful. Don't take on g7. This would be a pretty bad blunder because of knight to e3. The knight on f5, obviously defending the rook on g7, but also right now going to be forced to capture knight on e3, take on g7, you lose. So do not touch that pawn on g7, at least not with the rook. What you can do is maybe just push the king. Push the king. I will take this and I can continue capturing on d6. It seems too simplified. I don't think Wenjun will have any issues holding draw in this one.
And that will be a bit of a disappointment for the reigning women's world champion after having had a good position today. But this is what you get sometimes if you missed your chances. You gotta settle for a draw. We also have late Tingji's position to look at. I believe we will be switching to that board in a moment. Late Tingjie with the white pieces against Sarah Kadam. This was earlier a very promising position for Late Tingjie. We said it was winning, and it still seems to be the case. She's pushing her passed pawn, attacking the rook. White's pieces are very active, while black is struggling to find counterplay.
Completely winning. Completely winning. You will get the extra pawn most likely, but you might not even need it. All you have to do is just push the c-pawn and again, the quality of the pieces is quite striking right now. It's not looking good for Sarah. She knows that she has only 3 minutes against 11 minutes. All hope is not lost, but it's not far from that.
Very tough situation indeed for Sarah Kadam. And in terms of what has happened so far, we do see the results on the right side. Vaishali won earlier her Armageddon game against Anand Muzichuk, and the most recent game that finished was, of course, the one we closely followed, world number 1 Magnus Carlsen, beating Arjun Erigaisi. And currently, the sole leader of the tournament at Norway Chess is Magnus Carlsen.
And quite likely to retain the lead because Fabi seems to have gone right, but Fabi still has an extra pawn. So
still the extra pawn.
Yeah.
Still they're going to go into those last few minutes. That's when everything is going to be decided, right? Whenever the players have 5 minutes, 3 minutes and counting, and then they still have to make decisions. It's not one of those positions that simplifies very quickly. Decisions galore for the next few moves, and it is the position that we in fact analyzed. Exactly the same position we analyzed. Knight to f5, rook to c8 first, followed by queen to e6. How do you do this as white? How do you maintain this beautiful knight on f5? Perhaps the answer is you don't. I don't think you want to go g4.
No, I think put it mildly, I don't want to do that.
I don't think you want to go g4.
Can you explain why not, Christian? For our viewers, again, we would love to make this as instructional as possible and help you beat your friends and colleagues at chess. So why don't we push that pawn in front of the king?
It felt like you really didn't like this one, so I'll let you take this one. Why not g4?
Let's start with h5.
In terms of the strategy behind it or the lack of principles, why a pawn push like this in general is not recommended?
Because it weakens the white king. So suddenly the squares around the white king are a little bit open. And that's the reason I didn't want to do it. But, and Gukesh as well. But now knight g3 and then rook c2 will come in.
And you can hear the roar of the crowd. Something is happening. Yes, you might have understood it. Magnus is walking around, giving his interviews after his victory, and of course, giving his autographs.
Oh, he went b3.
Well.
Okay.
b3. Rook to c2 has not been played yet. I sort of like this move because white wanted to play b3 himself and maybe get that bishop on b2 on the long diagonal. This, however, becomes a liability right now. Maybe we could try to attack it with queen
Yes.
to a4.
Queen a4, I think, because you want to... Black doesn't want to move the knight on d5, I think.
Yes. If you do move knight to b6,
Might not be too bad, right? Because you have rook c2 on the next move.
let's keep going with this one. Rook to c2. I feel I cannot let myself be pinned down like that with the rook coming to c2. I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see the clear path forward for white. I understand maybe bishop to e3 might be enough. And perhaps it is. And perhaps it is, because now I cannot touch any of these squares with my knight. Yeah, this is tough. This is really tough for both players, by the way, to prove their goals. They both have very distinct goals. Fabi is trying to make use of his extra pawn. Gukesh is trying to show his compensation. Whoa. F3. This changes the character of the position by quite a lot. What happened here, Vishu?
Did not see this coming.
You're trying to calculate.
Let me try to figure out how we should go about it.
Let's show the basic idea first, so that we have a pin over the pawn in the center. Black shouldn't capture the white pawn because that hangs the queen.
That would be somewhat detrimental. The funny thing is that you're not completely losing, even after this.
I did consider it, but I couldn't see that it improves my position.
It does not improve the position.
Yeah.
You're still fine even after this. You have enough compensation, but this is not something that you want with black. So do not touch your pin. Don't touch the pawn on f3.
So what should black do? Now that pawn in the center for black is attacked by a lot of white pieces.
Well, the thing is, whenever you, and we've been touching on this subject quite a lot, whenever you move pawns in front of your king, you weaken the king. And that's exactly what he did. Fabi is a pawn up. There's a trade-off when you try to force your way to recapturing that pawn and restoring the material balance, and that is you're weakening the second rank. That is exactly what Fabi immediately takes advantage of with this move rook to c2. He says, you know what, take my pawn, that's fine, you can take it back. But in the meantime, I will be able to start transferring this knight, and you have a clear target, this pawn on g2. You might be in trouble after knight e7. Dropping down on the clock right now, Gukesh, he needs to keep his wits. 4 minutes 30 seconds against 5 minutes and 23 seconds. This one is going to go down to the wire. Anna, what do you see? How do you see? I wish we had the magical bar right now.
I wish. I would love to ask the Norway Chess bar and the human factor. We do see the computer engine, Stockfish, saying that black's position is better. Fabiano also has more time. And I feel like it is, in a way, a two-result position, because it is a lot riskier for white with the rook on the second rank and the weaknesses. It is Gukesh who needs to play extremely precisely.
We have the closest thing to a magical bar, and that is Vishy. Vishy, tell us what's happening around here.
I'm trying to make...
What is happening around here?
Either knight e2 or knight f1 work. Because I want to tap that rook. Play knight e3 maybe.
Yeah.
But here, even knight f5.
That might work, actually.
Might actually work, because it's coming to h4.
That might work. And that's, again, taking advantage of the pin. The pin of this pawn on e4, you cannot take the knight on f5 because of queen takes e1. So
okay, let's try knight e2 then.
Knight e2. Let's try. Can I take on e4?
Well, then I capture a knight d4.
Let's see. Knight to d4. Yes. Yes, that's good enough. Good enough. Okay.
Anyway, he played something, and he's also 3 minutes now. Oh, he's gone rook f1. Okay.
Justin, by the way, the Wenjun and Humpy Koneru drew their game, so there will be an Armageddon between Wenjun and Humpy. These were the last moves from their game just before the draw was agreed.
Yes, a series of checks and the attack of that pawn on h6, forcing the repetition and the shake of hands.
The two will be back in about 15 minutes' time for their Armageddon game. We will definitely cover it from the front row for all of our viewers. In the meantime, let's go back to the remaining classical games of the round. The birthday boy, world champion Gukesh defending this position from the white side against tournament leader Fabiano Caruana.
We're seeing a potential knight land on c4. That's the plan. Nevertheless, that plan will be derailed because you still have to guard that pawn on b3. It's not that easy to make progress. It looks good. You're an extra pawn to the good. Actually, you're not. Never mind. I forgot that white did, in fact, reestablish the material balance with f takes e4. What black has right now is a beautiful pressure down the c file and the second rank.
Huge
Does queen
pressure.
c4 maybe make sense?
Queen to c4. Let's see. That is a move that
doesn't appear to spoil anything.
No, it looks good, actually. It looks like it increases, to be honest, it increases the pressure, and it feels like the move that Fabi would make. It feels like the type of move, very aggressive, very forward, that Fabi would make. Not only that, but you're also starting to look at this bishop on c1.
Yeah.
Also, this is already a blitz game. They are down to their final 3.5 minutes with a
Wait,
10-second
after queen
increment
c4, maybe I
only.
can go bishop d2?
It certainly is. Bishop to d2 is a big question, but then I can take.
Bishop c3.
And rook to c2.
And bishop takes f6.
A lot to calculate. I might have queen c5 at the right moment.
Yes, and knight f5, queen c5, right?
I might have knight queen c5, exchange the queens. I'm not getting mated. I am very close to getting mated, but I exchange the queens.
No, wait, queen c5, let me go rook b1.
Rook to b1 here.
This isn't happening, unfortunately, because the king has stepped out of the way. Magnus, I'm going to say, already confusing the names. Who am I anymore? The king goes to h7. That is what Fabiano has played instead.
That's a good move. That's a good move, by the way. King to h7, I really like that.
What do you like about it, Christian? Why do you think this is such a top-level move?
I was looking at ideas of knight f5, knight takes h6 in a lot of iterations. This one just takes away the sting of that check on h6. So I like this, and I like the fact that you're giving up the move for white. You're forcing white to calculate in this position, and it's a very tough position. You have to make some of these patient moves. Rook to f2, maybe even king to h2 at the right moment. I don't know. It's a tough
King to h2
position.
is a nice mirror of black's king h7,
Yes,
right?
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
But how is rook f2?
I'm not going to
On the
take
other
it.
hand, a pawn on c2 is not going to be fun.
Take it if you want. Take it. I do want my pawn to come to c2. Yeah, rook f2 is something that I'm sure he calculates right now. The thing is, it's one of those positions in which it does seem like you have some options, right? Maybe rook e1, rook d1, knight f5, not really because you're losing the pawn on e4. Rook to f2, so, but you have to make a decision. 2 minutes 21 for Gukesh right now. What's your move, Vichy? If you are Gukesh, you have 2 minutes on the clock. What's your reaction right now? I like the fact that you're thinking, but there's no time. He's thinking as well.
I think that's the answer. I don't see the big move with clarity.
He's thinking as well. He's thinking as well, and there's no clarity. That's the precise point. Anna, your reaction. What do you play?
Maybe rook f2 is
I think this is really tough. He's really low on time, and the pressure is all on White's position. I don't see the Norway chess bar, but I would believe that it gives quite a good chance to Fabiano, because the practicality of the situation, that Black has the more active pieces, Black has the pressure, Black has somewhat more time. It's so hard to keep playing perfect chess. At some point, Gukesh will bound to make a mistake.
I don't see him doing it. I just don't see him doing it. I think perfect play is exactly what he needs right now, and he has a minute to do it. Good luck. Good luck is what I'm saying. Fabiano understands that as well. It's not looking great. It is not looking great. There is a lot of pressure on Gukesh. Down to his last minute and counting against 3 minutes and 15. You know that gives Fabiano some confidence, seeing his opponent under such pressure.
He's been thinking for 3 minutes only, and he doesn't have the time to do so. 45 seconds left for Gukesh. He only has 10-second increments every time he makes a move. He cannot spend this long.
Rook
He's making
F2.
a move. Rook to F2, offering a rook trade.
That's your move that you wanted to play as well, Vichy, rook to F2.
The bar is not happy with it, though. The bar is saying that Fabiano's position is now somewhat even better.
It keeps
If queen
increasing.
c4, then I guess I'm going back, or what?
If queen to c4, you just probably right now take on f6, which is some crazy stuff.
But if I take on c1?
And then you have knight f5 at the end.
Ah, okay.
And in fact, you're winning.
Oh, that is cute.
Because you're checkmating, there's no way to come back. These are wild calculations. This is not easy stuff. And the thing is, black has options. Black has options right now. Queen to c4 is one of them. He might be considering it. Queen to e5, queen to d6. This is a nice little trap. If you do go queen to c4, rook to f6 seems to be at least equalizing the position.
Fabiano is now spending over a minute on his decision. It's a tough position,
E5.
but he's
Queen
improving
E5,
the
okay.
queen's
Best move.
position.
Best move in the position, and right now it's starting to become extremely difficult. The best move for Gukesh is rook back to f1. I do not see that happening.
I don't
do
think
not
he'll
see
play
that
that.
happening.
Not a chance. That's such a tough move. And why? Why is that the best move? The computer is like, yeah, of course, obvious. The rook goes back. That's it.
Just to defend this bishop on c1, this bishop on c1 is going to be under attack for a long time. For example, if you try to go rook f5, I go queen d4, and that's going to pin the queen down, enter the endgame, and this bishop on c1 is just simply going to be your problem piece for the remainder of the game.
He
Queen
offers
f4.
a queen trade, and now the bar is showing even more advantage for Fabiano.
Not easy, though. Not easy. Queen to d4 seems to be, right now, really, really putting the screws on in this position. If you go bishop to e3, try to relieve the pressure from this pin. I just simply pick up the pawn on b2. This is getting close to the big danger zone for Gukesh, especially on the clock. 18 seconds for Gukesh.
18 seconds versus a minute and 46 seconds. Fabiano Caruana with a huge pressure on the birthday boy and reigning world champion. Will he play queen to d4?
That is the million-dollar question, Anna. Vichy, do you think we're going to see queen to d4? What other options?
Also, queen to d4 depends on this queen f5 check.
It's a
you
big
have to go
one.
king h8, queen c8 check, and I think you have to go. Oh no, you have knight d8 as well. I thought you have to go knight g8. But
Knight g8, no, it's good. Knight g8, probably knight d8.
D8 as
Actually,
well,
knight
yeah.
d8 is nice, yes.
I'd like to have a new hire. I'm not allowed to. I wanted to get involved in the analysis, but we do have a bit of a tech moment here before we can have a bit of a help for the analysis of the game between Gukesh and Fabiano Caruana. This is the crucial moment. Both of them are below a minute. 52 seconds left for Fabiano Caruana. 18 seconds left for Gukesh Domoraju. Huge tension on the board and also on the clock.
Absolutely, and you can sense the tension. Queen takes f4. No, this is not the right approach. Knight jumps to d3, but if he finds rook to d2, he might be back in this game. He might be saving this one after rook to d2 if he finds it.
Is he back in the game? I'm going to ask the world number one Magnus Carlsen about it.
Instantly,
Welcome to
okay.
the studio, Magnus.
Yeah, this is very nice. Very nice find. Those are the moves that are often difficult to find because you kind of want to capture, and then it's hard to put the rook on a square where it seems to be attacked. But yeah, this seems nice, but the game is it's far from over. I mean, it still looks quite dangerous for white.
How are you seeing Gukesh's chances to survive this one?
Well, I think they're a lot better than they were a couple of minutes ago. I mean, he could in some lines even win. Like they're, yeah. I'm just saying that there's little time, and it's not impossible for black to overpress somehow. But
he finds the best move.
Yeah, and he's playing really well now.
King to f1. Where's the entry point for
Also,
the
if my
knights?
king comes all the way to d2, I can even take on c2 maybe, because it'll be hard to queen the pawn with my king that close.
And this is exactly the type of situation that Magnus is talking about, where white could potentially win that.
Okay.
Yeah, Fabi is panicking a bit now.
Knight takes h5 seems to already be somewhat, not slightly better for white, but completely out of danger for white.
Yeah, maybe knight h5 almost saves it.
Yeah, this is not Fabiano's strength to play these positions with
Do
very
you
little
think he might
time.
end up losing it? Would you predict a decisive result or a draw?
I would probably predict a draw, but I don't feel... I think he should bail out. Just take g2, take d2, knight e5 check, and... Yeah, should be able to make a draw there. I mean, you could go rook g1 after king f3, but I see absolutely no reason why he should be better anymore.
King to f3, played by Gukesh. Indeed, rook to d2, the bailout is what he needs to do right now, if he wants to stay in this
Go
one.
for it. Fabiano had the advantage earlier. It must be a disappointment for him that his advantage is gone now, and he realizes it and bails out.
It's not an immediate draw. Black is the one who has to play a bit better, but should be.
We do have another result. Nakamura versus Wei did end up in a draw, and we're going to see an Armageddon in that one.
It's going to be the first day with only one decisive result in the open section.
Very true. Very true.
Leiting J.
Thank goodness that was yours. The 3 point.
That's a very good question. I don't know. Knight to c6, bishop to c3. Isn't this becoming dangerous right now?
Knight c6 is a bit strange. I think he can go g5 though. Start trading pawns. Or king h6 and then g5.
Played.
No.
This.
Then come to
Knight d6, king h5. I mean, there's too little material here.
Knight e6 is going for it. Still very close, this one. Knight to e6, knight to d7 potentially to defend this pawn on f6. He plays it.
Yeah.
And there's no knight c5 as well. This was the big trick, the big threat in the position. Try to get that b3 pawn.
I guess I can go king d3 here to try to maybe go to c4.
Hasn't been played yet.
But I don't think black's in any danger of losing this.
Magnus, how do you see this one developing? What's your move if you're white, if you're
Yeah,
Gukesh?
king d3 seems like a very good move. But the fact remains that there's little material on the board.
He has played it, and Fabiano with the check on e5.
He's offering a
I
repetition.
don't think Gukesh will take it.
They're repeating for
Once.
once. Will we see a draw by repetition? Will Gukesh go back and Fabiano with the knight check? Will they end up in a draw and lead to an Armageddon? Gukesh goes to a different square. He doesn't want the draw.
That's quite a decision right now.
He doesn't run any risk of losing, so why not?
Knight e5, king d4 perhaps?
King d4 and then knight
But then knight
f3.
f3 h4.
King e2, I think Fabiano can stop
Now
the
he
clock.
can claim a draw with knight c6. Yeah.
If he stops the clock and claims with knight c6, we have a draw and we have another Armageddon. Will he go for it?
No,
Nope.
he also doesn't want the draw. He pushes a pawn. Who is playing this for a win now? Both of them?
I think it's just gotten personal.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Knight f4, trying to
Knight
stop king
f4.
h5.
Knight c5.
Yeah.
It just got personal. What if you go knight
Knight
a4?
a4.
Do you take and then
Yeah,
go
bishop
knight
d4
d3?
and knight takes b2. You take and think.
Yeah,
But then I
take.
go for king h5.
Yeah, I mean it's knight bishop e5, knight d3, king h5, knight e5, knight b2, king
Yeah.
d2. That's
Knight to
gonna be
d3.
it.
King D2, King H4, Knight E5 draw.
We're gonna get the result. Neither of them are really desired at this point.
Yes. We're going to see the shake of hands very soon, it seems like. Still playing on increment.
Well, King D3 looks nice enough.
Yes.
This is already move 71. We have been following this game for a long time now. And it will be a disappointment, I guess more so for Fabiano.
Certainly, yeah. He had a very good position from the get-go almost, out of the opening, and could have made more with it.
In case of a draw, we will be happy to see even more chess, of course. They will need to be back at the board to play it out in Armageddon, and there will be an Armageddon between Wenjun and Humpy Koneru as well. And by the way, just in, Sarah Khadem turned the table. She was in a completely lost endgame, and she won. We'll need to check that out later, what happened. Lei Tingjie completely winning in the endgame and blundered against Sarah.
Yeah, that one is somewhat of a shocker. Of course, she was completely losing in a position that didn't seem that is going to go her way in any scenario, and it did. We don't know exactly how it happened. We'll find out later. Knight to F3 is still seeing the final moments of this game.
Magnus, if this is going to an Armageddon, will you be following, first of all, closely the Armageddon? And how do you feel about your game today, which is my main question? You have just won against Arjun Erigaisi, and that's a juicy 3 points in classical chess.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like I'll be heading into the... Yeah, so the game is over now, so that drama is kind of over. Yeah, it looks like I'll be heading into the rest day with the lead, which is, of course, very nice.
Not a bad feeling. How would you summarize your game of today?
Yeah, I think it was a decent game. I felt like I did things more or less the way that I should. It was a little bit of a strange opening. I think neither of us really understood too well what was going on, but the way it kind of settled, we got a very forced sequence, and then at some point he started slowing down, but that was mainly because he had a lot of choices, but none of them were pleasant. Like, I suspect everything kind of was within the bounds of what he can draw, but he didn't see anything clear. And then, you know, the margin got a little bit thinner, and towards the end there was only like one kind of clear way to draw, and when he didn't find that, it was it was a relatively easy conversion, but I think just a very good day at work. I think I did things correctly, and you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and it worked today.
You went to the confessional booth several times, and you were talking about your thoughts, which we obviously always enjoy listening to. At the start, you were saying that you felt like you were too slow and you were a bit indecisive. What do you think was the reason that you were spending more time at the start?
I think it was just because it was a position that was kind of unfamiliar, and there were so many choices basically on each move. Once things clarified a bit, I did play a lot faster, but that was the main thing. I just couldn't really figure out what to do, and I don't think I understood the position that well either. It was just a bit unfamiliar and irrational.
That makes sense. And in one of the last visits to the confessional, you were analyzing the moment right before the rook trade on the back rank, and you were saying that Arjun had to offer a queen trade to prevent that you get rid of one of the rooks. Were you discussing this moment with Arjun? Did he analyze the option of offering a queen trade and going for a double rook endgame?
Yeah, I mentioned it after the game to him. That seemed to me like, well, he asked them when was the last real chance I had, and I thought that was at least the last moment, as I said in the confessional, where I was sure that it was a draw. But yeah, he didn't really like that rook endgame, but the alternative that he chose lost quite trivially, so he kind of had to go for it, even if he didn't like it, because what happens in these positions is that once you trade a rook, then with the rook behind the pawn, both queen endgames and rook endgames are usually lost. And with all these tactics, with the kind of mutual weak kings, the person pressing can usually use that in order to force more trades. So, but this is what happens, that you get presented with more and more difficult choices, and eventually you go wrong.
And he did. He converted it into a full point. That is 3 points at Norway Chess, and you are the leader of the tournament going into the rest day. Do you have any plans for tomorrow other than participating in Norway Chess games? And do you have any, by the way, do you think you can guess what it will be tomorrow? You've done farming, you've done knitting, you've done what else? Cooking. Would you have a preference for what to compete at tomorrow?
I prefer to look at it in the way that, I don't know what to expect, and that's the easiest part. I'm sure I'll be surprised though.
We wish you good luck for tomorrow at Norway Chess Games and also overall in the tournament. Thank you so much for joining us and enjoy your rest day.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that was, of course, Magnus Carlsen. Just an incredible victory for him with the white pieces taking the lead in Norway Chess going into the first rest day. And we have an Armageddon, which already started. Wenjun versus Koneru Humpy right now happening before our eyes. And we still don't have enough time to check how Sarah Kadem won her game.
I cannot believe it.
Yeah.
I cannot believe it. I saw the bar while we were analyzing Fabi's game, but there was just too much going on to switch because I can't believe what happened. What we do have now, and I believe that I see what I see, Armageddon between Wenjun and Humpy Koneru. Again, a reminder that white has more time, starts with 3 extra minutes, but black has draw odds. So in case of a draw, black wins this match of Armageddon. So far today, we have only seen one Armageddon. That was Vaishali winning earlier with the white pieces against Anand Muzichuk.
Absolutely, and we have Wenjun with the white pieces facing Koneru Humpy. 9 minutes and 20 seconds against 6 minutes 20 seconds. It's the type of position that I would say white enjoys in this type of Armageddon situations because you can maneuver it, and it's a long-term type of maneuvering position. White is going to try to set things up with knight to d2, make the connection between the rooks, and maybe at the right moment start an attack on the king side. Perhaps that's one of the plans available in the position with h3, g4, g5. Black, on the other hand, will try to do something in the center. In the center, maybe potentially connected to the closing of the bishop on b2 as well with d4. So a lot of plans available and a lot of interesting ideas to come up in this game. Rook to d8, we're putting the rooks on the right files. What do you see, Vishy? How do you see this one play in the next few moves?
It looks pretty symmetrical. And I don't really see what's going on. I feel black might even be threatening d4 at some point now. So if white's going to take, this is the moment to do it. I think knight takes d5, knight takes d5, and probably I don't see a problem with rook takes d5. So
we have knight takes d5 on the board. We don't know if she's going to go for knight takes d5, but with the understanding that, I was just about to say that with the understanding that a draw is fine for black, would you take on d5? And she said, yes, I will take on d5. I would have considered knight d4 just to shy away from all those trades.
Oh.
And how to create anything. I think it's time. Whenever you don't know what to do, just go h4. Just go h4. Knight d2.
Oh, but this is not happening. I just go rook. Rook d8. She wants to go queen g4. Well, that's not. So maybe I go rook d7 to protect my bishop on b7.
That's a nice point right there because queen g4,
then I can
knight d5.
throw in this move.
And the bishop on b7 is protected.
Correct.
Let's see if she goes for that. She's still thinking right now. 5 minutes, 22 seconds. She's falling a bit on the clock. That might become problematic in the later stages of the game. So Koneru needs to speed things up right now.
Needs to speed up and needs to place the rook.
Rook d8.
The right square. She goes all the way back to the back
Now
line.
it's getting awkward because if bishop f8, I have knight e4 with the threat of knight f6 check.
Oof, yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
Or something. But
you have to go G6. G6 is not an easy move to make.
G6 feels like a failure. And you have to realize that you can actually play it.
It does. It does indeed.
Weakens the dark squares to such
I think
extent.
G6, I can even try knight e4.
Yes.
Because if f5, I can play queen h3, something like that.
Bishop f8 is the move that I would play right now without blinking, without thinking for too long. And then, of course, after knight e4, I would be in trouble. But it's just the move the hand makes in this position.
She's considering it seriously. It's not much time that she has, but she is investing it here because it is a critical moment. How do you defend against the checkmate on g7? The queen and the bishop targeting the pawn in front of your king. There's only a few ways you can protect it or defend against the checkmate.
Absolutely. Bishop f8, that's the move the hand makes. And after knight e4, she's in trouble. She is in trouble.
It does get the question mark, and after the knight jump to the center, threatening now even more attack on the king's side. It's going to be the queen, the bishop, and the white knight, the three pieces together attacking the black king.
I believe this is the most important point of the calculation.
Queen
you
h4,
need to
yeah?
see queen h4, yes. And I think she will see it. And now we get the battery that kills the black king in
You
case.
see that she's looking at the king.
That's a checkmate.
Very much calculating these lines. The knight jump to the center with the sacrifice coming. I think she'll play it. She
Let's
sees
see.
it. She sees it. And
Yeah.
there we go. Knight to e4. Koneru Humpy is in trouble. Exclamation mark to this move because it is a very strong one. She did have to calculate what happens if the pawn attacks both the queen and the knight. That is a fork. And this is what she had to calculate before making this move. You cannot step into it without knowing whether it's good for you or not.
Panic time right now for Koneru with only 3 minutes and 49 seconds and counting. She needs to calculate f5.
How bad is knight e7 here?
Knight e7. Knight f6.
King h8.
And maybe queen to h5. This is another one of those calculations that she needs to make.
Oh, but this is very beautiful. It's, oh, is it just queen f? No, but then I have...
Knight g8, perhaps.
But bishop on b7 is hanging, and that's the problem. So...
Big moment right now. A lot of calculations, a lot of opportunities for both, well, mostly for Wenjun. And the clock is ticking down for Koneru. The pressure is on the Indian player and the co-leader going into this round. Will Wenjun win? But if she wins, this being the Armageddon, she still doesn't take the lead.
No, funnily enough, because Anna lost that position, they continue tying for first, and Wenjun inches a bit closer, but not much more.
But right now, Sarah is only 1 point behind them.
She got 3 points for the win. We'll
half.
need to check what happened in her game because that was crazy. She was in a completely lost endgame and then she managed to turn the tables. The pawn push by Humpy in the center and Wenjun trying to challenge this pawn.
It says a missed opportunity. I don't believe it is. I do like this one. Sure, knight f6 would have been better, but it's not. Well,
knight f6, let's show it. It must be queen f5 or queen h. Yeah, okay.
I think this one, just because queen f5, but yes, this is a nice thing to show.
Yeah.
Queen f5, G. If you do take the knight, then bishop f4, bishop e4, and you get checkmated. f4, 2 minutes, 20 seconds, bishop e7 against 7 minutes. Oh, this is not looking good right now.
Huge time advantage for Wenjun and also positionally huge advantage in terms of the attack. Will she find the right way to continue?
And we're seeing those names on the bottom right of your screen. Those are the Armageddons waiting to happen. Gukesh versus Fabiano and Nakamura versus Wei coming up shortly. So we'll be calling all the action in that one. But until then, Koneru under tremendous pressure against the world champion Wenjun. Bishop e7, how to continue? How to create separation right now? Do you go f5? Do you keep the tension as is? f5 probably would be a somewhat of a misstep for white. But it's something that she's considering. Maybe even just push the h-pawn. Lots of opportunities right now for white. And Wenjun sensing the critical moment, she needs to find a path forward. She needs to find a way to create something. And she's investing some of her time, some of her extra time. 2 minutes, 16 seconds still for Koneru, with many moves to go until move 40.
Also needs to find a way, I think it's Hikaru Nakamura. He has just been running down the stairs to make it back to the playing venue. His Armageddon will be starting soon as well. What a moment.
How do you
Huge
continue
pressure.
here? How do you continue the attack?
Knight f6 was so easy. After f4, bishop e7, I actually don't see what I want to do next. Queen h5 or something.
Queen h5 to increase the pressure definitely feels like the right move, but...
Queen h6 and then...
It just looks threatening, yeah? Like, definitely bishop f8 no longer possible.
Yes, correct.
Because of this checkmate. And if you don't have bishop f8, you will have to live with this axe over your head all the time. This queen on h6 that's ready to checkmate whenever you open up diagonal for my bishop. I like this. I like this idea with queen h5. Let's see if she plays it. Queen to h5 is what we believe might be the way to go.
She plays rook to f1 instead after 2.5 minutes of thinking, which is a long
I did consider that, but what is
Very
it?
long
Rook
think.
d3, what is the refutation?
She just wants to take. I think rook d3 is not on the board. Queen c7.
Okay.
Queen c7 is given a question mark for not capturing the pawn and asking more questions to white.
Just take the pawn right now, and I do believe that you're falling for some tactics after knight takes e5. The simple double attack that we've been discussing for so long, queen to f5, attacking the knight, you cannot move the knight.
f6?
You have to go f6, and now knight g5.
Ah,
Wow.
okay.
Wow. Deflecting the pawn from the protection of the knight in the center, and then black's position collapses.
There's a checkmate coming
In
after
fact, yes.
queen f7, queen to g7.
I have, well, bishop d6 I don't, and so on, so it's...
Yes. Bishop to d6 could be something, but queen to
it's
e6
losing,
just
yeah,
finishes
losing a piece, yeah.
the job.
And rook f7 and everything.
It's looking good. It is looking good. Oh, she didn't play it. She played rook d1 and f6 came on the board.
Inaccurate moves by both players, but it just tends to happen. There is no time. This is huge time pressure. The whole game is a blitz game with very little increment coming from move 41. So at this stage, all the time they have is 3 minutes, 17 seconds for Wenjun and 2 minutes for Humpy Koneru. That is all the time they have for the entire game.
b4 possible? No, f takes e5. Maybe...
Queen h5 increasing the pressure.
No, it doesn't work because fe5 is increasing much faster.
Much faster. Yeah. What you were calculating was something along these lines, but just taking on f6, it's crushing black's position. You will simply not escape this. She took on f4. That's a big decision right there.
Okay, rook takes f4.
Double question mark. Why is this such a big mistake?
Because you're allowing my rook to get in play, not only via the f-file, but also via the h-file. You're getting checkmated right now. Rook takes f4 is the critical move. Will she find it? Clock is getting somewhat closer.
Rook takes f4, there is knight e5 again, because now the knight g5 trick doesn't work.
There is knight e5. And you do have to go into rook to h4 ideas. It is tempting to take with the g-pawn as well, because that controls the e5 square. Whoa! Bishop h3.
Oh, that's cute as well, because bishop e6 and bishop f5 is the threat.
That is a nice move. That is a nice move, putting immediate pressure on the black king.
I just love watching the players running down the stairs. Gukesh Domaraju, the birthday boy, has also just run down back to the playing venue. The Armageddon game between Hikaru Nakamura and Wei has started. We will check in with that as soon as this is over, because everything is happening all at once.
G takes f4, okay. Knight goes back 1 minute and 10 seconds. Whoa, no, that cannot work.
That cannot work. Unfortunately for Humpy, that seems to give decisive winning advantage immediately on the spot for Wenjun. Check.
Bishop f5 looks very convincing.
Knight g5 is even stronger.
Knight g5 is stronger, but maybe a bit more difficult to see.
Huge.
I think bishop f5 is going to come on the board.
She plays bishop f5, threatening checkmate on h7.
This is over. This is over, guys. Game over. You cannot escape checkmate. h6 is going to be followed by queen g6. I'm delivering the goods on the light squares. This is it. G6 might be one way to try to stop the inevitable, but after bishop takes G6, you move the bishop to defend the 7th rank, you lose after bishop takes F6. This is over. We're going to see resignation in just a few seconds because there's no way to continue this game.
Humpy Koneru pushes the G-pawn. It's being captured by the bishop. There's a pin on the H5. You cannot take the bishop.
Bishop takes F6.
And knight G5.
Knight G5 is a classy way to finish the job.
Wow.
Take on G6, queen to H8 is going to be the checkmate on the... Wow.
And she's playing it. What a demolishing attack, a crushing attack by the women's world champion. All the white pieces against the black king. Handshake, resignation by Humpy Koneru. This has been a beautifully executed attack by women's world champion Wenjun. She gets the point for the Armageddon, and we do have the Armageddon between Hikaru Nakamura and Wei Yi. Hikaru has to win. He has more time, but he has to win. In case of a draw, Wei Yi gets the point for the Armageddon.
Vishy, what do you see?
Always when you have these double deep pawns, I think White's running out of steam.
I tend to
I mean,
agree.
either Hikaru wins on time now, or that's it.
I think that's what he's hoping for.
Yeah.
He is putting some pressure on the clock. 3 minutes 40 seconds for Wei. Wei has been tremendous. Well, only one Armageddon, but won that against Magnus. So definitely, B takes A4. Wait a minute. What is Hikaru trying to do?
I think he wants to go bishop E6, bishop D2, and A5 and hang on to that pawn.
That is a very good point.
First of all, I don't know if it will survive bishop F6, D8. But second, I'm not even sure it will survive an exchange sack. If I go rook A6 here, oh, he's already...
Well, you went
like
all
that.
the way back with the bishop,
He's trying to look at bishop A6 followed by queen E6 perhaps.
putting pressure on Hikaru's pawn. Hikaru pushing, trying to break through in the center.
F4, really throwing the gauntlet, Hikaru, but he has to do it. He has to do it because it's all about the clock. He understands the position is not that good, but the clock situation is what matters.
Wei Yi with the capture. Now Hikaru has a lot of options. How do you take that pawn? Bishop, pawn, rook.
Vishy, how do you take the pawn?
He takes with the bishop,
I was going
attacking
to
the
take with the
queen.
pawn.
I was considering
And then playing
taking with the pawn
F5 so
too.
that the bishop can't come back to E6 or whatever, but they're not pretty options, I would say. Let's put it that way.
Not pretty options because you can go for this pawn on H4, but it's all about closing the bishop. He didn't do it. He went for bishop F4, queen to D8. Big moment right now. The A pawn is not going anywhere. E3.
Using the pin on the D
But now
file.
Queen A5 is nice for me, no?
Queen A5, I like that move. Especially with the understanding that a draw is fine.
Yes.
And that's all he needs. Wei Yi wins the match with a draw that is the Armageddon format. He has draw odds.
Bishop G4, rook D3, and now Queen A5, followed by E5.
Exclamation mark, opening up the long diagonal for the bishop, attacking the
Okay,
pawn.
let me play rook E6.
Rook E6. Let's see, did he do it? Not yet. Rook E6 is not there yet. Rook A6 potential as well, rook E6, all about defending this pawn on C6. Maybe even Queen A6. But look, if we want to make a draw, can we even take on E5? And say, you know what?
Probably. Bishop C6, you take on F4 and
Yes.
everything breaks through. That's what he's done, or he's taken on E3?
Rook
This move I
takes-
didn't understand fully, I must admit.
No, I don't think this is the right approach.
No,
Not
because
only-
he's saved that E pawn.
Exactly.
But now I'll have to play rook E6.
Let's see what he goes for it.
Yeah.
Rook E6.
And now I'm threatening Queen A4. What's your line? If you can't go rook A3, I take on E5. Though I would rather have done it in the other position. But
Big
also rook
moments.
A3 is not a dream move.
It is not. It's all about stopping black from taking on A4, this is move 27 in 13 moves from now. Wei will be gaining 1 second, 1 additional bonus second every single time he makes a move. That's not a lot.
That's not a lot. Better than 0, and he's really low on time, so he wants the increment, but this is still a huge time advantage for Hikaru. That's his biggest card here,
Yes.
the time advantage. That's what he needs to bank on. That's what gives him chances.
Advantage.
Huge advantage, huge advantage on the clock. Queen F2. Not enjoyed by the engine, but these are the type of moves, the type of practical decisions that Hikaru needs to make in order to create the separation. In time trouble. Queen takes A4. A3.
Allowing queen takes c4. Thank you very much.
That's another pawn. Thank you very much. Is the right approach.
Now rook e8 even, okay.
Threatening the central pawn of white. Hikaru is getting worse, but he still has a lot of time.
Queen c3 maybe?
This is what Hikaru said after the match against Magnus. At some point, it just becomes about making moves. Do not think, do not overthink, that's for sure. Just make moves and opportunities will arise.
Amazing. I thought he would grab the chance to play a4, but no.
He did not. He's saying that bishop takes c5, I will meet with rook takes c5.
But then I have queen b6, pinning your queen.
That is what he's calculating. Wei is calculating that right now. If he can take it, and he took it.
He does take the pawn, and he doesn't believe Hikaru's bluff. He was nodding as if this is all going fine, everything is okay.
Also, by the way, I have queen b8, so I'm not sure.
I think Wei just took a glance at how many moves he has before he makes 40th move. Queen b6, he feels good about his position right now.
Pinning the rook so
In
that
fact,
the
I
rook...
liked queen b8 no, because now I have still bishop e3.
Bishop e3, maybe bishop takes g3. Could that
there's
be an idea?
Yeah, but there's no easy discovery for me, right? Yeah,
Big moments right now. Bishop e3. Wei is calculating on his opponent's clock as well. What will he do? Bishop takes c5. He knows if he starts exchanging pieces, that's it, game over.
Correct.
Hikaru wins it. He cannot afford that. He needs to go bishop e3. The problem is it just simply doesn't work.
And in the meantime, I know we cannot switch, but there's a huge advantage for Gukesh in his Armageddon against Fabiano. You can see the bar showing almost decisive winning advantage.
Yes, we'll go to that one in just a second, but maybe we should...
Actually, if we have already switched, can we just quickly look at the board? Let's take a look at what is happening. This is the birthday of Gukesh Dommeraju, and he has to win this Armageddon with the white pieces. That is the format, the current position. Wow, what are those pawns?
What is happening to that Fabi's pawn structure?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how we got here. Yeah, that's an ugly pawn structure. I would assume he sacrificed something on f5, but we shall wait and see. How over is this, is my question. Like, how bad is it?
Gukesh with more time and the decisive advantage according to the
e3,
bar.
funnily enough. There was no need for it.
You can take on e5, rook f3, rook takes f5, and then put a knight on e4, put something on the light squares.
Yeah.
Even look at rook takes h5.
No, but bishop e5, f5, rook f3, queen d4, you go knight b3.
Oh, that's a rook right there. Big things. Oh, he's going for it. He's going for it.
Queen g4, what do you do?
It is happening.
Actually, it doesn't work.
h3 perhaps.
Queen g6.
And rook takes f6. You have e4.
Yeah, and there's a... I'm attacking two rooks at the same time.
He goes to d4. He is attacking the rook. Gukesh better not blunder.
Mistake because of knight b3. Is that right? Actually, you know what works?
e4.
Rook e1 is fine here. Because I'm winning f5.
We gotta head back though, because the other game is about to end. We gotta head back to the other Armageddon. There's so much going on. Actually, wait. Is that it?
Rook e1 or rook d1? Both are very
No, Hikaru is still playing. They're still playing. I don't think they have... I think that was the plan to switch back to Hikaru's game for just a second.
There are two Armageddon games taking place at the same time. There's so much tension, so much action. Hikaru in a must-win situation, shaking his head.
25 seconds for Wei. But the position is simple enough that it seems like he probably has it. It seems like he probably has it. Rook b2. Going for the perpetual.
Perp his way to a...
Perpetual. Do not worry about anything else. I think we might be seeing Hikaru abandon his hopes in this one.
He knows it. You can see it on his face. After the trade of bishops, the black rooks will continue giving checks on the second rank. White will have to settle for a draw. He gives
King.
a last chance.
And after rook h2?
To himself.
Yeah, rook h2 would be...
Oh, it's still a repetition of moves. He cannot escape from it.
And that's it. Hikaru is looking away from the board. King e1, shake hands, draw.
That means Wenjun wins the Armageddon, and he gets the extra half point by beating Hikaru Nakamura in Armageddon. We do need to rush back to the final clash of the day. Gukesh against Fabiano in Armageddon. White in a must-win situation.
Completely winning right now. Completely winning.
That's a good position to have in a must-win situation.
Everything is falling down. This beautiful knight on e3 cannot be attacked at all.
d6 is on the menu.
d6 was on the menu. That's why he stopped.
Rook takes h5 now.
Rook h5 is on the menu. Queen e2 followed. This is bad. This is really bad news for Fabiano right now.
Yeah, queen e2 threatens d6. Whoa, this is...
Queen e2 with the idea of d6, maybe even rook to h3, rook g3 back.
Sure.
Just to start looking at this g file. It's lights out, and he also has doubled the time on the clock. Queen to e2, rook to c8.
But what happens after d6? Yeah.
That's a good question.
Threatening a big pawn push, attacking both rooks at the same time. That's the fork we've been teaching our viewers about, when two pieces are hanging at the same time.
Do not allow that.
If I put a pawn on d7 and a second rook on d5, I think it's a super battery.
Oof. A super battery that can be reinforced by the queen as well,
yes,
if we need it at any moment. Yes, d7 followed by rook to d5 is one way to win this. There's probably a lot of ways to win this.
Yeah.
That's one of the aesthetically pleasing ways to win it.
This is a
So
huge...
now this rook to d5.
I just want to show a really quick one. If you do go rook e7, knight f5, rook d7, knight e7.
That was it.
Would win it nicely. But back to the game.
I was going to say that this is going to be a huge heartbreak for Fabiano if he ends up losing the Armageddon, because he had winning chances in the classical game. He had the better position, he had the more time, and now he might be losing in Armageddon.
h4 I don't like. I mean, g3 was so nice. Maybe
Still
this
winning.
is winning anyway.
Still
but,
winning. Still winning. The bar is not lying to us, but perhaps made his life a little bit more complicated nevertheless. With 3 minutes, 20 seconds against a minute 50 and such a dominating position.
Should he play c5?
c5 is a very good move.
Yes, because then I can play rook c5, rook c8, extra resource.
c5 is a very good move. The only hope that Fabi has is if something happens via f4, which is what he's trying, but it might just simply not be enough. Queen to g4 might even work in this position. c6 is a move as well. Knight to g4 also. Dominating position for Gukesh. A menu of options.
Rook takes e5 and rook d6 might work.
h5 he goes for.
Yeah. And after queen g5, he'll go queen, knight g4 or queen g4. Both.
Queen g5, queen g4 seems to be dominating. Queen f7, he drops back, allowing the check, followed by the knight jump. In the heart of your position. This cannot be good, and it is not good for Fabiano.
And it's happening. It is happening.
So now c takes b6 and...
maybe rook to d6.
Yeah. Yeah, he's taken c takes b6. I guess Fabi will play with the bishop. Now...
I like rook d6.
Also rook g5 might
Rook g5
be
is
strong.
very strong as well. Once again, so many options.
Rook d6 is nice. You just exchange everything now.
Rook d6 seems to be killing the game, but rook g5 is tempting as well. A check and rook d6.
Yeah. He offers the rook trade to get rid of the black rook that was guarding the h6
now queen
square.
b2 is overload on overload, yeah.
Oh.
Beautiful pattern there.
Oh, he did not spot that. Gukesh does spot queen to b2, and the swing of the queen in Black's heartland. Queen H8 is coming. This is over. It's game over. Fabiano knows it. Gukesh knows it. We see a relaxation, slight relaxation
And
from
now
Gukesh.
Queen B8 check.
Queen H8.
Queen H8, sorry, and Rook takes E6.
Rook takes E6 after King to E7. Where's the killing blow? King takes E6, let's say. Queen H6. He's looking for it. Look at him. Scouting
what's
the board right now.
Yeah, Rook E6, Queen E6, Queen H8.
Rook takes E6 first.
Yeah, Queen H8.
Queen H8 will
You have
be...
to go King E7, and then Queen G7, Queen G5. Yeah, that's winning.
Queen G7, Queen G5, and that's going to seal the deal.
I mean, it's surprisingly hard to actually put this away, but... oh, I know, even King E7, Queen H7 is cute, because if you go Queen F7, I capture on E4.
Queen H7, yes, and that's another
And that's
pawn.
even stronger, so...
Again, many of options, and very good options for Black. Hopeless for Fabiano, but Gukesh still needs to finish.
He's gone to
the job.
E7, so now Queen G7, Queen G5. He'll have to go out to E6, and then what? Oh, he's going to F8, now Knight E5 back.
Rook D5, Rook F5 is also a way.
Knight E5.
Knight E5 is a very convincing way to finish the job. I like Knight E5. In the middle of the board, you cannot touch that knight because of Queen takes D8, which finishes the job. Yep.
He goes for it. This is it. This could be a resignation moment for Fabiano. Everything is collapsing.
Overwhelming position for the world champion Gukesh right now. Fabi with only 20 seconds. Try his last
This
shot.
is a nice moment to... Queen F4 is just simple, yeah. I don't even need to work hard. Queen F4 and then something strong.
Yes, Queen F4 is... Yeah, there's so many ways to finish this one. He's still trying to be precise, which I like. Rook D6.
Wow,
That's fancy.
What a move. Hanging the rook on purpose because the bishop is guarding the black rook.
That is fancy. That is a fancy way to finish the job. And a good way to finish the job. Yeah, I think we're going to see the resignation right now.
Black only has a check on the back rank, after which the king will hide on the edge of the board.
Wait,
Fabiano
Rook
pushing the
F6.
pawn. Rook F6
and Queen
check.
G7, yeah. Yeah, that's
Could
it.
have been checkmate if Fabiano wanted to allow it, but what a game! Birthday boy, reigning world champion Gukesh Domraju surviving a difficult position in classical chess earlier against Fabiano and now winning in Armageddon. What a turn of events!
We've seen that story before. We've seen that story with Magnus and Hikaru. Magnus having a dominating position in the classical, failing to win it, and then losing in the Armageddon. We've seen it yesterday, Magnus against Wei as well. Magnus having a better position in classical, failing in the Armageddon. Fabiano today was the man that looked like he's going to win it all. With the black pieces go on 9 points, 3 victories in a row in classical. It did not happen. It did not happen. Gukesh defended tenaciously and, in fact, found some really good moves all the way in the endgame to stop Fabi's initiative. And then, what an amazing game in the Armageddon. Really good, precise execution from Gukesh.
And what a way to celebrate his birthday. We thought that his birthday was going to be spoiled. He was looking like he was going to lose earlier in the classical portion of today's round, but he managed to save it, and then he manages to win in Armageddon. He beats Hikaru Nakamura yesterday. He wins in Armageddon today against Fabiano. What a way to celebrate your 19th birthday. But we do have an interview with one of the other winners of today in Armageddon, Wei Yi.
Well, congratulations on winning the match against Hikaru. How do you feel right now, and what was your strategy going today into the match?
I feel so happy, and today because my opponent is what number 2, and I was black piece, so I just want to struggle to hold the classical game. But in Armageddon game, I decided to play some more positively, yes.
Yeah, we saw that you were a little bit low on time, but you hold the position and you knew what you were doing. And it's not so easy to play against Hikaru because he's so fast player.
His play was so quick, and yeah, it was much lower on time. But then I tried to play faster. I think that works. Yes.
Are you happy in general of your play in this edition of Norway Chess?
Yes, but I think even though I'm last place now, and didn't win in the classic again, but I mean my opponents are very strong, so the result is understandable.
Going to the rest day with a victory against Hikaru must be very nice start of the celebration of the day off. How are you going to spend tomorrow, the day?
I think tomorrow we need to go for some activity outside, and yeah, tonight I think I need some rest because after 4 rounds and 3 Armageddon games, I feel very tired.
Well, once again, congratulations and have a good rest tomorrow.
Thank you.
And we are being joined by the reigning world chess champion, Gukesh Domaraju. Gukesh, first of all, happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Gukesh.
What a way to celebrate your birthday. You beat Hikaru yesterday. That's world number 2 taken down. And today you survived a difficult game in Classical against Fabiano and then beat him in Armageddon. Can you take us through your emotions throughout these 2 games?
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 days were pretty good. The first 2 days, I mean, I guess I felt like I was playing decent chess, but somehow my time management was just horrible. So after I improved that, I think, yeah, it's been pretty good. Yesterday's game, I mean, you should have made a draw, but okay, it was still a nice game. And today, the Classical, I think in time trouble, I managed to save it. And yeah, the Armageddon was quite clear, so quite happy.
That's quite a way to bounce back from a difficult start. We also saw that you're usually good on your birthdays. You beat Magnus Carlsen in Norway Chess Blitz a few years ago here, also on your birthday. Do you think it gives you any special powers, or you don't mind whether it's your birthday or not?
Actually, as far as I remember, I've always had like bad memories on my birthday. I mean, even
time to change it. I think you are rewriting history today also regarding the birthdays.
Yeah, kind of. But also the last time when I beat Magnus, it was 1 game, but I scored like 2.5 out of 9, so it was not such a great day. But,
regardless of that, we are so happy to have you, and just the fact that you are the youngest undisputed world chess champion, huge attention around you ever since you won the title in December 2024. We were talking earlier about the Chennai match and how you were in the audience watching the match, watching Vishy compete against Magnus Carlsen, Magnus taking the title from India, and you said that you were going to win it back, that you were going to bring the title back to India. How much of a motivation was that for you to see the match between Magnus and Vishy in person, and how it impacted your career and motivation throughout?
Yeah, I mean, I remember I had just started playing, not playing, but learning chess, kind of. And this match happened like, like 20 minutes away from home, so we decided to go one day. And I mean, just to see the full hall was packed, to see Vishy sir and Magnus inside the cube playing, it was something. I mean, I can still like picture the moment. So yeah, for sure it was. I mean, not only that, but like Vishy sir himself throughout my career has been such a huge inspiration. So.
And you are being that huge inspiration now for a lot of children. There's so many fans of you here. I've seen kids wearing the Gukesh t-shirt, getting your photographs and signatures. You probably are making the same impact on some of these children, the same impact that Vishy had on your life. So that is huge.
Thanks.
You're only 19. I believe you did get some presents for your birthday from Norway Chess. Do we have some pictures or videos? Congratulations from the organizers. And what's in that bag? What's the secret birthday present?
Actually, I did not check. I gave it to Gayu, but... yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it. I mean, last year I think I got a cake for my birthday. I mean, 2023.
Yeah, we saw the picture of you cutting that cake.
I think you...
Probably today the first draw was itself the best birthday present.
That's
my
enough.
feeling.
I was just about to say that you gave yourself the best birthday present already. Yeah. Going into the rest day, are you looking forward to what might happen tomorrow? You know that Norway Chess Games is taking place and you'll be competing at something that's not chess. In the past, it has been knitting, soccer in bubble, airtight balloons. I don't even know how to describe it. All sorts of cool games that are not related to chess. Are you good at knitting, cooking, fishing, farming? Anything could come up tomorrow.
I mean, like as long as it's some sport I can manage, but like cooking and all, if it's there, I don't know. But yeah, it'll be fun rest day. I think we'll spend a couple of hours doing something fun. I mean, every day we are competing against each other, so tomorrow we'll maybe socialize a bit. But yeah, looking forward to taking some rest and refreshing.
What games did you play 2 years ago?
Last 2 years ago, it was like knitting.
Oh, okay, so you're in the knitting.
Thankfully, it was not cooking.
I suffered when I had to milk a cow.
But you won the...
I won the cooking show, but the cow milking did not work out well.
How about dancing? Would you take dancing? I've seen some clips of you dancing very well.
Yeah, that I would probably be decent.
I think you have a good chance at winning at dancing. This has been such a pleasure to have you in the studio. And again, huge congratulations on winning against Hikaru. That was already past midnight in India, I believe. And today you are escaping from a difficult game against Fabiano and beating him in the Armageddon. Looking good for the birthday boy. Congratulations again.
Actually, just a fun fact. Yesterday I won. I mean, a friend told me I won the game like 2 minutes before my birthday was in India.
We were trying to guess the time. We thought it was probably after 8:30.
You resigned too soon.
Okay.
The timing. Come on, Hikaru. Oh, man. In any case, this has been such a pleasure to have you in the studio, and we hope to have you back soon after many more victories.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Gukesh.
That is the reigning world chess champion, the youngest world champion of all times, Gukesh Domoraju, showing here a great example for the new generations. There's so many children around our studio as well right now, taking pictures, waiting for his autograph and getting inspired, maybe the same way it was for him back in Chennai in the match between Vishy and Magnus. In terms of the results of today, Christian, please break it down.
What a day we've had here at Norway Chess. I feel like I'm saying this every single day, but this one special as well. Magnus Carlsen defeated in the only classical victory of the round in Norway Chess against Arjun Erigaisi. Just a clinical execution by Magnus. Gukesh defeated Fabiano in the Armageddon after defending beautifully in the classical, and Hikaru Nakamura fell to the sharp sword of Wei in the Armageddon. How about the standings after day 4?
That does shake up the standings. Now we have a sole leader called Magnus Carlsen. He lost 2 Armageddon games earlier in the tournament, but with today's win, 3 points for the classical win, he bounces back to the very top of the standings. Second is Fabiano Caruana, who had a disappointing round today, not taking advantage of his better position in classical against Gukesh, and eventually losing in Armageddon. Third place is Hikaru Nakamura, but anyone can still win the tournament with the format that we have here at Norway Chess. We do have an interview with the player that surprises the most, and we still don't know what happened in her game. Sarah Khadem was completely lost in an endgame against Lai Tingjie, and then he managed to somehow miraculously escape and win the game.
Sarah Khadem with a victory against Lai Tingjie. What a resistance the whole game. I mean, you were worse, but at the end you strike in the time trouble. What do you feel?
Well, I think it was like we had so many blunders in the game. Even in the end, I just saw like I could lose the pawn in one moment, even when I got the piece. So the quality of the game wasn't good, of course. But with this time control, I think it's quite normal, let's say, to have so many things. But yeah, I'm happy that it happened.
It's your first win, and also in classical. How do you feel? I mean, does it bring you more, for example, courage for the next rounds?
Well, it's always good to win, but it's a long tournament. So for me, my approach is the same. I just want to play my games and enjoy this tournament.
You mentioned you were not feeling so well. How was it during this game?
During this game, it was even worse because I feel like half of my face is feeling numb. But what to do? Tomorrow is a rest day, so hopefully I will get better.
Yeah, I wish you to get better, and good luck for the rest of the day, man.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sarah Kadem feeling a bit ill, but still managing to come back from an almost impossible position where she was lost in an endgame and managed to escape in the time trouble. That also means that we have a bit of a situation in terms of the results and the standings for Norway Chess women. But we need to analyze what happened, because I still don't know. How did she save that endgame? Christian?
I'm completely shocked. I mean, this position, we really thought that we're just a few moments away from resignation from her. And instead, she played rook to c8, that is late in jeu, allowed b takes a4, rook c6, rook b5, c4. It still feels like it's completely winning. Bishop to c3, a bit unnecessary. But this is not when the problems start. Rook to a7, knight to e6, this is where the problems start. Because once you allow that knight to escape from f8, to escape from his passive prison on f8, rook to e7, knight f4, it becomes, at least from a practical perspective, somewhat difficult. Still better for white. Rook to f5, knight to d3, knight to f4, a bit of a shuffle, knight to b4, and you will see that knight is going to be going places. g3, knight to c2, a bunch of shuffle, and you lose the pawn on c4. After this one, bishop to f6, this is already losing right now.
I mean, yeah, a fork.
There's a fork. There's a fork coming, and this was the huge problem. Probably with only a few seconds left on the clock, b takes a3 would have been the way to survive. You take, I take, and we're going to go into an equal rook endgame. After bishop f6, king f7, you take on a3. You're forced to do that. But after knight d5, Vichy's favorite, the fork, and that's it. Game over. After this one, you're a knight up. Great and important victory for Sarah Kadem. And let's take a look at the results.
With that victory, she's the only one to win 3 points in today's round, while Wenjun won her Armageddon against Humpy Koneru, and Vaishali also won earlier in the day against the other tournament leader, Anand, which leads us to the following standings after 4 rounds at Norway Chess Women. 2 leaders, still the same, Humpy Koneru and Anand, even though they lost today, they maintain the lead, and Wenjun is in 3rd place. Everything can still happen with the scoring system at Norway Chess. Anyone can still win the tournament. Christian, Vichy, this has been such a thrilling day, as every day in Stavanger, I feel like. What are the final moments, memories you would highlight, Vichy, of today?
I think the women's section, the huge turnarounds. Vaishali was totally lost and won the tiebreak. And I still cannot believe what happened in Leiting G against Sarah Kadem. In the men's section, actually, a fantastic game, almost model game. And though I caught a lot of the details earlier, I failed to appreciate as quickly as Magnus just how good that queen ending is. And I mean, that was a game to be studied. And the incredibly narrow escape of the birthday boy against Fabiano Caruana. That looked very scary. I mean, there was too much going on to know every detail, but that was so scary for him. So I'm glad his birthday passed without incident.
We are glad to have witnessed that and to have him in the studio. That was an honor, the reigning World Chess Champion. Christian, what are your final thoughts about the day?
I mean, so many exciting games, both in the women's section and in the open section as well, as Vichy just painted out. Gukesh, it feels like we're realizing this is the resurgence of Gukesh in this tournament after a painful couple of defeats in the first 2 rounds. Right now, we're seeing the Gukesh that we all know so well. He's very precise and clinical when he needs to be. Of course, he had some difficulties out of the opening against Fabiano, but defended tenaciously. And when he had to find only moves in that endgame, with Magnus next to us, he was finding every single move. And I have to say, I'm impressed with that. I'm also impressed with Wei Yi and the way he's been handling these Armageddons. He had double black against Hikaru today and Magnus yesterday. He defended very well. In fact, today maybe he even had a better position after the opening. But then in the Armageddon, it's just he becomes a different beast. And that's exactly what we've seen from him today. And of course, in the ladies section, Wenjun clinical against Koneru Humpy in the Armageddon with that beautiful attack. And of course, Sarah Kadem, that was a shocker. in my estimation. We didn't see that, but it happened. And right now she's back in this tournament. As we've said it so many times, anything and anybody can win at Norway Chess. Tomorrow we have a rest day, and to be honest, I need it as well.
I think we all need it, and the players as well. But when they are back, they will have the following pairings to look forward to. In Norway Chess, we have Arjun Erigaisi facing Hikaru Nakamura. Wei Yi will be back at the board against the reigning world champion Gukesh Dormaraju. And the El Clasico of chess, Fabiano Caruana against Magnus Carlsen.
That one, I think, is trademarked for Hikaru versus Magnus. At least Hikaru will tell you that.
Fabiano.
I don't know. I don't know who has the trademark for it, El Clasico, but that's what's happening in the open section. In the women's section, we have Sarah Kadem versus Vaishali. That's a very tense matchup. Anna Muzichuk against Ju Wenjun. Look at that score. 3 victories for Ju Wenjun, no victories for Anna, and 9 draws. And Koneru Humpy is going to be playing Lei Ting-jie. So definitely a lot to be following 2 days from now.
2 days from now, indeed, because tomorrow the players will be taking a break and they will also compete at something that's not chess. Could be knitting, could be airtight balls, football. I don't even know how to describe it, but something really cool and fun. Maybe it is
Actually, I think it won't be knitting.
It cannot be the same,
they
right?
won't repeat. So I think we know what it's not going to be, but we have no idea what it's going to be.
We know what it is not. We don't know what it is. But what we do know is that we will show it to you on Saturday.
I'm betting on swimming.
I'm betting on dancing. I think it's dancing. I think it's going to be dancing. And Gukesh is really good at it. He's going to win. So
I think
on
it's
Saturday, on Saturday, we are going to reveal what Norway Chess Games was about. That's happening tomorrow on the rest day. And we will be back on Saturday with round 5 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Thank you for tuning in. Have a good night and see you soon again.